Was here.
He's here.
Yeah, he was here.
Yeah, he is here.
Make sure that,
Yeah, he's here.
Beth, you just muted yourself.
okay, trustee Riley,
Here?
trustee Kane,
Here.
trustee McCarthy,
Here.
you're all set.
Okay, thank you. So thanks for everybody joining us on this, what's going to be a very busy day. Just want to welcome everybody, the committee members, the Chancellor, Vice Chancellor Lowe, the other Vice Chancellors, and the senior staff participating, the presidents who are already here and their staff. Just to summarize, today's another important step along the way to eventual approval of our FY26 budget. As we all know, the budget process is a long one that plays out over many months. And when we approve the final budget in May, it's probably not an overstatement to say that Ryan and the various campus presidents and CFOs will begin planning the 27 budget not long thereafter. So Ryan's been working, as I think we all know, with each of the campus presidents and CFOs for months as they've planned these budget presentations for today. Those were originally submitted in March, earlier this month. And then Chair Riley and I had an opportunity to meet with leadership from each campus, along with the Chancellor and senior staff over the course of 3 days to hear the initial presentations and to ask many, many questions. And following that, each university went back and made some tweaks and changes before submitting the budgets that we will be presented with today. We're going to hear presentations from each of the campuses. And then our committee has another work session scheduled, I believe it's April 16th, at which time we'll hopefully then vote out a proposed budget for consideration by the full board at our May meeting. Every year is different, but this year, obviously, we're facing some additional big challenges with the changing landscape in Washington. And in particular, there is uncertainty about the status of various pots of research funds. And I'm sure each of us has questions about that. But since some of that is the subject of ongoing and potential litigation, we're asking that we delay any questions or discussions about that until our executive session this afternoon. So before we begin, I just wanted to also say that back when I was in the state Senate and I served with Senator Kane, we always looked forward to St. Patrick's Day because we would be we'd hear Emily sing Danny Boy every St. Patrick's Day. So unfortunately, it doesn't fall. We're not meeting on March 17th this year, which is all of our loss. But I was thinking about you on Monday for sure.
Roger, thank you. It is one of my happiest memories, many happy memories of the legislature. And it was actually the occasion upon which I made my radio debut as a singer because Mal Leary recorded that session. And without my knowledge, that night as I was driving home on the highway, headed back to Orono, I heard, and we're going to close this evening's broadcast of Maine Public Radio with a special treat from this morning in the legislature. And they played me singing Danny Boy on the floor of the House. And I never knew I would make my radio debut well as a state legislator, but I did. And if you would like a recording of it, Roger, I can send it to you.
Well, please do. And we're going to, Ryan, can we make sure we schedule next year's meeting on the 17th, please?
I will make that commitment to you, Roger. If this meeting is ever held on St. Patrick's Day, I will open it for you with Danny Boy. I can.
Excellent.
Just as a footnote, I will tell you all that my mother's favorite song was Danny Boy.
It's a beautiful song. Thank you, Roger, for remembering that. That's very kind.
Yeah. So before we begin, our first presentation is going to be about the overall proposed operating budget for the system. Ryan, anything else you want to say, or Chancellor you want to say, or Chair Riley you'd like to say before we begin?
I'll just say that I have witnessed and been with folks as we've developed these university budgets, as well as Ryan's great work in developing our budget. Very thankful for the hard work, the thought, and the people that were brought in to support you in getting these budgets done. So I just want to say before anything, thank you, and let's keep up the good work.
Amen.
I would
Ryan?
add to that. Here,
Yep.
here.
Ready to roll when you are, sir.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and we'll begin with the proposed operating budget for FY26 for the system, which, and those materials are at tab 1. I think we all received them earlier today.
So a couple of notes before I jump into the specific slides. We've been dealing with some personnel issues and had some challenges in pulling together the presentation that I'm going to give you right now. So I want to thank the chair for the patience while we pulled that together. I'm going to go through that now. We'll get that to Beth. We'll post those slides in just a few minutes. Over the course of, as the chair said, over the course of the next couple of meetings, and especially at the April meeting, we're going to dig a little bit deeper into the system office budget. We'll talk about, the full UMS budget in more detail at the April meeting. We'll talk specifically about shared services and all the pieces of that. We'll talk about governance in the chancellor's office and all of that. I'll have all of that again. The presentations for you within the next week or so, we'll have that available, and then that will be, as it was last year, that will be its own topic and own agenda item at our April meeting. Very excited about today. This is a big day for us. It's like tax day for the accountants and St. Patrick's Day for Emily, and this is the exciting part of a lot of work that we have done at all of the campuses, going back to July of last year, really, when we started this process. It is a very long day, but I also think very unique. I talk to my colleagues a lot, and there's not many systems and institutions out there that are this transparent about their budget process, and certainly that doesn't exist in other places, even in the state. So I'm very excited about the process. I know you'll enjoy all of the presentations. We've got some challenges, but there's lots of good opportunities out there. We want you to pay attention today. So, somewhere in the 8 hours of presentations, we've hidden a secret typo. And if you find it, you'll be exempt from next year's budget revisions. So I'm going to start again, as I said, I'm going to start with the system. I won't spend a lot of time going, into detail in each of these slides, because they really just reflect, a rolled up version of what you're going to see today. Again, after we get through this initial rounds of presentations, we'll come back to the larger picture and go through these again in a little bit more detail. As the chair said again, though, I do want to thank the presidents, the CBOs. I want to thank the campus communities that participated in this. This has been a lot of work. It feels like we're starting right now if you're just jumping into this, but going back to September and October and into the fall and early winter, all of our campuses were having campus budget conversations, open forums, getting feedback, really just doing a lot of the hard work that it takes to get to today. And I want to acknowledge all of that work. Let me, So this is the campus schedule. Again, for those of you that have been around for a while, you're very familiar with this, but it is a lot different from where we were, just a decade or so ago. The campuses largely worked on their budget proposals on their own. And then at the system level, we collected them late in the spring, and we'd bring them to you just a month later at about the same time we saw. And it's a very different process now. We work as a group again, starting with those initial assumptions that build our budget through the campus budget development phase, and then into this phase now, this March, April, May phase, where we work with the trustees and we work with the FFT committee all the way through to board approval. There are definitely some positive things that we're seeing in this budget. We're starting to see enrollment stabilize, and you're going to see that in some slides going forward. We've talked at recent board meetings and ASA meetings about the really great retention numbers that we're seeing at some of our campuses, but we still have pressures. this budget is a little unique in that they're the combination of internal and external pressures. And so some of the ones that we've seen in recent years, residence hall occupancy rates continue to be a challenge at some of our smaller campuses post COVID. We have a lot of places where we have occupancy rates in the 60-70% rate. Part of the strategy there is making significant investments in those poor quality residence halls, and we've been doing that at a number of institutions, and I think we'll start to see the results of that. And as we've talked about before, again, we have challenges with wage pressures and the revenue increases. Wages are increasing in this budget as they have the last couple of budgets faster than our revenue sources are, which typically means we're starting in a negative position every time we go through a budget build. Unique to this cycle, and as the chair said, we'll talk about it a little bit later, but two external pressures that are a little challenging. State appropriation, as some folks are aware, the state passed kind of its version of a current services budget last week, and it's unclear how that will potentially impact our 4% request rolling forward. The 4% was not part of that current services budget. It will be part of a kind of an expanded part 2 conversation, but that just makes that just a little more of a question mark. And then, again, as the chair led off with talking about the impact of the executive orders, and we'll talk about that, but we know that many of those can have a potential large impact on our campuses, and something that we're obviously very closely monitoring. Budget assumptions for FY26. So again, as a reminder for everyone, there are budget assumptions that we make that are consistent across all of the campuses. And so the most obvious example of that is in-state undergraduate tuition, which you'll see in the presentations today is at 3%. Because we don't do tuition rates in pennies, sometimes it's 2.9%, and sometimes it might be 3.1 or 3.2, but in that 3% ballpark. For state appropriation, we have assumed the 4% that is currently in Governor Mills's budget. We've spent some time talking about compensation and benefit increases. They are both going up. We've built in assumptions of 4%, I believe, for compensation increases. We are seeing an increase in the benefit rate. We've done some really good work there, but as you may recall, we had some one-time benefits last year that they were great at that time, but they've gone away, and so that rate has bounced up a little bit, and so that's a cost pressure as well. Capital expenditures, again, are growing in this budget as well. We always, for the last decade or so, we've consistently asked campuses to increase their investment in deferred maintenance each budget by an additional 5%, and we have that in this budget as well. And then there are campus-specific or institution-specific budget assumptions in here, enrollment, out-of-state tuition, how the campuses handle financial aid. I'll say specific to enrollment, again, as a reminder, the system gives each of the campuses initial enrollment and assumptions, and then the campuses can make adjustments on that based on specific programs and other pieces. But we have found that has increased the accuracy of our enrollment projections, and you'll see that in some of the slides ahead. So high level in this budget, again, as I was just saying, I think the enrollment is focused on the realistic trends. You'll see more online as we start to expand YourPace to other campuses. Overall, FY26 budgeted credit hours are down about 1% from last year's actuals. So again, when you look at it across multiple years on the next slide, you'll see a stable picture there. Appropriations are up 4% in the first year of the governor's budget, 9.5 million, and that is about the same amount in the second year. In the second year, it's the 9.58 plus roughly another 10 on top of that, so about a $19.6 million appropriation in the second year of the budget. And overall, the budget is balanced without the use of system reserves. And we do have a budget transfer from campus reserves at one of our campuses. We have some additional work that we'll have to do at Farmington that we'll talk about when we get into that presentation. But there is no transfer of system reserves for our second budget in a row. So this is the slide that, again, will show you where each of the individual campuses are, and I'll walk you down through this. So what you see, we'll start with the University of Maine. This obviously reflects an E&G budget that is out of balance by about $2.1 million. An auxiliary budget that has about a $250,000 surplus, leaves you about a $1.9 million gap. Which is resolved by a $2.1 million reserve transfer, and it leaves you a modest bit of flexibility over here. As a reminder, and I think the campus will talk about it, the University of Maine has been on a 3-year plan that they presented to you a few years ago to get back to balanced budget, to get back to a spot where they're not using campus reserves, and this is the last of that plan. University of Maine at Augusta presenting a balanced budget. $265,000 surplus on the E&G side, and then an offsetting reduction that you see on auxiliary. Again, as I mentioned in some of my notes, not uncommon for us to be seeing losses on the auxiliary side on some of our smaller campuses. Farmington presented a balanced auxiliary budget, so you'll see the zero there. Over here, we're going to talk a little bit about where Farmington is and the work that we need to do to get across the finish line there. So I've just noted that here. Fort Kent, similar picture to what you saw in Augusta and what you'll see at USM. Balanced on one side of the ledger, in this case, balanced on the E&G side, deficit on the auxiliary side. At Presque Isle, really strong E&G picture there. You see nearly a $4 million surplus on the E&G side, running about $1 million deficit on auxiliary. It gets you at about a $2.9 million surplus. At USM, the opposite picture than what you saw at the smaller campuses, an E&G deficit of about $1 million and an auxiliary surplus on the other side to offset that. Maine Law running a modest $19,000 surplus, but again, a lot of us have been here when those were negative numbers, lots of brackets around those numbers. So I'm excited to see the law school balanced again. And then governance and university services, I will say is technically balanced. What you're seeing right here at the negative 1.4 million is really just two things that are going on. At Maine Center and the Custom House lease, and we'll talk more about the Maine Center. We've scheduled some time at our April meeting for that as well. But we just have a cash flow issue with Alphon dollars and the lease payment. And so it shows as a negative here. It will be offset by Alphon dollars coming in. And then there's about 420,000 of early college money that is carrying forward from last year into this year, and that's the other piece of that money. So governance and university services, although it looks like it's in a definite position, it's actually just us pulling money forward. So that gives you the overall picture of the individual campuses. Again, you're going to see the details within the next 20 minutes or so as campuses start going through these. The FY26 budget does include attrition at most of our campuses, with the exception of Presque Isle. As a reminder, attrition is really, it's a combination. It's really just capturing vacancy dollars that either exist because we keep positions vacant, either intentionally or just because of the market longer than we thought. So somebody leaves on January 1st, we're not able to hire a new person until July 1st, and we capture 6 months worth of savings. And those are the savings that are reflected here. Again, it's a combination of what do we do historically, what's our past experience been, and sometimes it's proactive. I know this position is going to be vacant, and we're going to decide to keep it. We're going to decide to keep it vacant for this year as a savings initiative. You see here about $6.5 million worth of attrition initiatives in this budget. That is, I believe, down from last year. We did have this slide last year, also confirmed that, but I know a handful of campuses were down. Budget Stabilization Fund, again, created back in 2010. It has one source of revenue, which is temporary investment income. It was at 4.7 million as we did the budget last year. You'll recall we had positive temporary investment income. Part of the plan that we presented you, part of it was an investment plan that the chancellor presented to you. The other half of that plan was a $5 million transfer into the Budget Stabilization Fund, which we have done, which brings us to a current balance of 9.7 million. Our high balance there has been about 21 million a couple of years ago. 9.7 million is not a lot of resources. Definitely something that we ideally would focus on over the next couple of years, is bringing that back up. State appropriation, again, you see the first year of Governor Mills's proposed budget here in the lower right, the FY26 budget. Roughly $253 million in state appropriation, and certainly a significant increase since fiscal year 20. So I want to thank everyone, and certainly Sam and others, for all of the great work advocating in Augusta. Here's a snapshot of enrollment. Again, you're going to see the details shortly, but you know, what I'll say is you can see for yourself, it's down about 1% from FY25 actuals. But I love the stability. I used to be able to ski off this chart when I was presenting it 6 or 7 years ago. And so it's exciting to see it kind of level off. We do have some reductions in out of state. I think you'll hear some of that in the University of Maine presentation. I'm really just, again, a victim of our own success there. We've got a lot of people competing and using some of the same tools that we've used successfully, but still seeing some strong enrollment there. This year, if you've followed our presentations in the past, we've deviated a little here, and we've started to pull online out as its own category. It used to be embedded in out of state, and we started to recognize since the pandemic, more and more of the online pool is Maine residents in there as well. And so we've started to segregate that into its own category, as we've done in the past with early college and the YourPace subscriptions. Residence hall occupancy. Again, you can you see what we track here. We're still showing some of the impact from COVID. Roughly second year in a row at about a 93% occupancy rate. It varies wildly by campuses, and you're going to see that again as the campuses go into their individual budget presentations. I do think as we roll forward, we're going to have to come back and revisit how we define occupancy. Because the way we do it now, and you can see it in some of these pictures, if you're sitting in a dorm room and there are 2 beds in there, that's 1 room, 2 beds. If 1 person is in there, it's 50% occupancy rate. But several of our campuses, as we've talked about in the past, and you'll likely hear today, are moving to more singles. And so that room that had 2 beds now has 1 bed. And it's driving up interest in some of our campuses and increasing occupancy, but I don't know that we're going back and adjusting the occupancy of that room in our totals. And so I don't know that we're adequately capturing that evolution of the single room. And so we're gonna dive down and look at that a little bit more in between meetings, but you'll hear more detail again in the presentations that follow. I noted the 3% in-state tuition increases. You can see how that rolls anywhere between 2.9 and 3.3% increases. Again, anywhere from 268 up to 424. You'll see the fees and the other pieces afterwards. Sorry, is there a question? Oh, my bad. Out of state, you'll also see on here again, as I noted in a bullet point early on, and as I've noted in the past, we give the campuses flexibility for how they determine their out of state rates because the markets are just so different and where our institutions compete. But as you can see, they've largely kind of coalesced in that 3 to 4% range. Same guidance over on the graduate side. And again, you can see most of these are largely in the 3 to 4% range. Law school a little unique in here, and I'll let Lee describe this later in her presentation, but just doing tuition increases by one class, and then that stays the same rate as they kind of work their way through, and so minimizing that 6.1% impact. You see the out-of-state increases down here. In the last couple of presentations, we've also started to include the differential tuition rates. We had just referenced those in previous presentations, and so you can find those in today's presentations. They're also part of campus presentations, and some of them will be referenced, and happy to answer any questions along the way if there are any about our differential tuition rates. But again, the goal in these programs, these were programs that are more expensive, typically have more supplies and things like that included, and so the differential tuition simply recognizes that added expense. Mandatory fees are part of your budget approval process as well, and so we have included those here. Typically, technology fees, student activity fees. A lot of these are determined by, some of these I should say are determined by the students, the student governments, and you're going to see references to that in some of the presentations today as well. Room and board rates. Again, we allow campuses to set room and board rates based on individual circumstances. But you can see that typically the room rates are going up anywhere in the 4 to 6%, depending on the campus. Important to note that this sheet, what you're seeing here, reflects the rates for the plans with the most students in it. This is not a reflection of all of the plans. So if you're in a single, you might pay something different than what you see here, unless the single is the most the most popular plan on your campus. And then we added this chart. I think this is one of my last couple charts. We added this chart, I think last year at the request of the chair, which is just, this is just everything rolled up. And so this gives you the annual comprehensive student charges that includes tuition, mandatory fees, and room and board. And what you see in general is roughly 4% increases in most of these lines. And again, details to follow. And that's gonna cover the big picture system slide. Again, Mr. Chair, when I come back in April, we'll dig into the system office and governance, and we'll spend a bunch of time talking about shared services and what we have done there. And then we'll also dig into the main center and any other questions that come out of today. So happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Ryan. Questions for Ryan based on this overall summary? I'm looking around. I'm not seeing any. Am I missing anyone? I guess not. So Ryan, thank you very much. And again, we'll revisit this subject and as well as many others in our work session. And the good news, we are already 15 minutes ahead of schedule. At least I think we are. So we'll move ahead, and for our first campus presentation, we're going to go to the University of Maine at Presque Isle to President Rice and his team. Good morning.
Morning, Trustee Cates. I am joined to my right, well, your right, my left, Megan Desjardins here on campus, and Betsy S.B. Sawhill is zooming in from bucolic, beautiful upstate New York State. And so we'll be doing a presentation in just a second. Megan's going to be sharing the presentation here from her computer and running the presentation, just making sure you're all able to see this.
Yes. We are seeing it.
Oops.
Yep.
All right, should click into, there you go. So first slide is really, we just wanted to give you a sense of the breadth of, you heard the Your Pace competency-based degree completion program mentioned a couple times by Ryan. You see the breadth of it internationally. So you'll hear more about this, but as you can see, that program is incorporating, I think, over 50 individuals from over 50 nations on 6 of the 7 continents. And we're working on Antarctica right now. So our first narrative slide really is an overview of our fiscal situation. And as you can see, we are growing rapidly with students through the Your Pace program. So we will be delivering a balanced budget with a notable surplus, but also noting that we're exercising prudence or caution in growing the most expensive aspect of that budget, which of course is salaries and benefits, both in terms of faculty supporting growing programs, but also particularly in terms of staff support, getting students into the funnel and get them matriculated and enrolled. You will see that we have an average of a 24% increase in our employee base, which is truly unforeseen at this institution. Our next slide looks at our fiscal priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. As we've noted, a quickly growing population of Your Pace students and our traditional or standard students, or to think of it as non-competency based students, which is showing I would call it a very gradual growth, but that growth is also welcomed as well. So we are also experiencing a intersection of these programs, and we're starting to see students graduating that are traditional age students, first-time full-time students looking to move into graduate level programming in competency-based programming. You also notice that we're committed to defining appropriate necessary curriculum for both our traditional programs. We're starting to undergo an exercise to ensure that our I would call them our geographically bound programs are one that have a regional as well as a national scope, just like our Your Pace programming. You've already mentioned it, you've heard it mentioned before, we're working through the process of onboarding other institutions and their programs into the Your Pace program, and what that articulation means as we deliver that program through the NETCHI accreditation for competency-based education with other institutions. Our next slide focuses on our academic demands, and this slide both shows programs that we are developing at UMPI, but just as importantly, programs that we're working with at other institutions. That includes the Masters of Science in Business, which is really expected to have heavy enrollments, which launches this fall with the first 3 of 10 concentrations. You can see additional programs that are coming into the Your Pace modality, including computer science, our social work programming, as our other institutions in the system are going fully online as their accreditor allowed them to start doing that. We're seeing particularly good enrollments from Canada in regards to social work programming. Also additional programs in human services at the associates level. And then you really get into our partnering with other institutions. The public policy program from UMF is being prepared for a fall 1 launch in Your Pace, as is the RN to BSN, which UMFK has that long-term program delivered asynchronously, will be also moving into the competency modality. And then finally, a medical laboratory scientist program, or an MLS, which will complement the MLT program. Both those programs are partnerships between UMA and UMPI, and both will be delivered asynchronously.
So the next couple slides, we'll talk about where we were, where we are, and where we're going to be. In fiscal year 24, our original budget submission actually showed a deficit of about $2.3 million. This was due to the fact of our contract with Academic Partnership. As time progressed, in our revised budget in October, we budgeted for a 6 month period of Academic Partnership, which resulted still in a deficit of about $500,000. As time continued, we actually were able to end our contract with Academic Partnership early, which had resulted in us ending our fiscal year 24 in a surplus of $346,000. When we first originally started fiscal year 24, we had actually intended to bring $691,000 from budget stabilization, not used the year before. But due to our surplus, we were able to give that back to system. Where we are in fiscal year 25, our base budget had actually intended a 1.6 million surplus. Due to increased enrollment in your pace, as well as able to keep our personnel at demands, we're able to actually anticipate a surplus of 2.8 million by the end of this fiscal year. As mentioned in previous budget presentations, our plan is to constantly have a third of that surplus input into capital, a third back into operating, which, as President Rice had mentioned, is a lot of personnel, as well as a third into reserves to start growing back our reserves. Where we're proposed to be in fiscal year 26, we're still looking at increased revenue due to your pace. We ended up increasing our waivers and scholarships as well due to the increase in students. A majority of our depreciation has stayed the same. We're increasing our capital due to the surplus from our previous year. And what it looks like combined, next year, we're still anticipated to make a $2.9 million surplus.
And that gets us to our well-known UMPI Placido summary enrollment slide, which Betsy is going to take us through that slide.
Good morning. This is a projection based upon very, very conservative standards. It's clear that the your pace growth will outpace whatever we are putting down as the anticipated outcome. But it's never too early to be a little conservative with that. So our choice is to maintain that conservative status and to identify what we believe is achievable with our traditional enrollment. That has us at a growth which is not huge in our traditional enrollment in living on campus or commuting in, but it is what we believe we can achieve. Next slide.
The next slide focuses on our Your Pace undergraduate enrollment in particular. And again, you can see that that slide is divided up with the two halves of the columns. The blue column is because we do 2 sessions per semester. So you're seeing the first session of the semester is in blue, the second semester is in gold, and you basically see the same pattern. You see growth semester over semester, and you see slightly larger growth in the second session over the first session. That continued into the spring, where we're seeing again the largest enrollments the program has seen, and those projections are continuing into this coming summer and next fall. The other thing I'd point out about that column is you see the enrollments in the summer sessions coming closer and closer each year to the fall and spring sessions. which again underscores that these are students that are enrolling 365 days a year rather than on a old traditional pattern of fall and spring semester, and you'd see very light enrollment in the summer. So we're really seeing that growth across the summer, which also attributes to the growth in tuition rates that we're seeing. The other thing I'd point out too is it's not shown here. You see our credit hour generation. We're projected to be well over 30,000 credit hours this year. That's over projections of 60,000 credits for next year. The other kind of bellwether, which is a good sign about the success of the Your Pace program, is we're looking at 1,000 graduates this year. That's more than double of the number of graduates we had last year in the program, which is more than double of the year before that. So that's underscoring that not only are students enrolling in the program, but they are successfully completing the program, and they are successfully completing that program in about the average time within the program is about 18 months. So that's really showing its success as a degree completion program for adults. The slide after that is the waterfall slide, as it's known as, and that shows our credit hour generation. You can see the budgeted credit hour at 52,000 for FY25 and our projected basically double credit hour generation of 100,000. If you break that up, you can see we're almost doing 30,000 credit hours per fall, spring, summer. Again, that's increased closer to 40 or 45,000 fall and spring, but that credit hour is really being pushed in particular by the summer summer generation, which I noted is getting closer and closer to fall and spring standard credit hour generation. Betsy's back with our tuition and fees.
It's an interesting position to be in where we have such a huge number of Your Pace students, and the question is always, are we charging the right tuition? We've decided to make sure that as we move forward, our tuition rate increase is modest, and in keeping with the rest of the universities in our system, that makes sense. But it also makes sense because we don't want to change the flow of students into our program. It's more likely true that we would look at a tuition increase on the graduate side rather than the undergraduate side, since our commitment is to degree completion. In the cost per credit hour listing, you'll see that we have maintained between a 3% and a 4% increase, and that is our intention as we move forward with rooms, with miscellaneous fees. I think we're following what the rest of the system would like us to be in balance with them for, and we are maintaining the standard for our UMPI students.
So in regards to strategies we're using to not just enroll, but also retain students, we're continuing to leverage our financial aid and scholarships, which are applicable in particular to our first-time full-time students, or what you would consider our traditional aid students, but also those students that have federal financial aid available in the Your Pace program, which is a much smaller percentage of students than in our first-time full-time, but is still a significant amount, and that requires a heavy lift, and our thanks to the University of Maine, which provides the oversight to our financial aid. UMPI, we also maintain 3 support systems for all of our students in regards to academic success. Our student support services provides counseling and tutoring for our first-time full-time students here that are geographically located, but also every single YourPace student that's enrolled. Our EAB Navigate platform tracks student progress as well. And then we have a care team, which is comprised of staff as well as faculty and other professionals that meets about individual student needs in that regard. So we use those three mechanisms to ensure support for our students across all of our platforms. And as we've noticed, we also continue to invest in our critical infrastructure areas. That includes all of our new student residences, are being the furniture in all of the dorms are being replaced this coming summer for a total of $600,000 with a 20-year guarantee. The current furniture is a little over 20 or 25 years. So some of the people new to cabinet actually used that furniture when they were students here back in the day when it was new. So we are glad to be refreshing that. It is absolutely necessary. The next slide kind of looks at our marketing strategies. So if that is, the way we're investing in retaining students, we're also making very significant investments in marketing strategies. Again, both for our traditional programming, but in particular the YourPace degree completion programming, which currently has a nationwide marketing campaign and will be moving towards an international marketing campaign that is just getting underway. This chart's important because the various colors that you see on this chart represent geographic quadrants of the United States. And notice the gold line, that's the Northeast. And as you can see, the history of the YourPace program, that was always where the majority of the students were enrolled in the program until you got to this past fall, when you see that blue line, which are students that are located in the South, and that line superseded enrollments of students geographically located in the southern part of the United States. And close behind it is the green, and that is the West. Texas, et cetera, and that it will probably supersede the Northeast as well. That's a good sign because, of course, if you've seen all the demographic information, the Northeast has the fewest amount of students that are enrolled in college, both at first-time, full-time level age, as well as non-traditional and degree completers. So this is showing the success of the national trend in the marketing campaign, because we're seeing more of those students being pulled where we'd expect to see them, and namely the South and the West. Then we go back to our residence halls, and Betsy talking about residence halls and our dining program.
What's curious to me is that we are not able to bring our traditional student numbers up higher, those who are living in residence, than around 160 to 175. We need them to be at about 225 in order to come out of that auxiliary enterprise even. Right now, we're funding basically the dining program because we don't have enough students in residence to offset the expense. On the other hand, we are growing about 5 students each year in residence. And as we add athletic teams and do more recruitment for the athletic program, there are a greater number of students who come and live with us in residence. So it's not all bad. We have about 166, 65 in residence on campus right now. They're using all but 23 rooms. So you can see the number of students that we have housed in a room, which is traditionally a double, but being used as a single. And they're paying in the neighborhood of 40% more for that double as a single. It does help offset the cost. Your next slide is about financial aid. Our grouping that we compare ourselves to is below. You can see what the tuition is for each one of those schools to the right. we are maintaining the same posture we have been with financial aid and assisting students as best we can with their need for Pell Grants or other scholarship support. My goal would be at some point to start moving some of the surplus money we have into a scholarship line so that we have more institutional aid to deliver. Next.
This brings us to changes in facility ownership. This fiscal year, we're able to sell Skyway Hall. This was a great partnership with Micmac Tribe. The proceeds were split between Department of Education, MSAD1, and to us. Our intent of this sale was to transfer these to reserves immediately, and as of last week, we have. Last fiscal year, Holton Higher Education Center, we created a partnership with CLA, Community Living Association. We still have a presence within the building in which we intend to see through. All of these proceeds are and have gone to our auxiliary reserves. Now, new changes in facilities. We have two major upcoming projects that are going to be funded by surplus and other funding sources. Dental lab is currently underway. We have just completed our bidding process and are having our first meeting with our contractor this week. Next is Wadene Auditorium. This was in conjunction with the UMFK CDS funding from USDA. We anticipate going out to bid in the next couple of months and hoping that this project will also stay on the lower end. The third, our next FFT meeting, we will be presenting the energy saving biomass plant. This will end up creating energy efficiencies within all of our buildings. We will be switching some of our buildings from steam to hot water conversion, as well as the additive of air conditioning within some of our buildings that don't have it. Next, wondering if anybody's heard about the turf field. we anticipate on completing in the next 5 capital year plan. We look to removing Normal Hall as that is creating quite a deficit, as well as internal management and redesigning all of our office spaces, because with our programs growing and our faculty numbers increasing, we are running out of office space.
Which gets us to energy efficiencies. And Betsy.
As Megan mentioned, the plan that we are going to bring to you at the next, I think it's the April 30th FFT meeting, has to do with the biomass plant. This is as a result of the systems partnership with NV5, who is helping us with our energy efficiencies, and with Train. Both have contracts with the University of Maine system. And they came to us with a plan to look at a way we can build a more energy efficient campus that is self-funded. So what you will see is the plan of action in order to build the biomass plant, and in order to have it self-funded, but using a debt vehicle out of our partner bank. At the same time, we are working with Train and NV5. We've been working with the Maine Emergency Management Commission and are marrying these two pieces together. The challenge for Presque Isle is that we have many locations identified as possible storm locations or short-term warming stations, eating places, but there is no long-term location identified except for the University of Maine at Presque Isle. So we are listed on a number of plans, emergency plans for the hospitals, schools, surrounding institutions, general public, to qualify for a campus supporting energy station generator that will put in conjunction with the biomass plant so that we have energy covered both during good times and bad times.
And the next slide, just wanted to note the strategic plan that we're preparing and hopefully will present at the May board meeting. It is currently being written. About 60 individuals are working in 4 separate teams, each team looking at working with one of the 4 major goals that you see there. They actually have revised the definitions of each major goal and now are working on individual outcomes, which also each will interconnect with the system strategic plan. Important to do that, as well as to revise the mission and vision of this institution, again, to reflect the changes that have happened in regards to the students that we serve. So you can expect to see that strategic plan pretty shortly. And then that gets us to our reserves and a little more fiscal information to wrap up our presentation here.
My pleasure to say that we are rebuilding our reserves. I realize that we were identified as a yellow location among the University of Maine system, and we're working towards green, but it's important to see how that will affect our reserves and how our reserves will support the university. We are moving money from our E&G and auxiliary and capital projects into reserves as it becomes available. So as a surplus is available, it will be swept into reserves. Our next challenge is to deal with the bookstore problem that we had over a period of 10 years or more.
15.
So we're, pardon? A long time.
15 years at least, yes.
Yeah. So we are looking for a way to be able to remove that blight from our reserves and use the money that we have coming in for surplus to rebuild them. The next slide will show you our standing using the ratios which are typical to identify how a business, educational business, is accomplishing its goal. What's interesting to me is that the 4 key KPIs, which are around the exterior part of the slide, come together and build the composite financial index, which is truly your identification of the health of the system. Because these ratios are from 24, we don't see the activity which has happened in 25 yet. So we are still looking at activity which is as a result of our relationship with AP. We start to see the majority growth in our activity as of this year, when 25 closes, and then when 26 closes, it will be even more astonishing. Remember, what we do with our prediction of financial position is always on the conservative side. So even when we're looking at our population growth and the growth of our financial position, it's on the very conservative side. And we believe that we will make this look even better next year. Right now, the system is still using the asset values as of 24. When we add in what we are going to start doing in 25 and 26, you'll see us go back to what the financial year 23 looks like. In 25, we have the beginning of the dental lab scheduled, and so it will be completed in 26. When you see 25, you'll see that starting growth, then you'll see the starting growth in 26. We are putting more money into our capital projects, and we are trying very hard to build a presentation through Gordian, which is increasing the net asset value as a picture of health. And that takes us to our terrible looking slide of snow. It is winter. We welcome your questions.
Not much, there's not that much snow on the ground here right now today, so I'm grateful for that. I'll just underscore, I think those last two slides also show you the transition of the institution. We remain grounded in the importance of our geographic location and the people we serve here in northern Maine and then throughout Maine, as well as parts of New Brunswick. But increasingly, you're seeing the growth of our programming both nationally and internationally, and how that's impacting the expected future health of this institution. And as Betsy said, happy for any questions.
Could you drop the slides so folks can see you?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. President Rice and your team, thank you very much for that great presentation. We're going to get to questions in just a second. We've got plenty of time for them. I just wanted to welcome Professor Otto, who I think has joined us, a faculty representative to our committee. Glad to have you with us. And Trustee Moore has joined us as well. So John, glad you're here. Questions and comments, Trustee McCarthy.
Thank you, Chair Cates, and thank you to the whole UMPI team. A lot of great work here. On the Your Pace, I had a couple of questions as it relates to pricing. Like how do we compare now to similar offerings in the market? Like how has that evolved? I know we were on the lower end previously. Two is, how is the competency education market changing? Like I see our growth rates are really great. Like I would imagine people are starting to think about jumping in. Like how is that changing? And like how do you think about staying ahead in that world as that's changing?
Yeah, two really good questions. I am constantly concerned as to our price point in the marketplace. So Betsy and Megan had to work hard even to get the increase that you're seeing us reflecting. That with that increase and the model we were taking was one that would keep us in, I would say, the lower band of the overall cost of competency programs. We are still in that lower tier, but that really is driven by the efficiency and the success of students within the program. Because we're subscription based, some competency programs have now gone to a more traditional credit hour based program. We're still in the subscription category, such as institutions like Western Governors University, for instance. So we're still well positioned right now, but that is something we're looking at closely, particularly as we add programming. And that gets to your second question, which is, yes, I expect to see within the next 2-3 years, probably the number of competency programs in the United States will double again, as it did just the last year or two from the previous 5 years before that. There was, when we first started our competency program, there was kind of a utopic, sense that there would be a quick increase of competency programs, but really we saw some major institutions have success in the marketplace, and other institutions had much more limited engagement with competency. But I think now we're starting to see a dramatic increase. And the best way for us, I think, to remain remain competitive is to keep expanding the academic portfolio. And obviously, as the slides you saw, that's going to be made particularly possible by the partnering that we do with institutions across the system. The larger that portfolio gets, the more competitive we will be against the major players in the marketplace. And that's really where we have to get to as a program at this point.
Thank you. Other questions? I can't see everybody, so if I don't call on you, please just go ahead and speak up.
Portfolio gets, the more.
I'm sorry? Are you still there? I think you may have frozen. I'm sorry, Ray, maybe I froze there. I'm sorry. Chair Riley, go ahead. You're on mute.
I'm mute. So, thank you so much. And I'm thinking about Ryan's opening about what a difference a number of years make. I mean, it is stunning when you think about Betsy's presentation. You still only have, I think you said 750 on-site students, but the robustness of your pace is really exciting. So my question, could I ask you to do a little tutorial for us that I think will inform our reviews of future campus budgets like UMF? Could you explain how the financing works when you engage these partners, which is really exciting to see? I know that the chancellor in the system has invested some money to help you do that. Is that one-time money? How does the financing work for another campus that's working with you? And if we could get a quick tutorial, I think that helps us as we continue this review. And I had a teeny question on the capital expenditures that rely on congressionally designated funding. Is that in-hand money?
Not yet.
So
Well, the
continue.
dental is, but the auditorium is not yet. Correct.
Okay.
Ray, do you want me to jump in quickly with just a quick system blurb about the partnerships before you move into the perhaps some?
I will always defer to the Vice Chancellor.
Thank you. Trish, I'm sorry, Chair Riley, I think that it's a bit premature to be able to discuss because each one of the universities has a unique program that they're bringing forward to UMPI and Ray's team. So they're meeting with them now to look at what pieces exactly of this sort of cafeteria style program would they want to use. Some are bringing their own courses in completely. Some are going to use some of Ray's coursework. Some will develop some. So the financial model and how it flows is being determined with each university based on what it is that how they're going to engage with the program. Perhaps I would guess he's now talking with 2 campuses. Maybe in a month or so, they might have some more solid details. We're also working with AFM and working on an MOU with them around, the faculty pieces of it, workload, pay. So I think it's a bit premature to offer any specifics, except to say that there will be obviously a financial piece with how this revenue is shared and how the enrollments are also attributed to the correct university so that there's a good accountability for where the students are coming from and the programs that they're in. So sorry, Ray, I just wanted to jump in quickly with that.
No, I think that's perfect. And the only thing I would add to that, Chair Riley, is I've already spoken to the presidents. I want the tuition to follow the program and the institution that owns that program. So all the tuition will go to that institution that has initiated that program. And then what the Vice Chancellor said, those costs will then be billed back to the University of Maine at Presque Isle as we provide the services to support the delivery of that program. But that's the basic, that's the simplest way to describe the model as I've described it to fellow presidents.
Betsy.
Just a quick addition to that, in that we identified the money from the system that the chancellor so willingly provided to us as being like an incubator support. The notion that the other schools will participate in your pace and we are flying an airplane and building it at the same time means that we may not have all of the costs involved designated appropriately as we begin. But if we can wipe out some of those costs and allow the institution to participate in Your Pace. It makes it a good deal stronger relationship and allows UMPE to be welcoming in both our financial arrangement and in looking at what's healthy and good
Yep.
in terms of how to work together.
Yeah, I think it's a great model. I'm just concerned that we follow, how the thing becomes sustainable over time, but I appreciate it, the nimbleness and that it's going to take time.
Other questions? I had a couple, and perhaps Trish mentioned the number of students on campus, and so perhaps I missed it. I understand that there are 166 living in dorms. And then when you add the number who are living elsewhere in the community, the total becomes what? And how has that number been moving over the last, say, 3 years, if you know?
Yeah, it's about, I'd have to look at the exact number, but about 750. So we have about 100, between 100 and 166 right now, and closer to 190 at the start of a fall semester, right? But those other students that make up the total of 750 are ones that attend, from off campus and don't live on the campus. So if you look at that number's, I just did a presentation actually to local Rotary and showed the breakout of the Your Pace numbers in columns versus the quote traditional students. And that number of traditional students is remarkably consistent over the last 4 or 5 years. It's just starting to edge its way up this last year in particular. But so it's consistent. It's certainly smaller than it was pre-COVID, and particularly smaller from what we saw, say around 2012, 2014. But that's been consistent. So that's where we want to attend to the programs that are geographically located on campus to draw students in from other areas of the country to start building those numbers again.
Thanks. Trustee McMahon, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but he'd asked a question earlier about how rates get set for dormitories and for other auxiliary services, and how much you take into account the local market. And David, would you mind asking that, because you can do it better than I can?
Yeah, this was more a sort of a governance than an operational question, which is, how do we, in the different campuses, take into account the local housing market? So where we're seeing pressure on dormitories because we are inherently cheaper than the market, how do we do the pricing on our dormitories? And then how, in a market where we're not cheaper than the local market, do we do the pricing? Really from a higher level, rather than just an ad hoc 1 year basis. So my question, which I posed to Roger, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, was philosophically, how do we manage that? Is that what you wanted, Roger?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I can
Go ahead, Betsy.
I can tell you from UMPE, we look at the local market at least once a year. The challenge for us is that an apartment that may be $1,200 a month may have 5 students in it. So we are not clear about occupancy, but we're clear about local pricing. Go ahead, Ray.
And I would say that's the intersection point of what students are looking for in dormitories, which is singles and doubles, right? And selecting very, very consciously selecting who they're living with in regards to doubles. So that's why you're seeing a shift in our philosophy from dorms that were originally constructed to be mainly doubles and triples into dorms that are singles and doubles, because that's where we're seeing consistently what our students are looking for is singles or very consciously chosen roommates in regards to doubles. And so that's driving the combination of, as you noted, Trustee McMahon, the rental costs here in Presque Isle, which are significant because rental properties are challenging to obtain in this area. But that, and then which intersects with Betsy's point, is how many students, you know, are sharing those apartments. So, but that's what's leading to our shift, as Ryan Lowe said at the start, of how we even think of occupancy rates for our buildings.
David, go ahead.
On a completely different subject, could you give us a profile of the average Your Pace student? Age, experience, is there such a thing, or is it all over the lot?
It's a bit all over the lot, but I can give you statistically, you're most likely to be a woman at the age of 43 and a half, I think, living in a southern state is what statistically you would most likely be if you're enrolled in the program. And you also would most likely to have, I would say, between 60 and 90 credits of prior college work, but no degree. You might have an associate's degree, but you more than likely have unfinished degrees and maybe individual credentials that that's part of the prior credit for prior learning that we do to package that together so they can attain a degree. And you're most likely to finish your degree in 18 months or less.
Thanks. Other questions? I had one more, and that is this tremendous increase in enrollment that you've experienced over the last couple of years, and kudos to everybody for getting there. What are the impediments to going even further? And we've talked about this a little bit, but between faculty supply and staff availability to administer the program, are there some ways in which you can't grow faster than a particular rate because of those constraints?
I would say, yeah, there's a number of factors involved with that. You heard some of it from the Vice Chancellor, the very robust discussions we're having in regards to compensation and work, and with individual units. That includes both, you know, the full-time bargaining unit and Pat for the part-time bargaining unit. And that also appertains to individual institutions. So the fact that, you know, we have unified accreditation allows us to leverage competency education across other institutions. But because we're recognized as individual institutions, that's a complication that a lot of the largest institutions in competency do not have, right? So they're all under one individual unit. So those are all factors, I think, that complicate and extend the process. The other thing, another factor I would say is, first, my thanks to the board for its support of adding new programs, because that's what's absolutely essential, is adding programs, particularly in the highest workforce and STEM area needs, are what will grow this program. But just being able to stand up those programs as quickly as possible and to remind people that the entirety of the curriculum has to be prepared to go at a launch date. You can't, you know, in the old days, you could phase in a program and add 4 courses one semester and then add 4 more courses the next year. And eventually over a 4-year period, you'd have your curriculum. This curriculum has to be ready to go completely 100% on day one. And that is a really categorical change for higher education, to offer every course every day of the year, all the time, and to staff those courses. So those are the other major challenges. But the biggest one is, I think, just to get courses through the curriculum process as quickly as possible to keep us competitive and to grow our competitive edge in that regard across the country.
Thanks for that. Other questions for President Rice and his team? By the way, I see we've been joined also by Trustee Riley Worth. Glad to have you with us, Riley. We will then take a break. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think we've exhausted the questions for you. We'll see you again at the work session. So we're actually about 5 minutes ahead of schedule. So why don't we take a break now until 10:30, and we will pick up with University of Maine at Fort Kent at 10:30. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we're at 10:30, so welcome back, everybody. And our next presentation is going to be from the University of Maine at Fort Kent. And welcome, President Hedin and your team. Good morning.
Good morning. We're so happy to be here today to share our FY26 budget presentation with you. And before we move to the slides, I just want to say a few things. So our presenters today, Pam Ashby, CBO. Next, Heidi Carter, Executive Director of Marketing and Brand Management. And then with us also is our support person, Jacob Jandro. So we're happy to have the team with us today to share that information with you. Also, I would like to thank the UMFK faculty, staff, and students for making this university an incredible place to teach, learn, and work. Go Bengals! I just had to start that way today because it's all about this university and the great work taking place on this campus. Okay, Pam, let's start with our slides.
Could you perhaps use a little more enthusiasm in your presentation?
I'll try to make it more serious because it is the budget. Okay, so let's go to the next slide, Pam. So here on this slide, our UMFK strategic plan 2023 to 2028 has 6 focus areas. There are 2 focus areas that have been front and center for us for a number of years, and definitely the last couple of years as we strengthen our enrollment management from focus area 1 and our academic programs in focus area 4. In enrollment management, again, it's the combination. Strategic enrollment management is the combination of recruitment, retention, and completion of students to their degree. So that's most important, and we're working very diligently on making all 3 of those components of the strategic enrollment management incredibly strong. Under academic programs, I just love the statement of establish and maintain viable career-focused academic programs. That is at the heart of what we do here at UMFK. And the other thing that we have focused on over the last 5 years is creating the multiple pathways to get there, to complete your degree. So we are serving high school students, transfer students, adult learners, and others in their pursuit of higher education, upskilling, career preparation, and workforce development. Next slide. So this is a cost volume revenue analysis spreadsheet, and which shows the FY24 actual credit hours that were generated during that time. Down the left-hand side, you're going to see our cost centers: arts and humanities, behavioral studies, forestry, natural sciences, nursing, and professional studies. Across the top are the tuition groups. The first one, RN to BSN, early college, in-state, out-of-state and international, and Master of Science in Nursing. And then the last column talks about the credit hours that are generated. You will notice in that column, there are 4 cost centers with the credit hours in red. That indicates that those cost centers did not generate enough credit hours to cover the costs of their programs, which totals during this fiscal year approximately $700,000. If we would equate that to the number of students, again, approximations because of all these different tuition groups, it's approximately 60 students. So 60 more students would help then to balance this particular part of the budget in the academic affairs area. So the 4 areas that need additional work to think about growth enrollment in their programs: behavioral studies, forestry, natural sciences, and professional studies. Those are the 4 cost centers that we have been focusing on for the last few years to help them think about their academic programs. So if we move to the next slide, we're going to see the great work taking place now to increase credit hours in these program areas. So in behavioral studies, Again, very exciting what's just happened. It seems like it happened 2 years ago, but it just happened in the fall. The name change from behavioral science to psychology. We know that makes a difference for high school students. The word behavioral science doesn't resonate with them, but because they're looking for a psychology major. So that name change in itself in the future will grow enrollment on this program, on this campus. And then the next piece, we are working collaboratively in partnership with the psychology program at UMPI. And they're working to be able to provide online, in-person, and high flex modality courses, which is amazing. The combination of the faculty on both campuses brings such great talent to the psychology program, and the faculty complement each other's strengths from each campus. In the next area, forestry, we are proposing a BS in forest management. At this point, it's been moving through the approval process. And at this point, during spring semester, it's with the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, and then on for BOT review and approval. The next area, natural sciences, we are proposing a Bachelor of Science in Wildlife Management. At this point, it is moving its way through our campus approval process, and then on to ASA and BOT. Under professional studies, the business management program has last summer into fall created an agreement with AFM so that they are able to offer their BS in Business Management Adult Completion Program, where all courses are offered every 7 weeks. And then it's based on an overload formula that the instructor gets paid that percent of having that student in the class, which is an amazing model for us, because then if there's only 2 students in the course can run with 2 students in that online program, versus in the past, we would have had to cancel the course. Also, students then are able to really get their needs met based on courses they need to graduate, instead of having to wait a semester or even a year for that rotation of the course to return. They are within that 7-week model. They are able to access the courses they need so that they have a very efficient way to graduation. And then the last one on this page, the Master of Science in Homeland Security online program. It is in collaboration with the University of Maine at Augusta. And at this point, it has been approved by campus, and it will eventually now move to the ASA and BOT through that process. Also, I would like to mention that in the work that we're doing in these program areas, it's not requiring us to add additional faculty, full-time tenure track faculty to these programs. Here and there may be an adjunct that we add because of their talent that they bring to a particular program with their expertise for a particular course. But we are able to use the current faculty we have to deliver what is on this proposed page. Next slide. And then some additional initiatives that we are working on to increase credit hours. So first, the nursing program. This fall, they started their doctorate in nursing practice, which we have been thrilled about. Coming up now, fall of 2025, UMFK, RN to BSN, and the AA in Human Services. They're working closely with UMPI and the YourPace program so that those 2 programs will be delivered through YourPace this fall. And it's been great working with UMPI this spring. Again, as we know that it's a new process for UMPI to be working with other universities to figure out that partnership and how all of that works. And we are just pleased to be a part of that opportunity to make that happen for students start of fall 2025. In the area of athletics, we are adding adding 2 new sports to the university, baseball and softball. At this time, we have already hired the baseball coach, and right now we've put out an offer to the softball coach, and we're waiting for just the final stages of that person accepting our offer. So then we'll have both coaches in place where they can already begin their recruitment. In anticipation of FY27, we will be transitioning from USCAA to NCAA Division III, and there are a number of positive impacts campus impacts that will happen because of this transition. First of all, it's the same association as other UMS universities, which then provides us more opportunities to play games within state. It increases campus enrollment. There are definitely financial savings. Again, for our students, they get on the bus from here to head to a game, and they travel 6 hours before they even leave the state. And then they're just starting their journey to the other state to go play a game. So to be able to, we will definitely have financial savings within that. Also, because of that travel, the less travel time, which then gives our students more in-class time for our student athletes, which of course our faculty appreciate, as well as our students. We are also starting the Bengal Summer Program this summer. It's the courses, there will be 4 courses offered this summer. And our goal by next summer is to double that to 8 courses. So the course will take place during the it's an online course that takes place during the second session of the summer with an on-campus in-person week from July 13th through 19th. It's designed for early college students, new students, and current students. So again, we're trying to open many pathways for students to have the opportunity to participate in our Bengal Summer Program. It will provide experiential hands-on learning during that week on campus, student success strategies, and the opportunity to enjoy the outdoor northern Maine adventures like kayaking and hiking. So we're really excited to be offering that program this summer. Again, another way to increase students on campus and credit hours. And then lastly, we are very pleased that we were selected as one of the 90 credit degrees for the system. Our BS in Applied Business Management adult completion program. We are in the process of moving that proposal forward for ASA and BOT approval. And those are the slides that I had to share with you today. I will now pass it to Pam, who will share the budget details with you. Pam?
Thank you. We're going to start this morning talking about revenues. Please note at the bottom right in the circle of gold, the revenue increase of $345,000, which represents an increase of 2.1%. On the top line of that same column, also in a circle of gold, you'll see an increase of $420,000 in tuition and fee revenue, the details of which we'll discuss on the next slide. Tuition waivers and scholarships have been increased to consistently support enrollment increases. We will discuss financial aid on another slide. The major decrease in sales and services is a result of the FY25 inclusion, some of you may remember, of budgeted revenue for the sale of the land in Harmony, which has been successfully completed. Now, let's go back to the increase in tuition and fee revenue and discuss the major drivers. Usually when discussing the impact of rate changes, the impact is positive. As you can see, most rates are increasing by approximately 3%. However, the system-wide rate for early college concurrent courses is decreasing by $89 per credit hour, and this results in a decrease to our budgeted revenue of $266,000. The small rate increase for all other tuition groups generates only $168,000, leaving the net effect of rate changes a decrease. Consistent with and supporting President Hadeen's presentation of initiatives to increase credit hours, 2 other major drivers in the increase in tuition and fees are anticipated revenues from the addition of 2 athletic teams, as well as expanding our RN to BSN program into the modality of Your Pace. Increases in expenses consist almost entirely of mandated increases in compensation. The $741,000 increase in personnel costs are driven by a $298,000 increase for expected contractual increases, a $145,000 increase in benefits because of the contractual increases, and an estimated $219,000 increase due to benefit rate increases. The net change in all other expenses and transfers, as you can see on the second line from the bottom, is only $55,000. Please note the gold star you see at the decrease in interest expense. You'll be hearing more about this, and you'll be hearing more about the decrease in debt service principal. The capital expenditures budget contains $11,000 for a planned replacement of equipment. All other capital spend requirements are met many times over by leveraging funds from outside sources, which is a great story for later in the presentation. An auxiliary deficit of $801,000 is completely offset by an E&G surplus of the same amount, leaving the overall operating budget balanced. The budget is built on the IR trend analysis model of credit hour projections with 3 adjustments. The blue column represents the trend analysis model by tuition group. The green column contains the projections on which this budget is based. The increases, which are all consistent with the initiatives discussed, are in gold, and as noted on the right, accommodate Bengal summer programs, baseball and softball, and the additional modality of Your Pace for RN to BSN. The 10-year credit hour history now depicts 3 straight years of credit hour increases. Orange represents in-state, yellow out-of-state, green RN to BSN, and dark red represents our nursing graduate programs. The differences between the budgeted credit hours in FY25 and budgeted credit hours in FY26 result from the trend model projecting slight decreases for in-state, out-of-state, Canadian, and RN to BSN with an increase in nursing grad programs. As indicated on the enrollment form, credit hours have been added for baseball, softball, Bengal programs, and the Your Pace modality of RN to BSN. Some items of interest. While 88% of fall 2024 online students are from Maine, only 56% of campus-based students are from Maine. 22% of our campus-based students are from other states, and 22% are from other countries, in person, on our campus. And the variety of geographical areas from which our students come is impressive. 25 other states are represented on our campus. There are multiple students from several states, including Texas, Oregon, California, Florida, and Hawaii. 25 other countries are represented on our campus. Countries from which we have multiple students include Nigeria, Serbia, Jamaica, Spain, Grenada, and the UK. We think that's beautiful in so many ways. Heidi?
Yes, and an additional piece of this story is that in the past, our incoming international student headcount was in large part driven by athletic recruiting. Although that's still true, this past fall, our admissions team brought in the largest cohort of non-athlete international students than we've had. And this is very encouraging as we look forward and make our plans for recruiting in the future. Next slide. So on to marketing. Good morning, everyone. Our new marketing plan was completed in the spring of 2024, and it includes a 3-phased approach to rollouts, branding, initiatives, strategies, and improvements for owned, earned, and paid marketing opportunities. I'm happy to report that phase 1 is now complete across all pillars, and we are now actively in phase 2. The main focus for us at this time is programmatic marketing. An example of this is for our online nursing programs, which includes our RN to BSN, MSN, and DNP programs. We now call that Nursing Online. This has allowed us to create stronger solutions that speak directly to the interests of our student nurses. It is also improving our ability to counsel them on the various pathways that we offer. For example, some of our RNs know early on that they have an aspiration to obtain their MSN degree, but they may apply to our RN to BSN program. Through our new approach, we are better able to counsel the student to let them know we have an RN to MSN bridge program to help them obtain their final degree sooner. Another aspect of our Phase 2 marketing involves our adult learner partnership with UMaine. This partnership began in the summer of 2023 as a Finish Strong initiative, which is a program designed to counsel, advise, and guide adult learners on their re-entry or first-time entry into college to obtain their first bachelor's degree. It is common for adult learners to start and stop, and one of the key components of this program is a scholarship which has been helpful in recruitment and retention of these students. Currently, as of January 22, we have 27 active Finish Strong students. We also were able to hire an adult learner counselor whose attention will be primarily on this effort. And as President Tadine mentioned earlier, additional complementary work to this initiative was a modality change for our Bachelor of Science in Business Management Adult Learner Online Degree Completion Program. Our business faculty designed this new modality to make it easier for adult learners to enroll and succeed by having all of the courses available in every 7-week session. This model makes it easier to market because it accommodates the busy lifestyles and meets the students where they are. Our hope is that this is the first of other programs that will embrace this modality as Finish in Time degrees. Next slide. Another big project that has been completed was the branding improvements to our campus, which you can see on this slide. In addition to new window coverings and wrapped vehicles, we also added branded banners to the street leading into campus and purchased backdrops to provide branded backgrounds for photos of our students. We've had a very positive response to these improvements, and it has not only lifted morale on our campus, it has also aided our efforts in recruitment and in retention of our students.
The word that best describes UMFK's financial aid is consistent. As you can see on the chart on the left, when comparing tuition and mandatory fees, which are the green bars, to E&G scholarships, which are the yellow bars, the discount rate for this budget, as well as the 3 years prior, is consistently between 16 and 18%. As you can see in the pie chart on the right, the majority of our E&G scholarships are stated academic merit scholarships based on grade point average. Our FY24 occupancy in our res halls was 54%. Our FY25 projected occupancy is 55%. And with the expansion to more athletes, we expect our FY26 occupancy to be 63%. In addition to the average occupancy shown, the lodge houses 2 Maine law students, as well as provide space for admission visits, appointments from the registry, and temporary housing for new employees. We recognize the need for higher occupancy, and many of the program plans highlighted by President Tadine are designed to increase on-campus enrollment. As you can see on the green chart at the bottom right, res hall headcount has slowly but steadily increased over the last 3 years, consistent with the credit hour trend line. This year's proposed rate increases are approximately 3% for room and 4.5% for meals. This will be our first increase to meal rates since we instituted all-day dining. Our plan at that time was to first invest to bring value to students and to stabilize our res hall headcounts. But now it's time to begin to generate more revenue. The budget impact of these rate increases is $67,000. The FY26 capital plan addresses deferred maintenance in academic spaces and residential halls. Fox Auditorium is the 3rd largest space on campus, was built in 1969, and with no major renovations has a net asset value of only 27%. The projects listed here are color-coded based on funding source. As you can see, there are 10 projects funded by 3 different sources. Congressionally directed spending is in green, Maine State Infrastructure Bond is in yellow, and grant funding is in blue. The best part of this FY26 plan is that it leverages funding sources other than operating funds to address $4.7 million worth of deferred maintenance issues in 1 year, while also supporting students, future programming, and community needs. This slide illustrates that UMFK's capital investment has not been able to meet the annual investment target set by Gordian and illustrated by the blue line. As you can see, the inflationary assumptions used by Gordian raise the target in amounts that have not been attainable. But please note that the left axis only goes up to 3 million. So in FY26, when $4.7 million is invested, this chart will have an impressive profile and tell a very different story. Phase 1 of our renovation through replacement and space reduction plan reduced our square footage by 4%. Last year at this meeting, we discussed phase 2, and then in October came before the FFT for approval. Now the house has already been raised and the greenhouse replacement is about to start the planning stage. By the time these projects are complete, square footage reduction will total over 11,000 square feet, and 10-year asset reinvestment need eliminated will total over $2.8 million. At the FY24 budget presentations, the approved budget included the use of the remainder of the reserves UMFK had built over the 3 prior years, as well as use of $500,000 of budget stabilization funds. I am happy to report that FY24 actual results were better than budgeted, $700,000 better than budgeted, which resulted in UMFK using only $192,000 from budget stabilization funds instead of the approved $500,000. Our goal is to start building transfers to reserves right into the budget. As is the theme throughout the presentation and throughout all of the day, our challenge is generating revenue which outpaces the increase in cost of compensation. President Hedin's program plans and initiatives align with this goal, as well as with the UMS strategic plan efforts to advance a financially sustainable academic and infrastructure portfolio. UMFK's FY25 actions and FY26 plans develop new academic programs and new modalities, target low net asset value properties for removal, divest of unused property, prepare spaces for multi-use and functionality, and optimize the upkeep of performance and public gathering spaces. All of these are UMS goals and action plans. The guidelines for this budget review requested we highlight any recent financially successful initiatives. For many years now, UMFK has been on a disciplined and very delayed gratification journey of getting out from under the burden of long-term debt repayment, and we have held the line by not incurring any more debt. The chart to the left shows our scheduled debt balances from FY15 to FY35. The first yellow arrow draws your attention to where we are now and the good progress that we've made. And the second yellow arrow with the gold star indicates the year when our final debt, the lodge, is paid in full. The chart on the right illustrates the amount of operating budget that is used each year on debt payments. The green bars indicate payments on principal, the yellow is interest expense. Please note that right through this current period of time, our strategy is starting to pay off. From FY24 to FY27, the amount we pay each year decreases by $238,000. That significantly lightens the burden on our budget. The elements involved here, long-term debt, interest expense, effect of debt service payments on net reserves, on net results and reserves, impact all 4 underlying key financial ratios. This will create a solid base so any additional revenues generated from our initiatives have the maximum impact possible on the overall composite financial index. The CFI is the line in purple, the label for it is the right axis. If you look at that purple line, you'll see that from FY23 to FY24, UMFK showed an improvement. And based on FY25 budget, expects the improvement to continue into FY25. As we thought about modeling a potential path for the future of the CFI, the biggest hurdle was determining the best underlying assumptions. The expense assumptions, especially around compensation, needed to be realistic and aligned with UMS contractual obligations, and the state appropriation revenue needed to align with UMS assumptions. So we chose to link our modeling to the multi-year financial analysis submitted last fall. We modified the MYFA by replacing the original FY26 projections, which are now outdated, with this proposed FY26 budget, and let the rest of the assumptions calculate out from there. For a long time, it's been very clear to us that the key to financial success lies not in cutting operational budgets. We are operating more than efficiently. Our need is more revenue. By using the AI program Claude, we uploaded all the necessary information and manually reviewed ratio calculations to ensure their accuracy. Then asked Claude to calculate the revenue needed over the next several years to show a very modest but yet constant improvement in the CFI. The results are shown on the chart. The green is our conservative projection of operating revenue per the modified MYFA. The yellow illustrates the additional revenue needed to start showing minimal improvements in the CFI. Under this set of assumptions, which keep in mind is just based on another set of assumptions, the dollar amounts listed on the right are the amounts of additional revenue needed to demonstrate improved financial health as measured by the CFI. It should be noted here that the MYFA, both the original and the modified, was built conservatively. We did not include assumptions regarding further growth in our nursing grad programs, nor growth in YourPace RN to BSN, nor any of the other academic programmatic changes which you've heard about today. Under this model, it does seem possible that the revenue shown as needed could be generated by any combination of those initiatives and/or continued upward enrollment trends. One really interesting outcome of this analysis was the confirmation received from how the 6 suggested considerations from Claude align with UMFK's current program plan and initiative actions. And I quote, UMFK might consider enrollment growth initiatives, new program development, increased recruitment efforts, additional revenue streams, tuition and fee adjustments, and enhanced fundraising efforts, end quote. UMFK has considered all these elements, is currently taking action on all of these elements, and looks forward to continuing improvement into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. President Dean, does that complete the presentation before we get to questions?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Well, great. Thank you for a very thorough presentation. Questions from the committee? Let me ask one first here of one of the first slides, I'm just missing something here. One of the first slides you showed, I think showed an assumption of a revenue increase for this year of 2.1%. And then the slide you just showed on the CFI, I think looked like it was assuming a much more significant revenue increase. So am I reading those two incorrectly?
Let me share this again.
Yeah, thanks.
I believe, sir, that this increase that you saw here was from FY24 to FY25.
Oh, I see. Yeah, thank you. Yep, that answers it. And the other question I have is similar to what I asked your colleagues at Presque Isle. If you take the total number of students living in the dorms and you add into it the other, we'll call live students who are attending school at Presque Isle physically, and add those together, living in the community. How many students roughly are attending live classes at UMFK? And what's the trend been over the last 2 or 3 years on that number, if you know?
President Hadeen, would you like for me to take this? As of fall census, we had 301 campus-based students. 114 actually resided on our campus. Last fall, campus-based, this is an estimate, it was slightly higher. I think it was 359, maybe, campus-based students, with 119 living in the res halls in the fall. So our percentage of those living in our res halls is approximately 37 to 38%.
Right.
Each year. And we find, as we look back over the prior years, we find that the rate is very consistent always.
Pam, do you have the previous year, the 359 from last year? And if you don't have it handy, that's fine. You can probably
I'm
get
sorry,
it.
what is it that you
I'm
need?
sorry. So the 301 this year, physically present on campus, 359 last year. What was the figure if you know the year before?
I don't have the year before because we have a new registrar who's now providing us this fabulous information, and I have not asked her to go back into the other people's records and dig that out.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind, we don't need it for today, but if you could just find out that figure, that would be great.
How many prior years? One?
Oh, sure. Just one would be fine, just to see a 3-year trend. Thanks. Other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ryan,
Yeah,
please.
If there are no other questions on this one, I did want to just note, we've been in this unified environment for going on a decade now where we've done these type of presentations, and Pam is one of the originals that has been around for a decade, and this will be her last time doing one of these presentations, and we're going to get plenty of good work out of her before she leaves, but I did want to at least acknowledge the great work that she's done over the last 10+ years doing these presentations and helping us even think about how we do these. I mean, we were doing this from scratch, and Pam and Lori were instrumental in that, and so I want to acknowledge that.
Well,
Thank
thanks
you for those kind words.
Thank you. And on behalf of the committee, thank you for all those years of service. We'll miss you. By the way, just one other quick question. The Fox renovation money, which is CDS money, is that in hand?
It is not in hand, sir, but I have had conversations with both the HUD officer and with Susan Collins' office, and we have no reason to think at this point that those funds are in jeopardy.
Okay, thank you. Other questions of President Hadeen or her staff? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And we'll see you at the work session. Pam, you're still going to be here for the work session, right? Great. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So then we will move on then to University of Maine at Farmington. And President McDonald is here with his team. We're a little ahead of schedule.
Thank you.
Joe, welcome, and please go ahead when you're ready.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to discuss the challenges confronting Farmington and then the steps that we are taking to address them and the plans that we have for the future to address them, and then to review our financial projections with you. I'll briefly cover the challenges and the steps that we have taken and that we are going to take, which are basically on the first 2 slides. And then Lori Gardner, our Chief Business Officer, will take you through the numbers in our projections.
Can I just ask, can you see the slides?
No,
Okay.
no, we don't see any slides yet.
How about this?
We see, yes.
Excellent, thank you.
So let me first take you through the challenges that we've been dealing with over the last few years. many of the decisions that were made, some of them as far back as 20 years ago in hiring faculty, and then the subsequent decline in the undergraduate enrollment, has left this university with a number of imbalances. An imbalance between the number of faculty and students, the number of full-time faculty and part-time faculty, and an excess number of faculty in some programs and a shortage of faculty in others. And as I look at these decisions, they were made at a time when the university was overflowing with students and indeed turning away qualified applicants. And the success may have blinded the administration in the past to the future, a future that has fewer students graduating from high school, fewer coming to public universities as community colleges, as you know, are competing with us, a shift away from the liberal arts to career-based majors, more students transferring from community college, and so the 4-credit model that we had did not accommodate transfer students, an exponential growth in online education, opportunities for adult completers and serving adult completers, the growth opportunities in graduate education, and then the fierce competition that universities face and the need for larger marketing budgets. All of these trends, in some sense, were not pursued by this university, and all of them are now being addressed. And as I think about the decisions that were made that are now hampering us, I can criticize people in the past for the 20 years in the past, but as I think of the future, how good are we at understanding what higher education will look like 20 years hence in 2045? And I just wonder whether our experience at Farmington is simply an outlier, or is this a canary in the coal mine, a warning that should be heeded about decisions that are being made now. So let me take you through the steps that we are taking, that we have taken. Certainly, the big issue runs through our academic programs, and we have made faculty reductions through attrition without replacing these faculty, a reduction from 106 faculty to 76 faculty over the last 3 years. And I anticipate moving forward that number will move down into the lower part of the 70s, maybe 72, as we look at the next year. A reduction in academic administrations. We've gone from 9 chairs to 3, from 9 administrative assistants to 3. Our deans are serving as co-provosts so that we do not have that position. We're reducing the campus footprint, leasing buildings that were formerly partially occupied. We have plans to reduce the student housing. We're doing a feasibility study to determine which of our housing units we should turn into some alternative, whether it's a hotel or a senior living or workforce housing. We're going to work with the town of Farmington on that. We're giving the town first right of refusal to purchase our facilities building, which is off campus, and we're reducing the energy usage and have been reducing the energy usage on campus. On the academic side, we have moved online to address adult completers in elementary and special education. We've done that already, but now we're launching new programs, and we're taking advantage of the opportunity that the system is offering us to move into your pace. And so we will be launching programs in public policy, international and global studies, environmental management, special education for early childhood, professional writing, video game studies, and rehabilitation and human service, all on your pace. We'll be doing that over the next year, some of it in the fall, some of it in the late fall, since they run 2 sessions each fall, and some of it in the spring. Then we're looking at other new programs that we would go online, that we would put on our own platform, Community and Public Health, creative writing, and cannabis business and data analytics, where actually those programs, we're still deciding whether they should go on your pace or whether we should do them ourselves. Programs that UMPI already has up, such as business and psychology, we would put on our own platform, and we would also move art and design onto our own platform. In addition, we're going to launch a new master's degree in education. So you can see this is an enormous change that is taking place. We want to take advantage of the good work that UMPI has done with competency-based education and move in that direction. And we also want to move online in other ways. And we're doing this using our current faculty rather than hiring new faculty. And the way in which we're doing this is that we're becoming more interdisciplinary. When we have so many programs that are in small silos, is a very inefficient way to operate a university. So we are trying to link these programs together that would then free up faculty to go online. So the social sciences, for instance, we have 4 social science programs. They will share 12 credits, so that we're essentially going to be putting more students in those classes. Music is shifting from its own program to a much more interdisciplinary program. Theater is moving into the English program, and they will share courses, and the rehabilitation and human services is moving into psychology to share programs. So, and the other thing is that we are aggressively going after transfer students. Maybe we could move to the next slide and we could talk more about that. So as we look to recruit and retain students, transfer students is one of our target markets. We by shifting out of the 4 credit into the 3 credit, we've created 63 different articulation agreements. We now have counselors that are working with transfer students, both to recruit them and to move them into the university in a seamless way. We're also working very hard at retaining students. Our first year retention level is up at about 88%, which is really extraordinary, considering that these students are coming to us, and many times they are not academically up to it. They're not emotionally or socially really prepared for college work. So extraordinary amount of work is going into the retention of these students with our peer tutoring programs, which has been extraordinarily successful. Our mental health programs, where we have counselors on site to help students, and then various ways in which we're using Navigate to get data on students so that we can get some early warning signals on these students and go in to intervene. We have another number of other programs that are helping us recruit. We've received a grant from the Northern Border to recruit our students in outdoor recreation. This is a 3-year program to increase those students to really serve Northern Maine's recreation industry. We're using direct admit quite successfully and credit for prior learning for adult completers. And then our Title III grant is also one in which really works to retain our students and to provide them with some of the skills that they lack in coming into the university, study skills, and we're working with them to teach everyone how to use AI and giving them skills. Thus far, these programs are still being funded, so we have not heard that any of our these particular programs are not being eliminated. We have an international program that may be having its funding cut, but we do not have people associated with that. That was just giving us an opportunity to do some imaginative work with our international partners. Let me turn it over to Lori to go through some of the numbers at this point.
Sorry, couldn't find my unmute button. So our intent is to be balanced for FY26. We will continue to work the budget and make adjustments to revenue and expenses throughout the summer and fall spring semester census. We'll adjust accordingly. For this discussion, the preliminary budget we're presenting is balanced on the auxiliary side, and E&G has a $990,000 deficit. Let's look at these funds separately. So for E&G, our tuition assumptions include a 4% increase for graduate tuition, 3.3% increase for in-state undergraduate, 4% for out-of-state, and NEBI is set at the 175% of the in-state rate. Fees in the scenario have increased by 3%. Our E&G revenue increase is 6% over the FY25 base budget, or about $1.9 million. That's made up of tuition and fee increase of 9% or $1.4 million. And the undergraduate credit hours that drive that revenue are based on system projections, plus new credit hours for our new online degree programs and the CBE subscriptions. Scholarships are increased by 3% to keep up with the tuition, and waivers have increased as a result of the new discount programs that the system has implemented and we're reporting on the books. We've got a 4% increase in state appropriation, and then our sales and services and others has increased 12%, which includes child care center tuition, building leases, and thermal revenue that we're receiving to help offset debt service. Expenses in this model are up over 8% over the 25 base budget. Personnel is about 10% or about $2.1 million. Assumptions include capturing vacant positions plus the 4% negotiated increase, a fringe benefit increase over FY25, and we've got a net 2.75 FTE reduction from the budget in positions. And we've set attrition in this model at 500,000. Fuel and electricity is up about 24% or about 197,000. A lot of it is due to the demand charge. And also we have an increase in chip cost because we are burning our chip boiler 12 months out of the year for hot water. It is still the most economical fuel to burn, but it does realize a increase in budget. Travel is up about 50% or about 150,000, and we're recording athletic postseason. Supplies and services and other expenses have increased by 8% or about 227,000, and that's primarily due to increased funding and bad debt. And then our net transfers are up 188% or 317,000 due to unrestricted fund support and early college support. We look at auxiliary, we're balanced. Our room and board average increase is 5%. Overall, auxiliary revenue is down 4% or about $320,000. Dining and residence revenue is down 4% as capacity has been modified to 649 beds. We are bringing Mallet Hall back online. We're taking Dakin, We're taking Dakin and Lockwood offline. And these are our last two halls with multi-user bathrooms, and we're looking at other alternatives for use. Our returning students are receiving a reduced rate for continuing to stay on campus. And our waivers are down 6% due to the reductions in community assistance. And we've also had to increase our Be Home waiver program for Oxford and Somerset counties. Expenses are up 3% over FY25. And this personnel is down about 1%. And this also includes, again, the increase in fringe benefit rate, attrition, and a 4% negotiated increase. Fuel and electricity in this model is up 8% or about $50,000. We move to enrollment. Our UMF credit hours for 26, excluding early college, are budgeted at 39,554. This is about 11.6% over what we're expecting for actuals for FY25. And, you know, a result of all of this, students were impacted by the 4-3 credit conversion. They're completing their degrees during FY26. We're doubling down on additional credit hour generating programs. We're implementing the UMF online. It's about 1,200 credit hours that we're anticipating. We're partnering with UMPI on CBE programming, and we're looking at about 288 subscriptions. And with the calculation that we use to estimate credit hours, that's about 1,700 credit hours. All of this work that we're doing is supported by the current barbell strategy, adult education, degree completion, collaborations with school districts, articulation agreements with community colleges, gen ed reform, and early college teacher pathways. Just for your information, our early college credit hours are budgeted to be about 2,100, which is flat from the 25 actuals. We look at our 10-year credit hour review. We're down about 35% from fiscal year 2016. However, we were at 39% from last year when we did our last year's presentation from 2015. The changes we're making are starting to pay off and show in our numbers. We look at our waterfall slide. This reflects the actual FY26 credit hour base budget and the adjustments to the new UMF online and CBE programs. Just as a reminder, CBE is subscription-based and the credit hours are the estimate. We turn to financial aid. I just want to remind folks that we revamped and streamlined our institutional merit need aid program in FY23. Previous program was expensive and flexible, did not give us room to be nimble, considering new programs and services. As our previous programs continued to sunset, the new programs debuted in fall of 24, which was FY25, and have been successful. During FY25, we took the opportunity and assessed the overhauled program, and we are identifying areas of improvement. We updated the Student Work Initiative program and improved the use of work-study dollars across the campus. The FY26 financial aid strategy is year 2 and will increase the percentages of institutional aid award by merit level, offer increased federal supplemental grants by residency level, and award Racino scholarships upfront to in-state students. We look at our residence hall and dining program. Our overarching goal for residence halls and dining is to meet our students' needs and interests while keeping costs as low as possible. To that end, for FY26, we've increased the number of single rooms again, as we did in FY25. We've converted Scott North to 100% singles. We've ensured flexibility and capacity for medical singles in every residence hall as the demand continues to increase. We've reopened Mallet Hall, which is a very popular residence hall and which includes single user bathrooms, laundry on the first floor, and accessibility entry to the hall. We've continued operating a pet-friendly residence hall. We've added cameras to all residence hall kitchens at the request of students. We've taken Dakin and Lockwood offline as they don't have single user bathrooms. And again, we're going to seek alternative uses for them. So with all these changes that we've made, we're budgeting at about 649 beds. To drive capacity, we offered a window of opportunity for returning students to receive a discount on room and board for next year. We had approximately 297 students who took advantage of the program. And if our new student population increases beyond capacity, we'll pivot and open one or more floors of one of the closed residence halls, just so we don't have the need for tripling of rooms. And as we do every year, We'll continue to work with Sodexo to ensure food meets diverse dietary needs and interests. We're also continuing to look for opportunities to utilize our facilities differently. And I've been meeting with RSU 9 administration about the possibility of having them rent out a residence hall to accommodate their international exchange program, create a boarding kind of an opportunity for their international students. So that's in the works. If we look at our cost of attendance for FY26, it's based on, this is an in-state student based on 30 credit hours. It's increased 4% or about $915 over FY25. The increase is approximately $458 a semester, made up of a tuition increase of about $300, no change in student activity fee or technology fee, and then a 3% increase in all other fees. Total tuition in this scenario is $11,628, which is about $350 over FY25. Room rates have increased by 5% or $286. Board rates have increased by $279 or about 5%. Total room and board charges is $11,875, about $565 over FY25. And our tuition discount rate that we're maintaining is approximately 27% for FY26. We turn to capital investment. So our increased stewardship of our ESCO funds continues to lower our campus risk profile, leads to stabilizing our risk and deferred maintenance, having a greater impact on the campus's net asset value. Our ESCO project will be completed in the next couple of months, which is great because you can see the investment that has been made, and we're starting to realize some of those savings in energy. Our UMF's annual funding target in 2024 was $4.5 million. We were able to invest $11 million with the projects we completed. For example, the work that we did with the ESCO, also Purington and Mallet contributed to that $11 million investment. And a continued outcome in the investment is a reduction in deferred maintenance over the next 5 years. I've also added this slide to show you how the investment we made has been spent compared to previous years. The investments we've completed, they've reduced our campus renovation age by 16 years, and it's paying off as a result of efficiencies and being able to strategically place where we need to do our improvements. Our total depreciation expense increased 8.7% over FY25. Our funded depreciation has increased by 8%. Overall funded depreciation for the campus dropped from 59.2% in 25 to 58.8% in 26. Our reserve balances still need work, and we've got minimal balances in capital reserves. Reserve balances, not including GASB, prior to FY25 fiscal year end, we're at a $10 million deficit. I know we need to stop growing our deficit so we can strategically invest in UMF. And then ultimately, as Fort Kent has said, include a reserve transfer in future budgets. It's a continuous, slow process to turn the campus around, but we are slowly making headway. So even with our operational and financial challenges, we're continuing to use resources to invest in campus facility improvements during FY26. UMF's budgeted capital commitment for 26 totals just over $828,000. Comprised of about $451,000 in direct project expense against E&G and $378,000 in auxiliary. And you will see us the projects that are lined up against those costs. Our ESCO project is 99% complete. We are running the campus on a second biomass boiler that allows us to use wood chips to heat the campus domestic hot water load over 12 months rather than oil and propane. It's creating thermal rec revenue, and that helps pay for our debt service. Our 24 NAV is 60%. That's 3.5% over 23, going in the right direction. We are currently leasing 2 buildings on campus, which is approximately 3,200 square feet. And we're leasing them to mental health organizations to help support the greater Farmington community. We've also condensed departmental footprints and created density in our buildings. The town of Farmington is being granted the right of first refusal for the sale of the facilities management building, as the president has stated. And we are going to use the proceeds to build a new facility closer to campus. So despite our limited capital resources, we focused on where things matter and we're experiencing positive outcomes.
So let me wrap up just by saying that there's been an enormous amount of culture change that is taking place on this campus to achieve financial sustainability. I think if you had imagined that Farmington would have 15 online programs 3 years ago, you would have been very, very surprised. What we need to do and what we're moving forward to do is to utilize our faculty fully. We've set a target of 240 credit hours per semester per faculty member, and that's something we have not achieved, partly because we have an excess number of faculty in certain programs. But as we move online, that will utilize those faculty members and increase our really efficiency and our utilization of the faculty. As I mentioned, we're moving towards a more interdisciplinary university, which will be a more efficient university, moving programs out of silos, and diversifying certainly the way in which we teach, both online and face-to-face. And I think it's going to force us to really think about what is the face-to-face experience. That is traditionally what this campus has done very well. I mean, students come here because of the community that is created. And as we move online, we have to be very careful that we preserve that community. So we're really operating, we call it the barbell strategy. On the one hand, we're a residential campus. On the other hand, we recognize that we have to go online to serve another group of students. And the challenge for us moving forward is doing both of them well. And of course, just becoming more efficient by reducing our campus footprint, and this is well underway. So glad to answer any questions and enter into a discussion with you.
President McDonald, thank you very, very much. And thanks for the excellent presentation and your candid assessment of the challenges you're facing. Before we ask specific questions, let me turn to Ryan, if I could, and talk about kind of where we go from here. We're going to be, we see the problems, the projected deficit in the budget. We have a mandate about universities balancing budgets without the use of any system reserves. So what's the game plan as we go forward in fiscal 25 to follow those policies?
Yeah, so we are going to follow those policies for sure. I think, again, as you look here on March 19th, we're clearly not all the way to the finish line. We always set up this budget process. You give someone an end date, and the goal is obviously to get to 0 or better than that by that end date, and we're just not there yet in Farmington. We've been making progress, seeing very positive indicators. I think we just need more time to have more conversations. I think what we're really trying to avoid is, if you go back and you look at the budgets over the last couple of years at Farmington, we get about where we are right now, which is pretty close to the finish line. And then maybe we get too aggressive in some of our expectations and some of our assumptions, and then we come up a little bit short, and the gap gets a little bit bigger, and we keep doing that. And some of it is the pressure that we put on them to get from 500,000 to a 0, for instance. And so rather than ask them to get more aggressive with those projections, I think what we'd rather do is work with the committee, work with FFT, work with the campus. And as new information becomes available, as we'll continue this process through the budget development phase. We'll go into summer and we'll understand what those enrollments are. We'll go into the fall and we'll have census and we'll understand whether the YourPace enrollments are as good as we think they are, or are they better? How does enrollment look? And we will constantly build in a process where we come back to this committee and say, hey, here we are at our July meeting. We've seen this positive indicator. We're going to adjust that 990 number down to 872, and we'll see you next month. So we will continue that progress. We will build in a regular reporting mechanism, you know, once we get to May and find out what that final gap number is. And again, happy to answer any questions, but it felt like a better path than being hyper aggressive with some of our assumptions, and a better path than abandoning the you know, where the board wants to go with reserves.
Thanks very much.
You know, I would also add that much depends on how these online programs do and how quickly we can put them up. So if they could be accelerated, which will require some work on UMPI's part and on our part to get them up quicker. You know, as Ray Rice pointed out, when you put these programs up, it's not like just putting up 2 courses or 3 courses. You have to have all of the courses in a program up before you can launch the program. So it's a lot of work up front. And if we can accelerate that in this spring and in the summer, so that these programs can get up sooner, that would result in potentially more revenue for this university.
Thank you. Questions for President McDonald or his team? Trish, Chair Riley?
Yeah, thank you. I want to reinforce what Ryan said, because I think we don't want to return to a place we were 5 or 6 years ago when we were passing deficit budgets. I deeply respect what President McDonald's done with his team and the whole campus to restructure. I'm going to always remember the canary in the mine warning, and reiterate that the board's expectation is that there will be a balanced budget by year end, and that this isn't an ongoing deficit. And I know it's hard work, but that is the expectation. We just don't want to go back to the place of deficit budget. So thank you for all your work.
Thanks. Questions? Yeah, President, a couple I have. One is, I know your goal is to get to 240 credit hours per faculty member per semester. How big a lift is that? Where are we now? Do you know what that number might be?
Well, that would require an average of 18 students, 20 students in each class, and we're at about 18. So that can be achieved, obviously, with more students in each class, but it also can be achieved by having some of the faculty go offline to teach online, and that would result in fewer courses being offered and more students in each course. So part of the problem is just the excess of faculty. When you spread too many faculty over too few students, you end up with too few students in each class. So the online programs is a way to absorb faculty, but solutions can come by getting more students, whether it's online or in person. Some of it has to do with how we structure classes and structure curriculum, and the way in which we're trying to get to be a more interdisciplinary university allows essentially for more overlap, and that should help as well. But you can't solve it if you have too many faculty for too many students, for too few students.
Thank you. Do we know how many students are on campus? The same question I've asked of other campuses, between students living in the dorms and students living in the community.
Yes, so we have approximately this year, I have to go back and look for past years, but we've got about 45% of our students in the fall stayed on campus and about 38% in the spring. Spring is always lower. We have a number of student teachers that go off, so they vacate the halls. So, and then the new students coming in will take those places, but that's about where we are right now.
How about gross numbers, though? How many students do we have on campus? And then,
I've got about 20, if I remember correctly.
About
I have about
650, right?
2,100 students on campus, including graduate. Okay. So that was about 1,800 undergrad and about 630 of them stayed on campus.
so about 630 students, undergrad and graduate, attending class on campus?
No. 2,100 students attending classes on campus.
Okay, and
With
how
also-
does that compare, Laurie, if you know, to the last couple of years?
I'd have to look. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay, could you get us those numbers? Just curious to see how many people are literally showing up every day.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Other questions? Comments? I'm not seeing any, so if there aren't any more, again, President McDonald and your staff and crew, thank you very, very much for your presentation. It's a difficult situation you're in. As Ryan said, we want to be regular participants in these discussions at future FFT meetings, and we're sure you'll get where you need to go. If there's nothing further regarding University of Maine at Farmington, then we'll take our lunch break, and we'll reconvene at 12:25 to resume on our schedule. So see you all at 12:25 when we will take up with the University of Maine at Augusta. Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I think it's time to begin. I hope everybody got outside on
Nice.
this the nicest day of the year.
But don't we
We
want
should
to
have done- Well, we should have done it on St. Patrick's Day because I think it was raining.
It sure was.
All right. Okay, well, we'll get back on track here and start again and welcome our friends from the University of Maine at Augusta, President Cushman. Good afternoon.
Thank you. We are pleased to present our FY26 budget, and we're getting the slides up now. I am joined here by Erin Fogg, our Vice President of Advancement and Alumni Relations, Eileen Robinson, our Chief Business Officer, and Joe Zakis, our Vice President of Academic Affairs and Provost. John Henry could not make it today. So we come with particular enthusiasm today because next year is our 60th anniversary, which means we are reflecting on our origins and as an access and workforce development university with a liberal arts base and with a particular proficiency in educational technologies as part of that access mission. Over the years, we've grown into a locus of lifelong learning with many access points, both digital and physical, including online and in person at our 2 campuses and 7 centers. And our mission of serving all populations has led to a diverse enrollment stream that continues to hold us steady. In our presentation, since resource allocation is an indication of priorities, you'll have a sense of where we might head in the future, including continuing to grow our out-of-state and international numbers, identifying more workforce credentials for our students since many take more than 4 years to the baccalaureate as they have families and jobs and are financially vulnerable, refining our use of AI, and what I came here to UMA to do, improve our engagement in external relations. So in that vein, I've joined a bunch of local community boards. We're just hiring a replacement to head our marketing and communications. We hired our VPAAR last summer, and we are also searching now for an alumni and events person who will help us manage our 60th year and beyond. And to tell us more about that, Erin Fogg, our VPAAR.
Thank you. As President Cushman shared, I'm Erin Fogg, and I'm leading the Work to Build an Advancement in Alumni Relations program for UMA as a new vice president on the leadership team. While the investment in this area of work is relatively small in relation to our overall budget, I wanted to take the moment to introduce myself today and share a bit about the work you'll begin to see unfolding in the coming year and in future years. We believe now is a strategic time for UMA to invest in building a base for philanthropy and alumni engagement. Why now? As President Cushman shared, we have an inspiring, compelling mission that is near to the hearts of our alumni. And we know that our alumni are an untapped resource for both UMA and for the system as a whole. In addition to giving back financially, our alumni can be champions and advocates for the value and impact of an education at our public universities. Second, UMA is in the process now of updating its strategic plan, which will help identify key funding priorities that can be framed to help inspire and motivate giving, both short and long term. And finally, as President Cushman mentioned, our 60th anniversary is next academic year, and that will serve as a celebratory backdrop for launching this new body of work. So looking forward, our focus and commitment is on building a stable and sustainable advancement program that stands the test of time. We know we're starting decades after our peers at UMaine and USM, but our goal and our aspiration is to build impactful programs like the ones they have modeled that make a difference over time. To start, we're looking forward to leveraging our upcoming 60th anniversary and our updated strategic plan to begin to inspire giving from corporations, foundations, and individual donors through annual campaign activity, while at the same time starting to plan a modest yet aspirational multi-year comprehensive campaign that will build momentum for UMA's fundraising future. I expect and hope that I'll have many more opportunities to share updates on this important work as it unfolds, but for now, I'll turn it back over to Eileen to continue our presentation.
Thank you, Erin. So I want to start by looking at our force field analysis. As we started building this budget, we took a high-level look at the driving forces helping us move forward, as well as acknowledging the challenges that we need to navigate. On the positive side, we have some strong momentum. We hit our highest student re-registration rate ever, over 86%, thanks to our work with the EAB Navigate tool. Our spring 2025 incoming class was larger than expected, with significant growth in adult degree completers and community college transfer students. Our professional programs remain in high demand. Our graduate enrollment is surpassing our MYFA forecast. As one of the largest early college programs in the state, we're seeing major benefits from the direct admission program. The new employer-based workforce agreements, both our own and those created by UMS, are starting to really gain traction. And our housing has been at over 100% occupancy all year. That said, we also have some headwinds we need to consider. Those include Maine's shrinking number of high school graduates, hyperinflation driving up costs in certain areas, the continuation of free community college, the uncertainty of the political climate and its potential impact on higher education, and strong wages keeping adults in the workforce rather than returning to school for upskilling. All of these factors were considered as we built our FY26 budget, which we would like to turn to now. As you know, we are presenting a balanced budget for FY26. We took a strategic approach, balancing strong revenue growth with carefully managed expenses, both ongoing and one-time, to set us up for both immediate success and long-term sustainability. As you can see on the slide with the Sankey graph, there are several key budget drivers, which I'll walk through in more detail when we review the E&G and auxiliary budgets on the next slides. We'll start with the E&G budget. For FY26, we expect a slight increase in credit hours compared to FY25, along with a 3% increase in tuition and fees. On our scholarship and waiver accounts, they're increasing by 16%, which is driven by the slight enrollment increase, slightly higher tuition costs, more workforce partnerships that receive a 20% discount, and right-sizing our underfunded budget to real costs. Within the operating budget, as you've heard several times today, personnel costs are a huge driving factor, with 4% across the board salary increases and about a 5% increase in the benefit rate. Additionally, fuel, electricity, and maintenance costs are projected to be higher due to fluctuating energy costs and inflation. But the most significant shift that you're going to see in our E&G budget is in the other expense category, which you can see is up by 28%. This line includes things like strategic investments for our 60th anniversary, as discussed by Erin, an increase in funding for our institutional grant programs, strategic initiative accounts, and our full-year lease for the Capital Center, which will be the home to our nursing and cybersecurity programs beginning in September. Shifting gears to the auxiliaries budget, we're seeing increases in dining and residence revenues, but we're also seeing increases in supplies, services, and other expenses. While the revenues from our housing, dining, and conferencing are growing, the related expenses do as well. I'll give you a couple of examples. The residence revenue is up $380,000, but the associated cost for the hotel is up by $270,000. The dining revenue, while it's up $500,000, the food service expense also rose by $400,000. A big win for us has been our dining and conferencing revenue, which jumped by 64% from FY23 to FY24, mainly due to the mandatory meal plans and a much stronger conferencing activity. On the housing side, our Hollowell dorms have been at 100% occupancy with overflow at the Augusta Hotel. Looking ahead, we're very optimistic about the new agreement in the works that would allow students the same hotel accommodations in Bangor starting this coming fall. We're investing in infrastructure on the Bangor campus to provide a new full-service cafe to accommodate the students living in the hotel, as long as other students, faculty, staff, and then the community. We believe these changes will increase the vibrancy on the Bangor campus and be really impactful. Finally, I want to draw your attention to the very last line on the chart on this page. Over the past few years, we've been asked about closing the gap for our auxiliary budget. And I'm very happy to report that this year we've reduced the deficit from FY25 to FY26 by 32%. While we acknowledge that we have more work to do, we're confident that our investment in our facilities and conferencing will continue to shrink that gap in the upcoming fiscal years. Moving on to tuition and fees, as you've heard, we are proposing a 3% increase in our in-state undergraduate and graduate tuition, and we are keeping our differential tuition rates primarily flat. We're also simplifying our student billing by consolidating our mandatory fees into a single academic support fee. This reflects the reality that technology is a key part of every single course we offer. It's not just for the online courses. The consolidation results in a $5 or 10% increase in the mandatory fee rate for all students. The increased support will allow UMA to continue to invest in classroom technology, AI, and virtual reality to support a more dynamic student experience. For the room and board rates, I'm going to start by addressing Trustee McMahon's housing rate question this morning. Last summer, UMA reviewed our housing prices and compared them to local rental availability, our sister campuses, and local community colleges in the case of the hotel accommodations. We found that even though our dorms are some of the best in the system, our prices are lower than our peers. To stay competitive and to maintain a 100% occupancy, we're proposing a 4% increase in the Hollowell dorms and a 9% increase in our hotel accommodations. On the dining side, board rates will increase by an average of 8%, reflecting improved food services and rising costs. We've worked really closely with Sodexo to develop a pricing model that aligns with institutions that offer similar services to UMA. I'm going to hand it over to Provost Sakis to discuss our academic priorities.
Thank you, and good afternoon, folks. There's a lot on this slide, but I'm going to summarize in basically 4 areas here. Number 1, student success. We'll mention this in a later slide, so I won't dwell too much on it, but UMA is participating in the NIST, the National Institute of Student Success. We have identified 4 areas, which I'll discuss in just a little while, but our goal is to make us better in terms of providing a better student experience for our students. Our commitment to be a leader in distance ed continues, and our work on ADA compliance to meet the federal requirements next year is going strong, but we still have some work to do. In that vein, of not just improving and making it ADA compliant, but also can we make it more available to more students? And we're in the 2nd year of our partnership with Landmark College, where we are working on making all our instructional material more neurodiverse friendly. We have already sent faculty, staff, and instructional design cohorts to Landmark for training. They have come here for training, and we see good promise on us to be able to do more in this area. And if we can do it better for all neurodiverse students, we can do it better for everyone. And we feel that's something we can do. So that was one area. Second area is basically our continued efforts on program growth in workforce areas. Our partnership in the nursing area with Farmington continues. We'll be adding the University of Maine at Machias's campus this fall, dealing with placebound students, students who can't travel somewhere else, but we're bringing the mountain to them, if you will, and that sort of thing. Our work, UMA has been partnering with the Maine College of Engineering and Computing, and related to that, the Computing Consortium in the University of Maine system. We've been working with an engineering pathways. We continue to do that, providing students pathways to the engineering degree, as well as working collectively across the system on a gaming certificate. And all of us are kind of pitching in on that. And so we're all trying to contribute to a certificate that will be online, that will be available to everyone. A piece of it will be taught by campuses across the University of Maine system. Third is AI, and I think I'm not stepping on any lead here that this is the game changer of our time right now, right? We're looking at AI certificates both at the undergrad and graduate level. We're looking at how AI can be incorporated and integrated in all our academic programs, and also just in terms of student success as well. We think individualized tutoring options has great potential here. And also just AI as how we do business, right? Our back end things, student services, marketing, transfer, all these things we see AI making a big impact, and we are positioning ourselves to be ready. Finally, the fourth area, this is our infrastructure. Music technology program, which was approved last year, is continuing to grow and do well. We're renovating our recording studio to support both our music technology program as well as our music program. This provides a state-of-the-art space which creates a great learning environment for them. With a upgraded recording studio, now it gives us that next path to get our program accredited. And so we are excited about that. And finally, the area in terms of infrastructure is aviation. Our aircraft maintenance program has kicked off and has done well this year. Over 20 students, first cohort in the fall. We added a second cohort in the spring of another 10 students. And we are partnering with the folks up at the Loring Air Force Base, former Air Force Base, and working to establish a satellite aircraft maintenance program up there. We've also begun investigations on air traffic control. As we've heard, is that more into virtual reality opportunities for us as well. Additional pilot certifications, which also will tie into accreditation as we keep moving forward. And then I will just say that I am not allowed to say that we have a plane. And I'll turn it back to Eiley.
He can't follow simple instructions though. So looking at our 10-year credit hour comparison, about 9 years ago, we did see a decline in credit hours due to a strong economy. Since then, we've stabilized enrollment even through the pandemic, as you can see on this chart. We're seeing a modest growth in graduate enrollment and spring entering students, and we expect that to continue next year. And we don't anticipate a major shift in the in-state versus out-of-state balance of credit hours. So moving to our waterfall chart, we are expecting a 1.9% increase in credit hours for FY26. So let me walk you through how we got there. The very first blue bar was our original FY25 non-early college credit hour budget. On the second bar, you can see our FY25 forecast is down 3.4% from the original budget. And that's mostly due to an unexpected drop in the fall 24 entering class that was partially offset by a larger than expected spring 25 cohort. On the third bar, you can see that the University of Maine system projection was that UMA would achieve 59,515 non-early college credit hours, which is only 432 or 0.7% credit hours less than the UMA team projected. So that blue bar is where we built those credit hours back into the model because the UMA projection has tended to be slightly more accurate over the past few years. So that's our starting point. So to get to our final credit hour estimate that we built our budget on, we've added back in 3,222 credits that neither of the models could predict. So first, we're forecasting new demand or increased growth in aircraft maintenance, music technology, associate degree in cybersecurity, and nursing expansion via the Capital Center opening. We're also expecting a slight increase from athletics from the addition of 4 sports, 2 of which were added late last year. So having that full recruiting cycle will allow UMA to bring our rosters for the teams up to full capacity. Next, our workforce partnerships with the Maine Municipal Association, school districts, and others that are emerging from the system, as well as UMA itself, will generate additional adult credits. And then finally, we expect our record level retention to continue due to our leveraging of the EAB Navigate tool. As you've heard us say for a number of years, UMA's strength is in our diverse enrollment stream, which does not place over-reliance on any particular student segment. Rather, we recruit and we retain a wide range of student types: part-time, full-time, past traditional, directly from high school, distance, on campus, out of center, and now graduate and certificate students. This broad range of student types makes us confident that the modest 1.97 credit hour increase is realistic and attainable. So this slide shows the UMA and UMS projected variances in each of the tuition type categories as reported on the system form. Generally, we expect a slight decline in early college due to the new policies and restrictions. Our graduate credit hours will grow faster than our original expectations. And just want to note that our segment of growth is distinct from our sister institutions because it's built primarily on our very successful housing and campus-based programs as opposed to the online and distance learning. I'm going to hand it back to Provost Sakis.
Thank you. And so our recruitment and retention plan kind of falls into, at least on the recruitment side, in basically 4 areas. We will be doing more in the digital marketing area, digital student search, digital marketing, and our web presence. Our commitment to affordability, which is basically how we do it at UMA, is called the Pine Tree State Pledge. Which is basically a zero tuition thing for students that are Pell eligible. We continue to see growth in our prison education program. And finally, thanks to the adult degree completion grant that we got from the University of Maine system, we've been able to add additional recruiters. This has allowed us to have more consistent visibility at the community colleges. With our updated articulation agreements, we are creating clearer pathways for these students. And then also, because we have additional recruiters, we now can do more on the out-of-state recruiting that we could do previously. On the retention side, you've heard about our working and I would say our really investment with EAB. So we're using the EAB Navigate tool. Just to give you an example, in the spring semester, this spring 2025, using the EAB Navigate app, we scheduled almost 2,400 advising sessions through that tool. And we just opened up registration last week for the summer and fall. We already have 800 advising sessions already scheduled here. So we feel that we're leveraging this well. We're communicating with our students better, and that better communication is a retention win for us, we see. And then EAB is also helping us with our early alerts. We do this the first week before ad drop to see if we can pick up any issues. Midterm alerts just allows us to be more proactive, right? If we can help our student provide our services when we identify things sooner, we can hopefully mitigate the loss of our students. I've mentioned already ADA compliance already. I won't dwell on that. I will say a little more about NIST though, because we've identified basically 4 areas that we're going to be working on. One of them is the advising model. So we have a good advising model, but the term that we're using with NIST is that, and if John was here, John would tell you that everyone at UMA should be an enrollment manager. I would say that here, everyone should be an advisor, should be able to direct a student. Any of our staff should be able to direct a student to where the services are, whether it's tutoring, the writing center, what have you. And so we're going to work on being better there. Being better at data-informed decision-making, right? We can always do better. And I think there's opportunity to do more on the scheduling side. First-year experience is another one, not just to college, but to UMA specifically. And so this is a recognition that the folks at Georgia State University identified, was that your students, a third of your students are coming in as transfer, right? But they know college, but they don't know necessarily UMA. And so we're going to be working on working with the faculty to create a first-year experience course. Finally, financial wellness is an area, the cost of college, I think, is real here. Related to that is the last bullet you see on the slide here. Thanks again to the adult degree completion and some funds that we have as well at the institution. We've been working really since the pandemic on emergency grants. When life happens for our non-traditional working adults, a cracked windshield, a flat tire, heating oil in the winter, just a little help helps students across those finish lines, especially in the spring semester when they're just so close to graduation. So just a little injection can make a big difference here. I'll hand it back to Lily.
Thank you. So taking a look at our marketing budget allocation. So this year we have $390,000 media spend, and it will be apportioned as you see it on the pie chart with our outlined marketing priorities in mind. That vast majority will be on digital targeting, with nearly equal apportionment of funds to social media campaigns, streaming TV on YouTube, and other services such as search engine marketing and email marketing to in-state adults. The next largest spend is in radio ads across the state, which will continue to generate very positive responses based on metrics with our media and digital marketing partner, Townsquare Media. And we're planning to conduct very few direct mailing and print, which is evident by the small apportionment that you can see on this pie chart. Thanks again to the Adult Degree Completion Grant. We have conducted several targeted digital campaigns to attract adult learners in programs such as substance use disorder and community policing and some others. And finally, we're excited, as President Cushman said, to be welcoming a new Executive Director of Strategic Communications and Marketing. This person is going to manage our expanded initiatives and projects related to brand elevation, student recruitment, and strategic communications. And they will also help us to expand our reach. So as you can see from this graphic, we continue to make gains in out-of-state credit hours, increasing our number of states from 44 to 48 from FY24 to FY25. And we're still working. We have those two last states, Idaho and South Dakota, so this person will hopefully develop a plan to snag those students. We are also teaching students from 15 different countries, mostly which are international students that are enrolled in online programs. So those students don't require student visas or local international support. So basically, we're expanding our reach in a responsible and sustainable way for UMA. Moving on to capital investments. This slide shows that UMA continues to prioritize improvements to our existing buildings, especially with those with a net asset value below 70% as identified in our annual Gordian report. Our FY26 capital plan includes facilities and system updates and space removal. We're also proud to report that our NAV consistently exceeds all benchmarks, and we're actively working to further increase its value through planned building sales, removals, and updates focused on enhancing efficiencies and operations, which naturally leads us to our next topic, budget efficiencies. This slide breaks down our efficiency strategies into 4 key categories: space, energy, partnerships, and workforce. So we'll start with space. Our leadership team conducts a comprehensive review of every lease before we renew it, which has generated significant savings over the years. For example, the Saco Center now operates in a new, smaller facility in a better location at a fraction of the previous lease cost. Similarly, we're renegotiating the Ellsworth Center's lease, and we're looking at our Rumford Center with our current landlord for potential space reduction opportunities. As shown on the slide, our sites and centers footprint has decreased by 44% since 2019 due to efforts like these ones that I just described. We also manage our space through subletting and subleasing. At the the Brunswick hangar, UMaine Composites sublet space from UMA and shares with our operating costs. And on the Augusta campus, USM, New Ventures Maine, and Maine site lease space at a nonprofit discounted rate, while at the USM Lewiston Center, UMA leases space at that same rate. These mutually beneficial partnerships support the mission for all involved and help reduce the costs. Moving to energy, just as we just discussed, all of our capital projects are designed to maximize building efficiency. We focus on systems that reduce operating costs while maintaining high performance. Additionally, we're exploring solar panel installations and charging station options to further enhance efficiencies across our campuses. Next, partnerships. We leverage partnerships to share resources and lower costs. As Provost Zakis mentioned, in academics, collaborations in nursing between Farmington and UMA and Machias and UMA exemplify that strategy. Additionally, our collaboration with Sodexo spans from services from conferencing and catering to camp operations. And our Best Western partnership in housing offers affordable overflow accommodations for students in Augusta and Bangor. All of these partnerships are strategically developed to leverage UMA's resources and alleviate any budget risks and constraints wherever possible. And finally, our workforce. We're continually assessing our workforce to ensure the optimal resource use. When positions become vacant, we evaluate whether restructuring or repositioning the role would have a greater impact on the campus. We monitor our attrition account monthly and are prepared to leave positions vacant longer if necessary. Though we've budgeted so conservatively over time, we have not had to do that, and we've met our attrition budget each year. We're also exploring artificial intelligence integration to further boost our workforce efficiency and productivity. So the efficiency strategies that I just described have helped keep UMA sustainable and financially healthy, as reflected on the strong ratios on this slide. Our reserve balances exceed the Board of Trustees benchmarks, providing a robust safety net for future opportunities. Our viability ratio stands at 5.25, which is well above the 1.25 benchmark. And that's thanks to our low debt and healthy level of expendable resources. Additionally, our composite financial index is 4.4, which not only surpasses the benchmark of 3.0, but also outperforms UMS's index of 3.1. These strong financial indicators position UMA well for continued strategic investments that will enhance our services to our students and campuses alike. Moving over to financial aid, we continue to hold the position of having the second lowest tuition discount rate in the system for first-time full-time students, and we've tightened the eligibility requirements for high-value merit scholarships. The increase in the State of Maine grant has reduced the burden on institutional waivers, notably our Pine Tree State Pledge Zero Tuition Promise, where we've spent just $43,000 over the past year. While the program is more inclusive than the Community College Free Tuition Initiative, the last dollar spent model allows UMA to help students in a financially sustainable way. And finally, we continue to review our merit-based scholarship aid to ensure we're spending our limited resources in the most impactful way. We established a committee last year, which reviews the policies and awarding criteria to stretch the funding to more students across all degree programs, levels, and student types. So next, I'll hand it to President Cushman for final remarks.
Thank you, Eileen. So I began by talking about our 60th anniversary, a sort of existential moment on the verge of our 60th. And as we've said, this is an opportune time to revisit our strategic plan this semester, which we're doing, which of course has an impact on our budget allocations. So we just are re-examining our current 5 strategies, which intersect well with the system plan, with an eye to what we may have already accomplished or what is no longer relevant, as well as what we may have missed when the plan was articulated in 2019. A lot has happened since then, and we are going to adjust the vision as needed for the next few years. We're doing this because our plan has served us well. It's provided a good roadmap for increasing retention, adding academic programs, aligning programs with the workforce, diversifying enrollment, growing housing, and in general, meeting students where they are so well that we are nationally recognized in the areas of online learning and veteran services. In other words, our efforts are seeing results. We are happy to take questions.
Thank you, President Cushman and your team. Thank you for your presentation. Questions? I'll ask one. Did I hear you correctly on the hotel rooms that we offer to students? I think both in Augusta and in Bangor. What is the financial impact of that? Are we making money? Are we losing money? Is that a break-even proposition for us?
Yes, I can take that one, President Cushman.
Thank you.
So this year it was break even. Basically, what the hotel was charging us, we were charging students, and that was really because we weren't sure if it was going to work and if we were going to even need the hotel. But it's taken off. So with that comes additional programming costs that we need to cover and additional CAs and that sort of thing. So we have built in some buffer there to help absorb those costs.
So what's the net loss, I guess, if you will, by having those hotel contracts in place?
Yeah, there isn't a loss, and I can send you more in-depth analysis. We did build in enough costs to cover those costs, and with a hotel too, if a student halfway through the year, we can move them into our housing. There's no contractual obligation for us to continue to pay for those hotel rooms. So therefore, if they stop paying, if they stop living there, we stop paying for it. So that helps us out some too.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a sense of the magnitude of any new negative budget number from those hotels.
No negative, just positive.
Well, I'm sorry. How can there be no negative if we're not charging enough to cover the cost?
We are now. So this fiscal year, because it was brand new, and but moving forward, and that's why you see that slightly larger the 9% increase in the tuition, in the housing rate for the hotel. That's to cover.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. I understand now. Thanks.
You're welcome.
And similar to questions I've asked of other campuses, but a little more complicated for you all. Can we get some sort of a breakdown of the number of live bodies we see on the Augusta campus and on the Bangor campus each week, and compare that to several past years?
So I can answer I can at least answer it in terms of the spring semesters. So we've taken a look at the spring semesters for in-person classes at UMA in general. And it's about 25% of our student body. So it's somewhere between 20 and 25%. So actual physical counts, in 2023, it was 891, and this year it's 935.
935, I'm sorry, Joe.
935 actual students in a seat in a live class. Yeah. And that ties with our dental program, nursing, aviation,
Sure.
architecture, right? I mean, and our nursing has about, near, over 200 students in it. So those numbers seem right to us.
Okay, yeah. Emily, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Hold on just one more second if you could. I just want to
Take
follow
your
up
time.
on that.
This is a great question.
Yeah, so those students, I don't know if this is information you could pull together. I'm just trying to get some sense if one walks onto campus, what they see on a typical day in terms of number of students there. If there are 900 students taking courses, but one of those students might be taking one on campus and the other one might be taking four, do we have a sense of the actual head count on campus on a typical weekday?
Okay, so so the numbers we have are aggregate for UMA, so that means Augusta, Bangor, and all centers kind of thing. And the 900 that I gave you, the 935, are distinct, non-duplicated numbers. So it would be then you could probably, we don't. I'm just trying to think if you're asking for specific like an average day on campus, I would probably put that in because we normally meet 1 day a week kind of thing. So I guess you divide by 5 is what I would say then. So about 100, 150 individual students on campuses.
Okay,
roughly, right?
we can talk about that another time and try to
Roger,
flesh that out.
Can I just follow up
Please.
with a clarifying question on that? Joe,
Sure.
The 935 is people at the Augusta campus, at the Bangor campus, and at all the centers?
With a in-person
Physical presence. Could you bring up
physical,
the centers and from the, it's
I
not now, but
I can do that, yes.
thanks.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Emily. Sorry, go ahead.
No, thank you. I just wanted to reflect that it was maybe 3 years ago when we had the first presentation at a board meeting it was at UMA about the digital marketing for recruitment. And I just wanted to remark on how quickly we've scaled that up. And this presentation really, it's presence across the system, but this presentation really sort of shone a bright light on the advancements we've made in meeting people where they're at online and the multi modes that they use to find us, or we can put ourselves in their path so they can stumble upon us. And I just wanted to give kudos to that and also to the development and advancement work. That was good. That is all very reflective of the intentions of the system strategic plan, and I know your own strategic plan, and just wanted to give kudos to those. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Is David McMahon?
You have on your expanding our reach slide, you have 15 countries. Are those people residents of those countries, or are those nationals from those countries who are actually in the United States?
I mean, I'll take a swing at this, and then my understanding is that we do have a growing number of in-person international students, but most of them take our online courses in their own countries. Would you say that's accurate? Yeah.
So how does that compare, and are you coordinating in any way with your pace that's trying to get international outreach?
We are beginning to partner with UMPI on your pace, but we haven't yet stood up any programs there.
Thank you. Other questions? If not, again, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll see you at the work.
Oh, and
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't see you. Go
No,
ahead, please.
all good. Thank you for the great presentation. I just wanted to ask about the new programs and how, if you feel conservative about the credit hours in those, or if you think that's aggressive, and how that compares to past when you bring on new programs.
I'm gonna, okay, Eileen, can you take this one? Or Joe?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Joe wanted to take it or if you wanted me to take it.
Well, I mean, I'll start, I guess, is that I think our approach has always been on the conservative side for new programs. You have to get them up and running, and then once we have students in the program, then we get the testimonials and things like that. So we feel that, you know, that when we ramp a program up, right, we feel, you know, we feel good about why we did it, but we also have to kind of let it you know, incubate, if you will, here. I will just say that our new programs are, you know, across the board in terms of undergraduate and graduate efforts and things like that, and plus the partnerships. I think if you know, and I see Joan here, but I think the nursing program in Machias, at least in terms of the applications for that, are strong and that sort of thing. And so, and the Farmington one, we started out small, but it has been growing, and I think it's now strong as well. So I feel pretty good about the efforts that we're doing. But I don't know if I would, you know, I'm not going to be like, we'll be, you know, Arizona State University or SNU anytime soon. You know?
Thank you.
Thanks, Trish.
Thanks. Can I just ask a quick point of clarification? On the first budget chart, you show tuition and fees up 7.3%. Tuition is 3%. So is there a big fee increase here that I missed?
There is not. So that's the overall amount. So that's including our differential fees, our program fees, our mandatory fees, and tuition. So along with the 1.97% increase in the total number. So I can break that out for you.
Okay, thank you.
That works, yeah. Okay.
Thanks. Anything further? Any other questions? Seeing and hearing none, again, thank you very much, President Edmondson and your team. We'll see you at the work session, and you guys can go goof off the rest of the afternoon as far as we're concerned.
Thanks.
Thanks. So we'll move on now to the University of Southern Maine. Their materials in our book at tab 6. And welcome President Edmondson and her team. Good afternoon.
Great. Thank you so much, Trustee Cates. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. I also want to give a special thanks to my team. I have a strategic team that meets every week to work on our budget with me. Our Vice President for Enrollment, Retention, and Marketing, Dr. Megan Arena. Our Vice President for HR and Workforce Development, Natalie Jones. Our Vice President for Finance and Administration, Justin Swift. And our Provost, Adam Tishinsky. These are people who are working hard to make sure we were able to present a balanced budget to you today, and we will do so. Wanted to give just a quick overview of what we're doing very briefly, and then I'll turn it over to Justin to begin our slide presentation. But as I mentioned, each week I have a strategic group that's meeting to discuss our budgets. We monitor the current year, and we make strategic decisions about future years. It's a very hardworking group making some really difficult decisions. We also have the Position Review Committee that meets weekly. It's led by Natalie Jones, and more than 80% of our budget is compensation. And so the Position Review Committee is really critical as positions open up at the university or new positions are proposed. This group helps to make decisions about where we will allocate resources, our compensation resources. So they make strategic decisions about hiring and reorganization. And in preparation for the FY26 budget, throughout FY25, we worked with precision to identify $2.25 million in base compensation that we've cut from the budget, $500,000 of which was used to reduce attrition. And then we have the President's Budget Advisory Committee. This is a broad group that ultimately encompasses about 60 people. We meet monthly. There's a core group that meets, and then we also have associated task force groups. Excuse me. The President's Budget Advisory Committee is really meant to educate the community about our budget. We seek advice and input And we have a new task force this year that's chaired by Provost Tishinsky that's focused on academic affairs. So I'm proud of the hard work that we're doing to really educate our community and help them to understand our budget, encourage them to bring forward ideas that can help with meeting our budget needs, including sources of new revenue. As you know, budgets are built on assumptions, and sometimes unexpected changes occur. As we were working on our FY25 budget, the current year budget, we were budgeting, for example, for a 3% salary increase, but 3 of the collective bargaining agreements negotiated 3.5% salary increase for FY25. There were changes to early college that had a negative $500,000 impact on our budget. And in spite of this, we're still on track to have a balanced budget at the end of FY25. This would be the second year in a row, and I think it's remarkable given the structural gap that we're addressing at USM. In FY26, we were on track to present a fully balanced budget throughout the fall, and then late in the fall, there were 2 changes that occurred. In July, the system gave us 2 scenarios for increased state appropriation. One scenario provided just over $1 million to USM in new state appropriations, and the other provided approximately $2 million. We were planning our budget based on the more conservative amount at $1 million, but then on December 18th, we were told that our new state appropriation would be $184,000, so we had to adjust for that. Excuse me. And throughout the budget planning cycle, the system told us to plan for a flat amount for our shared services, but late in January, we were informed that our shared services budget would increase by $600,000. And so we've also had to adjust for that. So I think and finally, it is also worth mentioning the ongoing challenge that our deferred maintenance situation presents. Justin will mention this later in his presentation, but it's nonetheless a constant challenge, forcing us to pivot mid-year to address problems like HVAC or elevators that need repair. So we have about $380 million in deferred maintenances that we are working to address through our budget planning. I think we've made terrific progress. We will continue to do so. We present a real budget to you, one that's built on detailed and accurate records, one that reflects hard work by many people. I keep reminding everyone that our budget is the responsibility of every member of our community as we encourage people to operate in fiscally responsible ways. We have worked hard to educate our community. We believe this is having an impact. I think we see differences in their reaction when we have difficult news to deliver, and we're getting constructive suggestions about ways we can increase revenue, improve retention, and operate efficiently. And so I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Justin. So thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. So I want to give you the state of our current fiscal year's budget, then we'll jump into fiscal year 26. So I always like to look back at where USM has been, and usually history is an indicator of what might happen in the future. And in this case, we're trying to prevent that. So you've seen this slide before. Going back the last 6 fiscal years, I always go back to fiscal year 2019 because that was the last full fiscal year before COVID. And in fiscal year 2019, we had a $12,000 surplus. And that's a razor thin margin on what was then a $120 million budget. Jumping to 2020, we were projecting a shortfall that year, but everyone remembers what happened in March of that year, COVID, and everything shut down. So, in a way that, cutting back on spending, events not happening, that turned a projected deficit into a surplus. And then the 21-22 fiscal years, I backed out the federal COVID funds. Those were used to close the gaps in fiscal years 2021 and 2022. But you can see that, we have a growing structural gap here. Fiscal year 23, the campus is essentially back in person, events, activities, classes all happening generally as they had prior to COVID. And we had an $8.8 million operating deficit. And at that point, we had no more federal COVID funds that basically put our reserves into a negative position, which I'll get into later. We did end fiscal year 24, the last fiscal year, with just shy of a $500,000 surplus. That was a lot of hard work by this leadership team. A lot of sacrifices were made, and a lot of one-time solutions were also used. Jumping to the current fiscal year's budget, we did start the budget with a $10.3 million gap, which is not surprising when you look at the trend that we had been going in. And that was solved with a combination of permanent and one-time solutions, the differential tuition enrollment growth, reorganization and compensation efficiencies. We did ask different divisions to go back and do 24% non-compensation budget reductions. We looked at that as essentially a one-time solution because departments said, well, we can give up professional development for a year, we can go without buying as many computers for a year, but that's not sustainable. And then we had the fringe benefit reduction this year, which is also a one-time solution. And there's also been a lot of effort on the campus to grow our auxiliary enterprises. So fiscal year 26, we started with a $6.6 million budget gap. And through some surprises or unexpected situations, it became an $8.1 million gap. And this is how we solved that $8.1 million gap. We did forecast a 3% increase in basically revenue from credit hours. We are projecting about a 2.87% increase in credit hours for next fiscal year. However, the mix of credit hours essentially makes it so it's a 3% revenue increase. Since the Maine School of Law separated from USM has been providing a number of services to support the School of Law, and this will be the first fiscal year where we will be compensated for most of those services. We are looking at room and board increases of 5%. So that equates to another $500,000. We were already projecting a 3%, so the $500,000 is that difference. Fringe benefit reduction, the reason why that is a $1.3 million solution, we started working on our budget this past June. And so we had a lot of assumptions plugged into our budget models. And one of the assumptions was that the fringe benefit rate would go back to the 51% that it was at in fiscal year 2024. So where it's going up to 48.6%. Rather than the 51%, that's about a $1.3 million savings. We do have a lease on a building in Augusta. That lease is up on June 30th of this year. We are not renewing that lease. So that does equate to about 160,000 savings. That includes the utilities that we have to cover as part of that lease. Our University of Southern Maine Foundation is also liquidating some old scholarship endowments that can no longer be used for current use. That's about $250,000. We will be using those scholarship funds to offset scholarships in the current fiscal year. And then we were trying to reduce our budget attrition by $1 million. And given some of the challenges that we were facing this year, instead of aiming for $1 million reduction, we went for a $500,000 reduction. The reason you see the $740,000 there is that also includes the fringe benefits that go with that $500,000. Additional F&A recovery. This is revenue that is, paid to the university to support sponsored programming, sponsored research. We have had a budget of about $4.2 million for this line item. Last year, we exceeded that and did just over $4.5 million. And in the current fiscal year, we're even tracking ahead. So this current fiscal year, if everything works out, everything stays on track, I think we can conservatively say we're going to end up with $4.7 million, which is what we're budgeting for next fiscal year. So the 4.2 plus the $500,000 gets us to that 4.7. We are also very well aware of what's going on, at the federal level too, and we'll continue to monitor what's going on. We may have to pivot here, make some adjustments, but it's something that we're very aware of and continue to monitor. The appropriation schedule had USM receive, based on a 3.5% appropriation to the system from the state, USM was going to receive about an additional $184,000. That schedule was revised to account for a 4% appropriation from the state. And then, going through the formula, that amounted to an additional $200K coming to USM. We are also, throughout the year, as the president mentioned, we do have a position review committee that looks at every single position compensation request item that comes forward. And throughout the year, there are a number of positions that we say no to. We either can't fill, we eliminate, we may be able to refill in a different way to get the work done. But ultimately, we have taken about an additional $1.75 million in positions offline. This does not include the additional attrition that we have also reduced too. So if you add that in, then we get closer to this 2.25 million. And then utilities. So we continue to monitor utilities. We do make adjustments on the campus to increase efficiencies on campus as well, and look for ways that we can lower some of our utility, natural gas, electricity usage on campus. And we think we can come up with about 300,000 in savings there. So everything here adds up to the $8.1 million to close the gap that we have been working on. Some of these items are permanent. There were a few that are one time. So we are narrowing and closing the structural gap that we have. So fiscal year 26 and beyond, it's not a secret, USM does have a structural budget gap. As I mentioned, fiscal year 2025, 10.3 million, fiscal year 26, 6.6 million, which became 8.1 million. The increase from 6.6 to 8.1 was some of the changes that happened late in the fall with early college, the appropriation and shared services. What I do want to emphasize, though, is even if we solve this structural gap on a permanent basis, if current trends and constraints continue, we will continually have a structural gap. So with tuition and fee increases in recent years, those have been capped around 3%. And here at USM, every 1% is about $700,000. Our appropriation increases in the last couple of years anyways have been about 1% or less. And so when 1/3 of your revenue stream is capped at 1%, you can see that the math doesn't work when you have a lot of inflationary and collective bargaining agreement contracts. Compensation increases, we know that those will be 4% for the next 2 years. And here at USM, each 1% is about $900,000. So just looking at those 3 bullet points, the math doesn't work. And then travel, this is another one where we've been hit hard. We do go out for competitive bid with our, travel bus contracts. And, athletics is one of our larger users of the contract. We also have the Metro bus service too, which provides transportation between our Portland and Gorham campuses. Those have 8% in increases. And as I mentioned, that was competitively bid, and we got to the 8% even after negotiating down to that. And then, as you are well aware, other expenses have had inflationary increases as well. And then, we also have to fund tuition waivers for, system-wide agreements. And then, as the president mentioned early on, deferred maintenance issues continue to grow as well. So attrition, this is one item that we budget for. We know that, through the course of business, people leave, they retire, they resign, and then it takes time to refill positions. And so we do budget, our budget's based on us hitting certain savings throughout the course of the year. And, sometimes these numbers are just, we try to make sure that they're realistic and attainable, but they're basically plugging a budget gap. And it's a practice that we want to move away from. So I have, I'm presenting to you the fiscal year 23, we had budgeted 2.3 million. Fiscal year 24, that was increased to cover some shortfalls in the budget. And that's the largest it's ever been budgeted here at USM, almost $3.7 million. We did end up meeting that target, but we were very intentional at how we tried to meet it. Fiscal year 25, the current fiscal year, we do have it budgeted at just under 2.6 million. So, between last fiscal year and the current fiscal year, we took $1 million off of this budgeted attrition number. And then for fiscal year 26, our budget's based on taking off another $500,000 from that. What our goal is that at the end of fiscal year 28 will be the last, as long as everything can go as planned, fiscal year 28 will be the last year we have budgeted attrition. My goal here is that for any savings that we do come up with throughout the year, that will simply go into the reserve. Financial reserves. So at the end of fiscal year 23, if you remember from my prior slide, that was the fiscal year we ended with an $8.8 million deficit. And so that wiped out our reserves plus some. So we ended fiscal year 23 with a negative $4.5 million reserve. Fiscal year 24, this is the fiscal year where we ended with a small surplus. And so we were able to make some progress on this. So we improved our reserves. However, there's still a negative $3.9 million. And this is an area where we have to be very intentional and focused on too. It's very difficult to address the reserves without, in parallel, addressing the structural budget gap that we have as well. And so these have to work in parallel. Our composite financial index. So this is a ratio it's essentially a blend of 4 other financial ratios, including the primary reserve ratio, the net operating ratio, the return on net position ratio, and the viability ratio. And what we have here, the blue line is the target. That's where we want to be at that or above that. The red line is really a danger area, an area you don't want to be in. And then the area between the two, it's like what we refer to as the yellow zone. You aren't in as dire a situation as you would be if you're below the red, but you do need to work on getting to that blue goal. And so from fiscal year 24 through fiscal year 2014 through 2024, these are actual ratios. So fiscal year 21, you can see we were at a -1. And then through a lot of hard effort on addressing some of our budget problems during the 24 fiscal year, we were able to improve that and bring that up to 1.7. And then looking at assumptions for the future fiscal years, you can see I've listed some assumptions here for debt service, revenue, expenses, and reserve growth, which I believe are conservative in nature. Running these through AI, this assumes that everything else remains constant, though, that we will gradually continue to improve our composite financial index. I do believe this is conservative, though, and as long as everything goes according to plan, I think we will perform better than this. Our proposed fiscal year 26 tuition and fees. So at USM, we have had differential tuition for many years for some programs. And as you might recall, last year at this time, we had presented a plan to expand our differential rates to more programs on campus, especially for those that are more resource intense. This does not close the gap on all of those programs, but it does narrow it and helps those programs be a little more closer to becoming sustainable. But these tuition rates are within the 3% range. And we do continue to monitor our peers and our competitors too. We obviously are very conscious of what the market is, but we also try to keep our rates attainable to our students too. We definitely do not want to price ourselves out of the market, but it's striking that fine balance between being affordable and being able to offer a quality program. Room and board rates. So we did have a consultant on camp. We did work with a consultant about 3 years ago to look at our housing rates, how they compare to the market, and to try to bring our rates up to parity with the market and peer institutions as well. We had gone a number of years without any increases at all, and it was catching up with us. Our utilities were going up, the cost of labor was going up, deferred maintenance was piling up, and we didn't have the resources to adequately maintain these facilities in operations. And so the 5% will help us narrow that gap. It will allow us to continue to offer the programming that we have offered. It will allow us to, keep up with the cost of utilities, keeping the buildings operating. And our longer-term capital plan, we do have plans to invest more in our residential hall facilities as well. So our capacity is about 1,700. It's 1,759 is our capacity in all of our residence halls. And last fall, we were at about 98% occupancy, which is pretty good. About 1,600 of our students live in the residence halls. And we do have partnerships with some other institutions where we house about an additional just over another 100 students. So our E&G budget, a lot of the change that you see here is our tuition and fees. You'll see that's going up 4.9%. That is the combination of the increase in credit hours plus the just about approximate 3% on the rates. And not everything in there is tuition. There were other items in there that we did not apply the 3% to. Our F&A recovery, as I had mentioned before, we are trending at hitting the $4.7 million in the current year. And so we are adjusting the budget to be that amount now. We do have a number of larger projects that we have recently been granted. And, as I mentioned, we are continuing to monitor the landscape, the federal landscape anyways, and we will be prepared to adjust as needed. The personnel expense, no surprise there, that's increasing 3.2%. We have taken positions offline. There are positions that as a leadership team, we've decided we're not going to fill, but we also did base the budget on a 4% labor increase. The next line, attrition, in the current fiscal year, that's budgeted at $2.57 million. We have cut that by $500,000. So the attrition budget will be in fiscal year 26, just over $2 million, almost $2.1 million. So substantial improvement there. The other line item that you'll see that has a substantial variance on is down under the modified cash flow where it says less capital reserve funding. You'll see that that's increasing by $200,000. As you will recall, when we proposed the Portland Commons, the McGoldrick Career and Student Success Center, the new parking garage, part of that being approved was that the institution would fund an R&R, a repair and replacement reserve. And so the 550,000 that's budgeted this year is for those 3 buildings I just named. The additional $200,000 will be funding a reserve for the Crew Center for the Arts that will be coming online in August. So we are committed to funding those. Those are budgeted. Okay. Our auxiliary budget. This has less dramatic change here. We do have some change in our housing and dining. So in the current year, our dining number of meal plans subscribed to was above our expectations. And we think we're going to do just as well, if not better, for next year. So we did increase that. This also includes the room and board increases, the 5% increases. Plus, we are also continuing to maximize our summer opportunities too with conferences, intern housing, which we do plan to exceed last summer's figures. Personnel, some of this is a correction to some of the budget. It's also accounting for the 4% labor increases that we've had. Fuel and electricity, we continue to monitor and budget there. I believe it's a relatively conservative budget. A lot of it's some of it's dependent on weather too. And we've, as you know, we've had some mild winters as well. The supplies and services, the increase that you see there, a large portion of that is our contract with Sodexo. And so that includes the meal plans and other catering services that they provide. So our auxiliary budget has a surplus of just over $1 million. Our E&G budget right now has a fiscal year 26 deficit of $1 million. Together, they net out to a balanced budget. So our investment in our infrastructure continues to fall short of where it needs to be. We continue to add to our backlog of deferred maintenance. Right now, just to keep even, not to add to our deferred maintenance, we need to have this at just under $15 million. Right now, we budget about $4.2 million. And to start increasing our net asset value, we need to be at the $24 million figure. We're not going to get there in 1 or 2 fiscal years. It took a long time to get into this situation. It's going to take a while to dig ourselves out of it. What we have done as a campus is we've made a commitment to increase our, what we call a renovation fund. Right now, it's funded at about $4.2 million annually. And for next fiscal year, we're increasing that by $300,000 with intent to increase it $300K each fiscal year, at least for the foreseeable future. So this is our capital fiscal year 26 capital plan. And it's almost a $4.5 million budget. It's exactly a $300,000 increase over the fiscal year 25's budget. And we are addressing infrastructure, we are addressing utilities, we're addressing items that people use every day, bathroom upgrades, for example, roof repairs. We do have some HVAC work that we are planning to do, underground utilities, which no one sees that work, but when those systems stop working, everyone notices it. And so we are trying to be a little more proactive in addressing some of the maintenance issues here. Elevators. This is one that everyone on the campus seems to deal with almost on a monthly basis. Every month there's some elevator that's broken down, not working. And so we are, putting aside $750,000 to address elevators on the campus next fiscal year with the plan to continue that investment in fiscal year 27. Space reduction. We continue, our campus has a number of white houses, especially along the perimeter of the campuses and the campus in Portland. We did, over the last year, we did sell 5 of the white houses on the perimeter of the campus. They have not been used by the campus in a number of years. In fact, we were leasing them out to a third party. And then the last year we had them, they were not really being used. And so we did sell those. We do have some pending reductions in square feet. The Haynes building in Augusta, that's the building that we lease, that I mentioned that the lease expires in June of this fiscal year. We are not renewing that lease. We have, partnered with UMA, special thanks to them for working with us. UMA will be housing or providing space for the employees, some of the employees that were in this building. And so we are trying to work with our sister campuses to, utilize the infrastructure that we do have and reduce our overall footprint. We do have another white house on the Gorham campus that we are looking, right now we're going through the design in pre-construction planning for an art building on the Gorham campus. And if that's approved, as part of that whole, where that building would go, we will be taking down one of the white houses on that campus. Okay, at this time, I will hand this over to Vice President Megan Arena.
Thank you, Justin, and good to see you all. Good afternoon. On this slide here, you can see that we are projecting some modest increases in most of our undergraduate residencies, but the largest is coming in our NEBI and online residencies. And I do want to pause and say that this is really a tailored look at trends and applications. This is not an across-the-board application of a certain percentage increase. This is really us taking a really deep dive into our data to best understand what's realistic in the coming years. So overall, when we created the slide, we were projecting to be up a modest 2.87% over the current year. However, since that time, we've had a very strong spring enrollment, which makes the number closer to 1.6% increase at this time over last year, which makes us feel even more comfortable about this projection. Some of the other reasons that we're comfortable with this projection is because we've outperformed both system and campus projections over the last 2 years. And so this gives us a little bit of leeway to have a slightly more aggressive yet remain conservative in our modeling. We also are building upon great work that we've been doing in retention. For the last 2 years, our retention rates have been in the mid-70s. We have very strong first semester retention this year as well. So we have faith in retention, particularly given our current work with NIST, which I know UMA talked a little bit about as well. So that process has been wonderful for us too. We do have other targeted initiatives to increase retention and recruitment. I'm happy to talk about any of them. But we have a fast pass orientation program, a summer melt reduction committee, certainly working with the system through Transfer Me, which is a wonderful initiative that I think will help us with all of us with our transfer students. Amazing Adult Student Success Center, looking with our provost at graduate program cohorts, and the list does go on. So I won't bore you with all of the initiatives, but we're quite comfortable in these projections. And here we're talking a little bit about a comparison between the system's projections compared to our campus projections. And here again, at the time this slide was created, we had not had spring census. So for the next presentation, we'll be sure everything is updated with all the spring numbers. But the total on the right-hand column there is a little under where we actually performed. So we're about 900 credit hours over what that shows here. And so here you can see that we are increasing some of our undergraduate enrollments, particularly in-state. Our admissions funnel looks very strong in-state this year. Out-of-state and NEBI increases are built on improving retention rates, as well as a really in-depth analysis we've done of our NEBI offerings, which led to us moving 5 more programs into the NEBI residency model. We're also projecting slight increases in in-state and online credit hours for graduate programs. But it's important to note that we're not projecting to be up everywhere, right? So again, we took a real hard look at what our trends are, what our applications are, what our capacity is. And we are noting to be down a little bit in Maine Online, which is the former AP programs, not because of anything with those programs in particular, but we are seeing some of our students shift from that model into other modalities here in the same programming here at USM. So making sure that we're accounting for that in our projections is important. Same for early college and graduate out of state. For a variety of different reasons, we're projecting to be slightly down there based on our history and our trends. But just noting we're not projecting to be up everywhere across the board. And of course, our discount rate. We have proactively worked to lower our discount rate with both scholarship leveraging and the swapping of scholarships where appropriate. We do have an outside leverager that we work with to become incredibly data informed with our aid awards with a series of analyses, if-then scenarios that are all aimed at maximizing revenue. So we are projecting to, again, lower our discount rate. 37% may or may not be quite accurate. We created the slide before we knew about employee independent waivers being calculated in there. So we might see that go up a little bit, but we are still projecting to be lower in our discount rate again. And it's important to note, as others have mentioned, that our competitors' discount rates are increasing at the time that ours is decreasing. So I think we're pretty proud of that work. It's also important to note that at USM, not all of that discount rate is part of the admissions process as an incentive for enrollment. And while that's a very important part of the admissions and recruitment process, about 25% of our aid is spent on need-based aid, meaning helping students who couldn't otherwise afford to attend school attend here at USM, which is important not only for USM, but for the system and for the state as well. Another nuance I'll mention in the discount rate is that this, of course, as I think we know, includes other important waivers that are important to the state, that are important to the system, and that are important to USM, but that are, again, not sort of wheeling and dealing amounts, right? So things like the Native American tuition waiver, the Veterans Dependent waiver, senior citizens waiver, all count in these discount rates. And so these we're seeing are on the increase as well. So last year, at this time, we had about 1.7 million in waivers, and this year already we're up to 2.2 million in waivers. So again, we're seeing some discount rate shuffling for very important and great reasons for us and for our state. And as I mentioned, the employee independent waiver is also expected to impact our rate a little bit here. And I did show you some interesting stats here on this slide. So 90% of our students who filed the FAFSA received some form of gift aid, and 36% of all of our graduating undergraduate students received their diploma debt-free. And so I think those are really important metrics for us as well. I'm happy to answer any questions at the end, but for now I will turn it over to our provost.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you to the board for this opportunity to present today. And I will try to be uncharacteristically brief as I can so we can get to your questions. As many of you might know, this is my second term of service as provost with President Edmondson. I was her interim provost during her first year, and I can't imagine having a stronger relationship with President. A provost mentor of mine told me when I entered the role was to keep Margaret Thatcher's mindset about the purpose of NATO front of mind. On the eve of German unification, Thatcher said that the role of NATO was to keep Germany down, the United States in, and the Russians out. His advice was to treat the president and the rest of the cabinet like Russia. I did not take his advice, and I feel very lucky to work with an academic president with a keen interest in academic affairs, and most importantly, with academic values. During my interim year, I had three main goals, knowing that I would not be applying for the position permanently. Number one on my list is always number one on our list, which is retention and student success. And I've been delighted by it being a focus of the system strategic plan. Retention is really the place where our institutional self-interest connects directly with the heart of our mission. Second, I hoped in my interim year to reboot USM's relationship with the system. There is always going to be some points of tension between the campuses. Healthy competition amongst the campuses themselves is a good thing. But the glaring evidence of the breakdown of USM's relationship to the system was that we were a non-entity within the Gateways to Success initiative, which mirrors directly our institutional values and our stated mission. The president's goal was to rebuild that relationship. Our third commitment was what our HR VP and I call small r reorganization. When the prior chancellor talked about one university, I used to joke that we should try that out at USM. With functionally contracting budgets, functionally contracting workforces, and a contracting college age population to boot, every element of the university must be poised to reorganize to retain quality. And that's what we've been doing. As you have seen, we have eliminated many positions at USM. But as you know, when we lay off people rather than eliminate unfilled positions, it is both costly and culturally taxing. Eliminating through retirement and departures, however, is not strategic. So we labor to make it so by reorganizing ourselves. Let me provide 3 examples of how this works locally and perhaps even system-wide. First, we have worked to eliminate the boutiques on campus. Employees need to work in team environments. We recently had to make the hard decision to eliminate a number of positions within academic affairs and elsewhere. Academic affairs and enrollment management work together to consolidate leadership positions so we could preserve direct service to students and managerially integrate operations to make each one of these areas more effectively. And in the long run, it will make USM a better place to work. Community is a USM value. Second, small r reorganization is also a core criteria when we make full-time faculty hires. Our focus is finding positions that can serve multiple programs within USM. And some of our most innovative and emerging graduate programs are interdisciplinary. 2 such strengths are and will be digital marketing analytics, data science, and hopefully one day environmental sciences and the life sciences. These programs, especially at the graduate level, will involve math, computer science, environmental science and policy, engineering, Muskie, business, and art. So stay tuned. To close, I would like to echo the president, but also express my gratitude to her and my cabinet colleagues on this presentation. My last 3 years working with this team in various capacities has truly been an exercise in professional development. What I most appreciate, particularly in my current role as provost, is that the collaborative work of HR, finance, and enrollment management has given me the tools to operate within 2 major frameworks. One part of that framework is a values framework, which is centered upon academic excellence and student success. But what we also need is a choice-driven framework, a data-driven framework, through which I am able to make with the president and other academic leadership and the faculty to set priorities within the guardrails of our resources, within choice frameworks. And let me start with a little bit of background or history, because I'm probably, of anyone on the cabinet, the one who's been around here the longest. When this president joined USM, as Justin pointed out, we were operating with a major structural gap that was concealed by COVID funding. Well into her presidency, she did not have precise data regarding the actual budgetary costs of running USM. And as long as I've ever been here, USM had what we call rollover budgets and depended upon bottom line budgeting. This process and practice meant that key leaders, though always careful with our resources, made decisions based solely upon our academic values. Key operations were perennially underfunded and were covered at the end of the year with unspent funds. Over the course of the past 3 years, the cabinet and our deans have refined and clarified our budgets line by line, making hard choices, both to meet our budgetary challenges and to free up resources for key priorities, academic and otherwise. Most importantly, early action has allowed us to curtail our budget gaps, which I think has prevented us from moving toward a budgetary nuclear option that many of you might remember this campus once experienced. Our community leaders also have learned to manage their own budgets, which for the first time has enabled more local decision-making, which has made us more effective and improved morale despite challenging budgetary times. Everyone at USM now operates within a choice framework. Most importantly, what I think our community has seen this year is that this president is focused not only upon cutting, she is focusing upon reinvestment as well, and leading with actions as well as words. She has made challenging decisions, but they are no longer front page news, but I think they should be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam. President Edmondson, is that your presentation? Are you ready for questions, or is there more?
Nope, that's everything. Thank you. We can.
Okay,
answer
well, thank you
questions.
very much. It was very comprehensive. Thank you to all of you. Questions from the committee? Again, if I don't see you, just speak up. Maybe, Megan, you could speak to this. I guess it's true at all the campuses, but I didn't ask it before. Significant increases in NEBI revenue. Could you remind us about what policy, or maybe Jeff could do it, what policy changes we have made that lead to that?
I'll let Jeff speak as well, of course, to any system-wide changes. We here at USM have been constantly reviewing what programs are useful for NEBI, right? So looking at where we're getting applications from other states and in what programs, but not necessarily the enrollments. So it's a very low risk, of course, to add those kinds of programs into the NEBI rate because you're not generating revenue anyway. So you may as well add them in there if there's some interest. So we've had some real good luck doing that. But I don't know if Jeff, if you have anything else to say, I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's fine. Everything Megan said is accurate. I would only add that we've seen several universities take the same approach because we have some attractive offerings, and to the extent that we can market them to the right students elsewhere in the region, we've seen certainly a growth in applications in several places, but also some increased enrollment, and USM's been at the head of that growth.
Thanks. So essentially students that are not, I guess, willing to pay the out-of-state rate, but if given the incentive to come into a program here, we can get them at least at the NEBI rate, and we're ahead and they're ahead.
Exactly right.
Okay. Thanks, Ed. Thank you. Dave McMahon?
This is suggesting, maybe for Gretchen as well. I'm interested as to why everybody has a vastly different rate of increase on electricity and fuel. So if I calculate correctly, because not everybody is putting their auxiliary and E&G budgets together, USM's about 6% and Farmington's about 24%. Those seem to be the outside of the range. So do we have some standardized contracts to buy electricity, or is every campus on their own and bidding separately? And are there some cost savings as a system here?
I can speak to that, and then I'll defer to USM if they want to build on that. But I think the different rates, we do partner with a third-party contractor that does the contracting for purchasing electrical services, et cetera. With that, different rates across different campuses because they use different vendors. For example, CMP will see a greater increase for those with that use CMP for their electricity than those that use Versant and on a market. But we do use a third-party vendor to do that negotiating for us.
Thanks. Other questions? David, is that any follow-up on that?
Yeah, I guess I don't know all the terminology, but CMP, we pay a transmission and distribution charge to. We don't buy the electrons from CMP. I'm assuming we're buying the electrons on the open market. So I'm just confused as to why there's such big differences in the changes. as I say, Farmington was 24%, and I think USM is 6%.
I think one of the things that, certainly invite Gretchen if she's got more to add, but one of the things that we can do, and one of the reasons why we set aside that April date was to dig a little bit deeper into questions like this. And so this is a perfect one. I know we've had this one in the past, where we've set it aside because it ends up being all kinds of different factors. Sometimes it's 2 dorms are closed, and so capacity is going down. But we can look into each one individually and then present this as a topic when we gather again in April.
The other thing that we do take into consideration too is we do look at some of our utilities are budgeted on a square foot basis, and we do have the new Center for the Arts coming online in August too, which we have to account for the utilities on. So sometimes new construction can have an impact on that.
We'll put it on the list
I see
and
that
analyze it.
your increase is the lowest that we've seen so far.
We can definitely follow up on that. Thank you.
Other questions? Justin, I think you mentioned this, and maybe you mentioned a number, I just didn't get it, but we're hopeful we're going to get the 4% increase from the legislature that the governor had put in her initial budget, which is now somewhat in jeopardy. And then, Owen, I'll get to you. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. What's the impact of a percentage point if that goes down by 1% or by goes down to 2% rather than 4%? Do you know off the top of your head?
Yeah, so we get our appropriation increase for next fiscal year is at USM, it's 0.4%. So it's about $385K.
Okay, good, thanks. Owen.
Yeah, thank you. Justin, you showed the slide with the history where we sort of had this increasing gap that we have to fill over time. How do you think going forward looks, right, the next few years, and is there a way to get out of it? I know, as the provost mentioned, you all have been working really hard. You built a culture of change, but it's also, I assume, really hard to imagine every year finding that amount. Like, what's the path to put it in a different spot in a couple of years out?
Yeah, we're trying to avoid the death by 1,000 cuts scenario here. What we do, we are getting to the point where we'll be doing multi-year budgeting here on the campus. Right now, we've been very focused on year-to-year budgeting. And one of we're trying to influence or control every aspect of the budget that we can control, like growing auxiliary enterprises, looking through the entire budget for efficiencies. We are looking at every position that comes forward. So we are trying to take a very proactive approach in how we get to the budget. As I mentioned, every fiscal year since I've been in this role anyways, we've balanced the budget with a combination of permanent and one-time solutions. And as we go further out, the one-time solutions become smaller and smaller. And so we are taking bites out of the structural gap every year that we're able to. As I showed in fiscal year 25, we were dealing with a $10.3 million gap. For the fiscal year 26, it was down. We had it down to 6.6, and then it went to 8.1. Most of the solutions that I presented, except for 2 or 3, are permanent solutions. So we think that in fiscal year 27, as long as nothing major happens, that our structural gap will probably be about one third of what it was in 26. But there are some things that we don't, like I mentioned, there was that slide where I talked about, even if we solve the structural gap, unless things change, we will always be in this rut of having unbalanced budgets. When our appropriation makes up about one third of our revenue, and when that's seems to be in this, stuck at this 1% or less annual increases, it compounds over time.
Maybe I could add to that. I mean, it's been on a 1% increase the last 2 years. If you look at it over 3 years, it's substantially different than that. But the more important piece is that we've made the decision to pivot away from the model. So you're going to see changes in that going forward. I feel like that was being left out.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anything further? Seeing none, Justin, thank you very much. President Edmondson, thank you to you and your team for your presentation. We'll look forward to seeing you at the work session. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you. Thanks, everyone.
we will now take a break for 10 minutes until 2:15, and then we'll all go to law school together. We'll see you back shortly. Okay, we can get started again. And I know that we have President Softly with us and her crew from the law school. Dean Softly.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
I am delighted to be here this afternoon. You can all hear me? I love Chair Kate's reference to our crew from the law school. So bear with me just a minute. Chair Riley, FFT Chair Kates, members of the FFT committee, Chancellor Malloy, who I see is not here, but I'm not bitter. There we go. With me today is my crew from the law school. That is Maine Law's CBO, CHRO, and CEO. That is one human being, Nicole Vinyl, who's here, who's just absolutely extraordinary, and you'll see why as we move along. I do want to note that Chair Kates invited you all to go to law school just before we took a break. And I look at this screen and I see all these brilliant people. And I want to remind you all that you can apply to Maine Law right online, and there is no application fee. Just saying. I know you've all had a long day. I'm going to talk really fast as we go through this, but I want to start with 2 points of gratitude. This budget process, which is thoughtful, iterative, inclusive, has lots of great ideas as we move along, has to be the best budget process I've seen in many, many, many years in various forms in state government. And I just want to say to Ryan, who has helped set this up, and the Chancellor who has supported that process, and the board, which has been really involved with the process as we go forward. It's very impressive. And I think we all ought to take a moment to remember that there's a lot of work going into all of this in a much better and more thoughtful way than might be being done in other rooms in other places right now. So I just congratulate all of you on that. My next point of gratitude will show up in the next page. Nicole is also, there we go, our operator. There we go. So as
is that, are you seeing it? Okay.
Excellent. Okay. I want just to say as we move forward that I have enormous gratitude, and I think the state of Maine will have enormous gratitude through the years for the support of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Malloy, who has a vision of a thriving law school that is finally coming to fruition, and with the help of Ryan Lowe and Nicole Vinyl and the often unsung hero, Miriam White. We are really getting there. So let's go to the next page, Nicole. And I'm going to take a moment. I was going to contract with President Hedin to bring her enthusiasm to this one page on our report, but I'm going to try very hard to match her enthusiasm. It's just really important to think about where we have come in just 5 years with this law school. You all remember the market crash of 2008, and we all know that by 2013, law schools were plummeting all across the country. Tuition discounting was eating away at revenues. Dean Danielle Conway warned the president and the chancellor that Maine law was absolutely falling apart. Enrollments were down, faculty was leaving in droves. We were in really tough shape. We lost even the substance of the Center for Law and Innovation. And by 2019, people were beginning to say Maine would be, like Alaska, one of the only schools, one of the only states in the nation without a law school. When the report came out, the board stepped up. Chancellor Malloy arrived and put all of the recommendations into place. And over these last 5 years, the board and the chancellor and leadership have dramatically changed the future of Maine law, which I think means the future of the state of Maine. So we went to new governance, a financial commitment to a new facility, and that commitment was huge, and we don't want to lose sight of that. And by 2023, Maine law has moved into a building that has made all the difference in the world. By fiscal year 2024, Maine was beginning to see its first upfront balanced budgets. And now in 2025, as we look forward to fiscal year 2026, we will have another balanced budget that is allowing us really to look at priorities. Next page. So, no secrets. We start right off with the great news. Maine has a balanced budget for fiscal year 2026. Applications to Maine law are up over 60%. Nationally, they're up substantially, but only around 20, somewhere between 20 and 25%. And in New England, over almost 30%. So this extraordinary increase in applications demonstrates that Maine law is back on the radar, and it's really very exciting. So the red arrow is, we'll talk about this in a minute or two. We really need to be able to retain and attract great faculty to this extraordinary law school. And we are at risk of losing some of those incredible people if we don't find a way to do it. Over this next year, Nicole and I are working already on a plan to help address this issue with retaining and attracting faculty. Okay, next one. We will start our discussion today with Maine law's mission and values, and we will end our discussion with the commitments of the USMS strategic plan. It's really important when you're beginning to revitalize an institution that you make sure you're looking at priorities as you move forward. Instead of reaching for any dollars that come by, you need to be focusing on what the priorities are. Here, our mission is supported by this amazing facility, by the scholarships that are bringing in really highly credentialed students, and by the cutting edge programs and faculty that we will all talk about as we move forward. Next, this will give you an overview of how we are attracting students to Maine law. It's just a wonderful thing to see. Students are coming from all across the country. Slightly more than half of our students are coming from out of state, and 80% of those students are staying in Maine. Our ability to attract talent into the state of Maine and convince them to stay, I think, is one of our best attributes right now. And next. Here's the budget. I just like to go back to this page on a regular basis. You will see that $11.4 million will be necessary to run the law school during fiscal year 26, and that $11.4 million is available to do that. This just amazing and balanced budget as we start this year means that we can look at everything we're doing and make sure we're putting our money where our priorities are. At this point, we've had no reserves for years. This year, we could use the depreciation set back that $19,000 as a bit of reserves. I'm very proud of the fact that Maine Law has a couple of awards along the way. We probably have the smallest reserves that any of the universities have had. That's, you know, that's just a lovely thing, just as we had the smallest earmark that we believe has ever been awarded in the state of Maine. Our $17,000 earmark, never awarded below the $25,000 level, actually allowed us to do some new technology with our clinic. So we're very proud of that. I'm happy to talk about the budget, this budget, if you have questions as we move along. But as you can see, Maine Law's budget is very straightforward. It's people, and then it is those things that keep this building running as we move forward. Nicole, next. Here's what we will accomplish with the fiscal year 26 budget. We are reducing tuition discounting, which will help us with the revenue piece. We are funding software for disability service needs, which the school has needed, and we really have to get on top of. We are paying for USM continued shared services. You know, they help us with financial aid. They help us with all of our ADA accommodations. We are now doing what is basically shared services to the Maine Center, as is the University of Maine. We will reinstate the operations manager for the clinic, which is doing amazing work. Last year, 17,000 pro bono hours to people in the state of Maine from the clinic. We are in the process of reinvigorating the Center for Law and Innovation, adding AI and tech and privacy together in that center. And we're creating a small fund for the legal suits that occasionally hit the universities where we have had no reserves for those issues. Here are the priorities we have not yet achieved that we will be working on. Salary parity for faculty and staff, both internally and externally. We've got some parity issues that we really need to work on. We also need to bolster our critical staff. We are, as you know, in any operation, you've got to be careful about what happens if you lose people in midstream. We are one person from failure in several key positions, and we're working on both shoring up and cross-training across the staffing throughout. We're working on finding advanced staffing for learning designers. If we are going to have more online courses, we have got to find a way to do those in a way that it's high quality, rigorous, and very interesting to everyone. We're going to need some funding to look for the next president and dean. I'm told that that's an expensive proposition, and we need to establish a reserve fund. So those are the things we are working on. We haven't solved yet. Next, we have admission strategies that, as you can see from that number, are working really well. That 60% new applications have allowed us to look very hard at the credentials of the students coming in here. We have more applications than we can award, and we are already at the point where we're beginning to pause to make sure that we don't push this building into the Atlantic Ocean. Our student success numbers are terrific. We have bar passage rates that are competitive with all of our peers. We have job satisfaction as students leave here that is at an all-time high. And we're working very hard to make sure that our students going forward will pass the bar and become wonderful lawyers as they move out into the world. You know that our retention rate is high. It remains solid. People don't come to law school without making life plans to do so, and we help them stay here once they arrive. Okay, next. We have started an advancement program for the first time, really having a full advancement program at Maine Law. We have a chief development officer. We have a director of annual giving and alumni engagement. Our connection with our alumni has exploded over the last year. We are working very hard to make sure that that continues, that is actually an integrated part of everything we do. At the same time, it means that our alumni are giving in amounts that they haven't before. They're all involved with us, and those dollars are going up. We will be coming back to the board very soon with a plan for our next step, which will be an actual campaign for the first time in many years. So that's all coming along really well. Next.
We right now we're showing an 8% alumni participation rate, but our goal is to get that to above 16%, and we are on track to do that. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Okay, funds and endowments, and I'll turn this one over to you, Nicole.
Sure. So the law school has two buckets of endowments. One bucket, they're all held at the system, but one bucket was created before the University of Maine School of Law Foundation existed, prior to the 1990s. That bucket of endowments right now is worth $5.98. And then the foundation, once the foundation came on board, all of the fundraising that the law school did was really geared towards having that foundation hold any future endowments. And again, that number just about matches what the system has. And all told, we're at about $12 million in endowments before the market dropped. This is where we were at the end of December. So the foundation itself has agreed to a 5% distribution rate from their endowments that they hold this year. And then the foundation also holds the annual fund dollars that come in on an annual basis for us as well. And those annual fund dollars typically go to funding scholarships and any kind of offsetting of our E&G budget that we need at the end of the fiscal year.
Great. Next page. This is my favorite page. When we look at our peers in New England, we have any number of factors to compare Maine Law on, and all of that is getting better year after year. You will see right off the bat that Maine Law's tuition is quite low compared to peers, and is getting to the point where there may be a reputational issue. We really don't want to look like a law school on the cheap, and with the needs that Maine Law has going forward to provide a really quality law education, we are going to be looking at increasing the tuition. We'll talk about that in just a second. But if you drop all the way to the penultimate line, the blue last line, you will see that our first time bar passage rate is as high as any of our peers in New England, which is just a really telling point. There's huge amounts of effort going into helping our students get out there, pass the bar, and get great jobs. We looked earlier at the acceptance rates across our peers, and you'll see Northeastern Law, no surprise, has the lowest acceptance rate. It is able to be very discerning about acceptance. And then Maine Law falls lower than several of our peers along the way, which means that we are once again able to be a bit more discriminating as we look for those higher credentials for the students. And you'll see our LSATs are right up there with our competitors, above most of our New England competitors, as are the GPAs.
And it's kind of,
so we go back to this on a regular basis. Go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah, it's a little buried on the slide, but at the very top in the darker bar above the logos, you'll see the U.S. News and World Report ranking number of all of the institutions as well. And that's a number that we care about because it certainly affects our yield.
It does. Okay. Moving on.
So this slide that you can't possibly read because it's too small. So I'm going to click to the next one. Really just, this is the IR numbers for anticipated credit hours. We're just averaging an additional 27 over what the system is saying that we should budget for. So we're coming in incredibly close to what the system is saying we should be expecting. And then this chart just shows the history, 10-year credit hour history for the law school. We're back to where we had been in the future prior to some crazy things happening here that Lee spoke about in the beginning, but we feel very confident about our credit hour rate, and making a shift to charging students a per credit hour rate has also made a big difference in our predictability of budgeting, where 2 years ago, students paid the same whether they took 12 credits or 15 credits. So switching to the credit hour rate has also been really helpful.
Okay, next.
And this very busy slide just shows, as Ryan pointed out in the very beginning, we do have some differential tuition rates depending on what year the students are here. So for the next year's graduating class, they're going to pay a credit hour rate of $796. That won't change for them. The class of 2027 will continue to pay the $820, and the class of 2028 will pay $870 credit hour rate. And so that's a 2% overall tuition increase for our in-state students. And then we're also looking at a change in the non-resident rate. So it will go from $36,000 to $38,160. The NEVI will stay the same, and all of our fee structures will stay the same with the exception of our parking. The parking cost to students will now be $600 per semester. And then we are also charging students a new fee, and it's an academic and bar success fee. And I'll let you talk about that, Lee, and that'll be $350 a semester.
So this is one of the most exciting things that we're doing this year. It looks like an increase to the students, but in fact, for students when they graduate, they have to take the Bar-B program or something like it in order to prepare to take the bar exam itself. This is one of those things about law school. You go to law school for 3 years, you do really well there. You cannot pass the bar exam without taking one of the bar prep courses. It's just one of those really irritating things about the history of law schools in this country. However, what we've done here is contract with Bar-B so that each student is paying $350 per semester. They're getting additional assistance from their very first semester in getting ready and preparing to take the bar exam. In the end, they will have paid $2,100 toward bar success. And if we didn't have this contract in place, they would get to the end of their 3L year and have to pay $2,700 to take the Bar-B course that summer. So when they get to the course in the summer, they have paid all they need to pay. It's less than they would have been paying, and it provides a whole lot of assistance through every single year of law school, so that when they get to taking the bar exam, their chances of passing the bar are dramatically higher. We are joining a number of law schools that are entering into these contracts, which reduce the costs to the students and improve the preparation for the bar exam at the same time. And I think there are now 25 or 30 schools that are doing this. Every dean I have talked to has said it has been an excellent contract for their students and the success rates of their students. So we're really excited about this one. It looks like an increase. In the end, it will actually save them money and help them pass the bar. Okay, next. This is just a quick slide to let you know what our students are paying. We have about 40 students who are living in Portland Commons. It's relatively expensive. And we are continuing to work with USM around these rates. The students are beginning to get some experience with Portland Commons, and we're hoping that we can continue this partnership over time. But you'll see it's more expensive for law students than for the USM students, and we're working with USM around all of these issues. So far, I think it's been a good partnership, and I'm hoping USM feels the same. And this average debt among law school graduates, this is a national chart. So you can see with regard to law school graduates from state law schools, this does not include Harvard, Yale, or Stanford. These are the state law schools. The average law school debt runs around $120,000 when they leave school. So, and it drops down and then down to 115 and back up to 119. At Maine Law, our students leave with average debt that's below $75,000. And that has been steady over the last 2 years, and we're hoping to keep it the same as we move forward. That is a big draw for students who want to go out into fields that aren't going to pay them $300,000 in their first year out of law school. And so here's what you're seeing. Our proposed tuition will move up to under $28,000, and it just gives you an idea of where we are compared to average law school prices. If you go to Northeastern, you're in that top line, and we're beginning to be very competitive with schools like Northeastern. And next, and now we are wrapping up. So every time we go through our budget, where we're spending the money, what our priorities are, we go back to UMS strategic plans for commitments. And I'm not going to read these pages to you, but we're pretty confident that everything that we're doing is consistent with the 5 core commitments. And you'll see that on this page and the next page. And I think that's it. Well, there's Finn, our new mascot. He's no Bengal, but he's pretty cute. Happy to take questions.
First of all, I note that is the 3rd time in these slides that dog has appeared. And Dean Softly before she was dean, was a judge, and before that, an excellent lawyer. And the first thing they teach you in trial practice is know your jury and craft your arguments to your jury. She knows darn well that several of us on the screen own dogs. And this shameless attempt to get at our heartstrings has succeeded, I'm sure.
Shameless, absolutely true.
Thank you. Questions? We must have some questions for Dean Softly. We can't let her off the hook that quickly.
Yeah, Roger.
Owen, please go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Dean Softly, for the presentation and a lot of good work to get to this budget. Few questions, actually. So hold on. So the 60% increase in applications, like that's remarkable over the 20% average. Like what is driving that? So that's one bucket of questions. 2 is, you mentioned the concept of it's hard to recruit because the salary expectations are different between applicants and what we can offer. What's the delta there? And then 3 is a commentary on something you said, which was the brand question of like, how are we priced versus outcomes we're delivering, which were like really high on bar passage rate versus the ability to keep talent. And to me, that circle isn't fully connected. Like we're low price, high outcomes, like hard on talent. And so long term, just wondering how you think about that for the law school.
Thank you. So what's driving, I'll start with what's driving the new applications. I think it's a combination of things. And I wanted first just to salute the faculty that we have right now. They are pretty extraordinary. They're trying to get out in the world. We have environmental work being done and privacy law that's really huge. And there's a big conference coming up in DC, for example, where many of our alumni are going to be leading worldwide discussions about privacy. So some wonderful work being done by our faculty. The other thing that you just can't overstate the difference that it has made is this building, the presence, the look, the way it is working has drawn so many more people. I won't give you the terrible stories, but there were a number of applicants who came to see Maine Law and walked into a building that smelled like wet dogs, and did not want to come back. So the fact that we have been able to bring Maine Law into this building, into the middle of the community with courthouses right up the street, has just, it's made a huge difference. And I think that for recruiting students, having a building that says the state of Maine, the University of Maine cares about this law school. We have a vision for making sure that we have great lawyers. I think that has been wonderful for recruiting. So that sort of leads us into the brand issue. And I thank you for the question. Moving back to the issue of tuition, the tuition is really low for the quality that we're providing to students right now. And our goal is to move that tuition up so that it is situated with our New England peers in a much better way. And so we're doing it. We have made promises to students that we would not raise their tuition. We are no longer, I want to make this clear, we are no longer making that promise. We are making it clear that tuition may rise with the need for quality delivery of services. So the new 1L students will come in with a higher tuition, still only at $26,000. And I anticipate that we will continue to move the tuition up to and possibly even over $30,000. We're sort of chasing our peers in New England, but it will no longer look like it's not something that we all think is just a fabulous school.
Dean, you mentioned faculty compensation about being a challenge. I know there's not a chart on this, but can you give us a sense of how we match up with those same peer institutions on what we're paying our faculty and how that contributes to this issue?
Thank you, Roger. The ability for us to say we are 15-20% off is really difficult because other schools hide their salaries. And one of the issues we have with comparing law schools is we don't have the kind of IPEDS information that undergraduates have. But here's what's happened. I have offered 5 really great people a position at Maine Law over the last 3-4 months. All 5 of them have had to say no to me. And those who will talk to me about it will say, I love the school. Your faculty is wonderful. I listened to classes. I would love to work there, but I've just been offered $180,000 because I'm a tenured professor doing this great work. And you're offering me $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year less than that. For beginning faculty, we're pretty convinced we're off by about 15% for those who are tenure track or who are long-term contract. So we're significantly off. We're also off when you compare our law faculty to the MBA faculty. So we're starting to look both internally and externally. It is at least 15 for early professionals and probably 25-30% off for those who have started their career, and we should be able to lure them here.
Thanks. Thank you. Other questions for Dean Softly or for Nicole regarding the law school? Trish?
I would just follow up because Lee's made that case, and I know Jones had issues with recruitment as well. It'd be interesting to have the data of all our campuses, given that they are public universities in Maine, and how they compete against other public universities for each institution. I think would be really helpful. It's an important point.
Thanks. Anything further, questions regarding the law school's proposed budget? I'm seeing none. Thank you John Moore.
Yeah, I just wanted to say congratulations on your fundraising numbers. They look fantastic and are definitely trending in an upward way. Any projections? I know you said 16% reach in the future, but any dollar projections in the future, or you're not ready to make that yet?
We're with regard to the campaign we are putting together, we are not ready to roll out the numbers, but we're going to be looking for significant dollars to try to create that endowment that will help Maine law buffer some of the things we know are coming. But I thank you for the question, John. A lot, I believe, is the number that we're looking for.
Well, congratulations again. That's great.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. Anything further? So seeing none, thanks very much. We'll see you at the work session, and great presentation.
Thank you.
And now we've left one of the smaller campuses for last, but we'll go now to take up the University of Maine. And I know President Farini Mundy is with us and her team.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good to see you all. Long day, but here we are. And I was scrambling, President Softly, to see if I could find a picture of my dogs, but I couldn't. So haven't got that for you, but we have a lot to tell you, and we're very happy to be able to be here and share the many good things going on at the University of Maine, and to also engage you in the continuing discussion that we've been having with you all for so long about our challenges and opportunities. I'll quickly introduce the team. I'll be here, as well as Cody Vararamian, who is Vice President for Research and Dean of the Graduate School. Cody's there. Megan Walsh, Dean and Campus Director at the University of Maine at Machias. Kelly Sparks, Vice President for Finance and Administration and Chief Business Officer. Gabe Paquette, who is Associate Provost for Academic Affairs and Faculty Development. Jake Ward, Vice President for Spire, and Michelle Rogers. And we'll jump right in, moving along fairly quickly. Really appreciate the chance to speak with you today. And I'd like to go, Kelly, we can keep moving to, it's slide 4. We've got an outline of what we're going to talk about and a header slide, and here we go. So we are the state of Maine's R1D1 Land, Sea, and Space Grant flagship university. And we love to have the opportunity to make that point in partnership, of course, with all of the universities in the system. And we show a map here to give a sense of our reach. We think of our teaching, our research, our public engagement as a statewide activity, at least at the base, as well as something, of course, that expands nationwide and internationally. And the map gives you a sense of the different types of things that we do across the state. I also wanted to add just a little bit about our scale. We have about 730 innovation projects statewide for organizations that enable access to our facilities and expertise, where we're helping businesses grow and develop. In terms of our campus, we have 86 baccalaureate majors, 137 minors, 85 graduate degrees, about 2,500 total faculty and staff. Our students come from 50 states and 84 countries. So our scale is quite large. We go to the next slide. For this presentation, I want to really make one big point, and it's on this slide. We believe that our strategic vision for this university is what must drive our budget planning. So we will continually refer to our continued work in our 160th year to clarify and sharpen and rethink our strategic vision, while at the same time making the argument that the budget that you're going to see presented today flows from that vision, is meant to advance that vision, and enables us to make some of the choices that we need to make. A couple of drivers for our budget that I would just mention. One is that we do align, and Kelly will go into more detail, with the BOT endorsed plan that was approved a couple of years ago for this year's budget for 26 and going beyond. And we are solving our budget challenges by both efficiencies and reductions and finding those, but also defensible, well-documented revenue generation plans. And then I'd like to emphasize the last point. We are committed to retaining the core of what the state of Maine needs and deserves in its land, sea, and space grant R1 and D1 university. So I want to say a little bit more about that core in the next slide. And we've listed some challenges, and these were challenges that we listed a couple of weeks ago when we were finalizing these. They could change. I want to make the point, though, these are the challenges that we're solving because they are critical to our core. Sustaining MAFIS and cooperative extension, enabling the UMaine Foundation to continue to do its phenomenal work for us, to continue to remain D1 and afford that. And the last couple, research continuity, a challenge in the current moment, and also the potential reduction in FNA. So we keep these numbers near the forefront simply so that we're paying attention to how we can be creative as we look forward. The strategic re-envisioning campaign, Kelly, next one, please, that you have heard about before, I believe, as we celebrate our 160th year. We've been asking ourselves for the last almost 10 months now, what would the University of Maine look like if we were designing it today? So kind of a clean slate sort of conversation that we have structured in a way that is a university-wide, campus-wide, stakeholder-wide conversation. And this has been going on in a variety of ways. And if you're interested in how we're doing this, you could go look at the website. But the reasons for doing it are kind of straightforward. And these were reasons in place several months ago. But the higher education landscape is changing. The workforce is changing. The student college experience and the students themselves are all changing. This is a dynamic moment. And we've chosen it as a moment to re-examine where we are going. And we acknowledge that transformational change for our university is something that we must be responsible for doing. So we have stayed committed to our mission of educating the leaders and innovators of the future, as well as fulfilling our responsibilities. We have come up with a working charter, and we're calling it Working because we're still getting input. And I want to emphasize the incredible engagement of the community. More than 180 people, I'm sure we're up over 200 now, over the last many months have participated in relatively deep ways in this work as members of committees, task forces, groups, attendance at town halls, and at working sessions across the variety of topics we are discussing in our strategic re-envisioning. But I'd like to parse just a little bit this working charter. First of all, a learner-centered Research One University. And special congratulations to everybody led by Cody in the fact that our R1 status has been re-acknowledged and reaffirmed just recently. So a learner-centered R1 is a distinction that we are striving to enact more widely. We have great examples of what that looks like, starting in first-year courses with RLEs, but we are expanding that and trying to make that fundamental to our identity. A university committed to sustaining the health of our planet. Think about the natural resources of the state of Maine, the environment in Maine and beyond, the people, the plants, the animals, every area in which we have strength and background and history, we continue to think is a likely good focus for us. And then growing inclusive communities, because we are Maine's Land, Sea, and Space Grant University, and we are holding on to our Defining Tomorrow idea. The SRE process has been pretty elaborate, not going to go into detail, but we have some guiding principles, and I'll just pick out two of those to highlight for you. The second on the left side, continuing to expand the integration of teaching and research. That's a key for this university because we're very, very good. Our faculty are amazing at both. And so how do we put those together? And then the other that I would like to to emphasize here is the last. We need to be financially sustainable. Like many of the institutions we've heard from today, we have some challenges, have had some of them historically for many years, and we continue to try to work at those. Not going to take time on this, but these are the 4 implementation groups right now that are in place coming out of the SRE work. And these groups are producing reports and recommendations going forward. And you get a sense of their general topics, the academic side, the research side, administrative efficiencies, and then something we're calling an accelerator to put together some areas of great strength for us going forward. And we'll say more about this a bit later, but let's turn now to our financial situation and Kelly.
Yeah, good afternoon. So I'd like to start just by explaining how we began our budgeting process. We started by looking at our MYFA, or a multi-year financial analysis, and thinking through what our base assumptions would be. So if we continue to do business as usual as an institution, what would that base model be? We then took the overlay of strategic re-envisioning, and we asked ourselves, where do we really have opportunities? Where do we have wins? And what risks do we need to manage as an institution? So I'll take a look kind of at the left here. What were our wins have changed a little bit given the kind of the current federal uncertainty, but we have experienced pretty significant improvements in our both first-year incoming class enrollment. We've really stymied that decline that we saw the last 2 years, as well as impressive, thanks to the provost office, wins in terms of overall student retention. And we were able to build that into our basis assumption. We have also exceeded our expectations around residence hall capacity and meal plan sales, and really are running very close to 100% capacity. Our research enterprise has been very, very successful. We've seen year-over-year increases. And in the Education and General Fund budget, or the E&G budget, where we see that directly impact is the F&A recovery. So the facilities and administrative overhead associated with those grants is approximately $25 million, or just about 8% of our overall operating budget. So it's a fairly significant part of our budget, and that is used really to cover the administration of an R1 research institution. We have also seen increased sales and service revenue, largely driven by a very successful athletics program, thanks to the improvements that Jude has brought and the historic Alpha and Athletics Master Plan. On the other side of the ledger, though, we are dealing with declining out-of-state population coming in and fewer student credit hours per learner. We have rising, like all of our colleagues across the system, rising compensation and fringe costs in a highly competitive talent market. We are seeing other potential impacts, or trying to anticipate those for research funding, impact of our F&A rate, and potential impacts on tariffs that presents itself in particular on large equipment purchases for the University of Maine that may be supporting the research enterprise. We are also trying to hedge against the potential for increased fuel costs that may be coming in the future years. We also have, like our colleagues, we have major deferred maintenance challenges, and it's really outpacing our ability to effectively fund that. So we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get into the capital later. Overall, we're very pleased to present a budget that is consistent with what we've been talking about for the last 2 years since fiscal year 24. We made a commitment to you to getting to balance by FY27, and a strategic use of 14.5 million reserve funds over this 3-year period. And in FY26, that budget remains consistent with that commitment. You'll see that on the top line, our tuition and fees are increasing. That is a combination of both a 3% increase in our tuition rate, but also very stable or almost near flat student credit hours. And Gabe will talk more to that as we get later into the presentation. Consistent with that, our other revenue, which includes our state appropriation, as well as the tuition, or the other, losing my words here today, the other increases in like athletic and other game day revenue is up. We acknowledge that may be at risk right now, and have already started our internal conversations about how we would offset that. Likewise, our financial aid is staying consistent in terms of discount rate. The actual dollars are going up, but the discount rate, the fundamental methodology by which our enrollment Vice President Kevin Coughlin has been allocating those funds remains true, and the discount rate will not increase. We've stabilized that underneath his leadership. Likewise, our salaries, wages, and benefits include a combination, includes all of the raises as we have bargained with our differing units. It includes the increase in the benefits rate as anticipated by our guidance from our colleagues at the system. But it also includes an annual attrition rate. This last year, you may remember we budgeted 1.2 million. This year, we're stabilizing that at a $1 million. And that's really the annual attrition rate. That is just the gap in timing from when someone leaves until the next person is hired. In addition to that, strategic re-envisioning has really allowed us to identify where we have opportunities for the hiring pause. And we'll talk more about those numbers, but so there's some ups and then there's some downs to get us to this stable number in salaries, wages, and benefits. Our other expenses also, while are down, the main reason for that is a change in how we are looking at matching our transfers to a separate fund, which is for MEIF. So we will be transferring less dollars to match MEIF and holding those dollars on E&G and those wages also on E&G. So it's more of an accounting change. Really, we have budgeted our other expenses down with a slight decrease in our energy costs due to some reduction in our footprint, as well as some revised budgeting methodology and budgeting for credits in that area. But largely our other expenses are flat. So SRE has really allowed us to identify where we have those opportunities for revenue as well as the expense reductions. So we were able to, through the strategic enrollment management plan that the provost put in place, largely supported by the Harold Alfond Foundation, increase our net tuition and fees by $3 million against our base scenario. And that is a 2% improvement in overall the last 3 years weighted average of retention rates. It doesn't match this last year's rate, 83.6%, because we really want to make sure that we ease into that growth. There may be upside potential, but we'll continue to monitor that very closely. Our base rate did include the initial increase in the state appropriations. The kind of the added benefit was when we increased that by 0.5 percentage point, the 400,000. F&A return, we have been running all of this last fiscal year significantly ahead of where we anticipated that rate to be. And we've planned for this number to be consistent with where we're forecasting FY25 to be at year end. So increasing that number to $25 million for our bottom line. This is a number we're looking at very closely right now against what current grants may be pulled back. We're also looking at modeling sensitivity around fluctuations in what may be a federal capped F&A rate. We're also looking at potential risk, other related risk associated with that. And happy to talk about that later at a separate time. But we understand that that is an important part of our budget and needs to be monitored carefully. And then we have increased our sales and services, and that's really some strategic thinking that we have around conference services and leveraging our built environment in the summer and activating it more generally. On the other side of the ledger, we have, as I mentioned on the last slide, due to strategic re-envisioning and really good work, everyone has dug deep across the institution. I am very, very grateful to all of my colleagues who have looked, and now a strategic hiring committee that is looking more than once a week, actually, given our volume. We're coming together 2 and 3 times a week to review every hire on every fund to ask ourselves if we need to move forward with it, and have identified $5.3 million in ongoing attrition savings. So these have been paused indefinitely, and depending on kind of the outcome of federal risk, these are ones that we could eliminate from the bottom line if we had to, in order to balance that, just to give you a little bit of a sense of how we're we're looking at some of the federal risk. We have also, we anticipated an increase in our shared services from the system. So when we received our final allocation, that actually showed up for us as a decrease. It was an increase over last year, but a decrease against what had been communicated to us as a part of the MYFA. We are delaying UMEC, the timing or the energy plant replacement, timing of when we come forth with that in order to do some additional evaluation of how that project is conceptualized and if there are alternative sources of funding rather than using internal debt capacity, internal debt and interest rates in order to be mindful of both our impact on overall system debt capacity as well as our ability to repay that given some of the kind of financial uncertainty going forward. We will also have an ongoing reduction in our overall operating expense once the final sale of the Hutchison Center is complete. And then associated with that F&A return, the $2.4 million increase, we also transfer to a separate fund type a portion of those funds out to our colleagues. So it's kind of a net increase in the overall budget. We get more money, but we make sure that we use those funds to operate, for example, ASCC in supporting the work that they do in the designated fund. I'll turn it back over to the president.
Thank you. So in order to hit those numbers, we need to look a little more deeply into what is happening with the strategic re-envisioning work, and in particular, these 4 groups that I mentioned earlier. And so this is another layer into what they are looking at. The academic group looking at potential changes to our academic and research programs, looking for realignments of programs and administrative structures, looking for efficiencies, but also opportunities for more productivity, more relevance. And there are a number of very concrete recommendations that we're evaluating now from that group. Similarly, from the research portfolio group, same kinds of recommendations, in fact, some overlapping recommendations. And so now what our work will be is how to piece these together and to begin to make actual action plans and project plans for some of them. The Workforce, Manufacturing, and Materials Group is really providing a model for us on new levels of interdisciplinary collaboration, not just among the kinds of goals that our units have, but among the types of units, colleges together with research institutes, and looking to make programs that will be both financially sustainable and really appealing within Maine, given the kinds of strengths that we have here. And then the Administrative Business Services Group looking at I think the simplest way to talk about this might be as partial centralization, where we have a lot of distributed activity across these areas that are so vital to us, and over time, looking for ways to move that. The next slide goes into examples with a few recommendations as examples of the kinds of things that we will look at as we go forward. And so here you see a list. You see the semi-centralization, travel, purchasing, human resources, maybe marketing and communication. I like the third one particularly for anybody out there who's listening. Instructional support from research centers and institutes. This one argues for a new way of looking at the incredible capacity that we have among our researchers in those centers and institutes, and the ways in which they could be perhaps tapped to enrich the work, the instructional side going on in colleges and their departments. And so we're seeing some nice conversations growing on that front as well. Next slide. Again, these are meant to be examples. The way we are looking at it now might be, let's take a look at, we have taken a look at all of our centers. Could some of them be better aligned with colleges rather than as standalone units? Could some of them be better aligned with one another? Similarly for programs, we've talked about meta majors. All of this work is ongoing, and it would have been wonderful if we'd had it all wrapped up and done for the fiscal 26 budget, but we're working to harmonize both as we go. New kinds of micro-credentials in areas that have already gotten a good start. Looking at our GSBSE program and perhaps expanding out both the content and the partners. And then programs in strong areas for us: smart manufacturing, robotics, cybersecurity, advanced transportation sciences. So next slide, Kelly. Back to Kelly.
Sure. So we are looking at a 3% in general across the board increase in overall tuition and fees, rounding, as Ryan mentioned up front, 3%, 2.9% when we take the cents off of it. The only place we're not looking to increase our tuition is in our graduate business program, or the MBA. We made a substantial increase last year and really want to keep that consistent going into next year as to not impact enrollment further. For our differential tuition, as well as our for both graduate and undergraduate, we are looking at no increases at the undergraduate level. We did not make increases last year at the graduate level, so do want to make some market increases here to cover the overall cost of delivery in those high cost programs in engineering and nursing. And our students, I'm just going to call out towards the bottom, you'll see there's a 28.2% proposed increase for the undergraduate student activity fee. As a reminder, our students are a separate 501c3 here at the University of Maine. Through their student governance process, they have set and identified this is their rate increase with a proposed set of increased activity and engagement on campus supporting it. They have voted on this as student government and presented this as their recommendation for an increased fee. This flows directly through to their activities. We do not hold on to it within the University of Maine E&G budget. Likewise, at the University of Maine at Machias, we are looking at a fairly consistent 3% increase. The one place we are looking at a 5% increase is in the non-resident online fee. We actually missed making that increase last year, so this makes it consistent with our other fee structure, catching us up to last year's. And then likewise, their students drive through shared governance, their proposed student activity fee, and are not proposing a fee increase for Machias for this coming year. So I'll jump over to our auxiliary enterprise as a next part of the conversation. We are very, very pleased with our ongoing relationship with Sodexo. So this last year, we did very well, had increased occupancy rates in FY25, as well as delivery rates, and really had a balanced budget on the housing side. We used that to offset some of the losses as we started off the first year of Sodexo. And as a reminder, in our first year of Sodexo, we went from we were in a transition year in terms of the way that we managed to the financials and the contract type. So FY26 is the first full fiscal year for the University of Maine that we are under and working towards that new contract. We've worked very collaboratively with them to look at the rate structure, to look at the delivery of programs, to look at how we're approaching catering. They're a very strong partner. We are also very, very pleased with the improvements that they've made to the physical or built environment for Wells, for Hilltop, and we're looking at making the last round of those improvements coming into this next year. That enterprise is operating very effectively, and now we are looking at balancing our budget across both housing and dining as we come into this next year. You'll see that there is a fairly substantial increase in the other expenses. Just to call that out, that's primarily in our contract fees that we pay over to Sodexo. Our reserves. We continue to, as we said up front, use our reserves, $14.5 million over the course of 3 years. That's really the blue bar, if you will, on this chart. So you'll see from FY23 to FY24, that went from 17.6 to 10 million, and then this year to 5.2 million. So we do anticipate still ending the year with healthy reserves, but that's the number we're very focused on right now. Are the unrestricted E&G reserves, or the blue bar. We are doing deep analysis right now, and so some of those, that 16.4 million that says designated there. How is that orange bar made up? We have chosen to set up projects associated with that, and we're doing a deep dive into that to say, are there some of those, could they be reallocated to a higher and better use given our current budget context to help reduce how much of our unrestricted E&G fund we have to use.
And with that, now we shift to the academic and student affairs budget priorities, and we will begin with Associate Provost Gabe Paquette.
Thank you very
And Megan Walsh as well.
Thank you very much, President Farini-Mundy. Very nice to be with you, Gabe Paquette, Associate Provost. And in this slide, we show that we are slightly up in completed applications received. And importantly, we've improved our aging time. That is the time it takes to go from the receipt of an application to an admissions decision significantly. And we anticipate even further improvement, that is further decreasing the time between receipt and decision in the next admission cycle. So that augurs very well. And Vice President for Enrollment Management, Kevin Coughlin, and his team deserve serious kudos for that change. Next slide, please. As you've heard, in conjunction with other sibling universities, we have made significant progress in our first to second year retention rate. For many years, it had been stable, hovering around 75%, but we spiked this year to over 83%. We are confident that this is not a blip, an ephemeral gain. Rather, we believe that we are harvesting the fruits of major investments that have been made over the years in student success, headlined, of course, by the investments made through the Alphon Gift, specifically research learning experiences and advanced research learning experiences, gateways to success, and pathways to career. I also wish to just note one other thing, which is we've made in the past 2 years important process improvements, including a program called Black Bear Early Alerts, which is described in the sidebar, enabling faculty to spot struggling students early and enable our wraparound student services to intervene early and get students back on track. So in general, we're improving coordination between advising, academic affairs, student affairs, and crucially, faculty in the overall success of our students.
Anything Megan would like to add around Machias on either of those last slides?
I just wanted to add quickly, thank you, President Farini-Mundy, and thank you, Associate Provost Paquette, that, yeah, we are seeing an increase in applications consistent with last year's. We're also seeing, excuse me, this is for the previous slide. We're also seeing a number of students applying to UMM and simultaneously. And of course, most of our enrollment goes through UMaine. A lot of our on-ground admissions happens through here, the Machias campus. So we have programs for students who can't decide, including a coastal year program and professional pathways in nursing and engineering to the UMaine Orono campus. And additionally, for Confirm, so far we are running ahead of last year, and we're quite happy about that. To the next slide, just speaking of those things, we are implementing our retention rate is also included there in those numbers and is an increase over last year. And we are also implementing the Black Bear Early Alert campaign and the other things Associate Provost Paquette talked about. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And so now we'll do just a few highlights from our research and innovation activities as they relate to this budget. And this will be Cody Vararamin and Jake Ward.
Yes. Well, good afternoon, everyone. So first and foremost, as you can see from the slide, as Maine's our one flagship campus, during fiscal year 24, the total R&D expenditures was $249.3 million. And expenditures consisting of both external dollars that were spent on the research for research expenditures as well as internal dollars. The external portion was $171.4 million, and the internal portion was about $77 million. So for every $1 of internal funds invested, about $2.2 of external funds were brought to the university and supported our faculty, staff, students, and actually, more importantly, all the impactful areas of R&D that the university conducted in support to the state of Maine. And 89% of all university research takes place in Maine is from University of Maine. We have 16% of our undergraduate students involved in different forms of research, experiential learning, and as I just
thank you so much.
Excuse me. Okay, as I just mentioned, the R&D work that is being done in support of state of Maine. With respect to doctoral programs and graduate programs. We have 31 doctoral programs, more than 70 doctoral conferrals per year in recent years. And we have been also increasing available doctoral assistantships and postdoctoral opportunities to a good extent from external support, and also introducing innovation in our doctoral education. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, I'd like to focus on some of the industry and commercialization activity. A good part of our land grant mission is making sure that our research translates to the public, including Maine's companies, kids, and communities. A lot of our activity is with the smallest companies in Maine, like Brandt Cochran, the axe manufacturer you saw recently at a Board of Trustees meeting, but also extends to some of the largest companies, including pulp and paper manufacturing, shipbuilding, et cetera. A major component of our ability to do some of this is through our Maine Economic Improvement Fund. In general, we're using those dollars to leverage additional federal dollars at a ratio of 6.5 to 1, and really making dramatically improving the impact we can have from the results of the federally funded research activity.
Thanks. Now, as we move into enrollment and retention, there's a lot on these charts, and we'll try just to hit the highlights, but let's begin with food.
Thank you very much, President Free-Monday, and I'll speak just for a second and then turn things over to my colleague, Megan Walsh. On this slide, we see that undergraduate credit hour generation over a 10-year period of time of the light blue out of state, while the in-state is dark blue. There has, of course, been a decline in overall credit hours. And I think when we think about what to attribute that to, beyond the demographic cliff, we can point to increased competition from other flagship institutions and also the advent of free community college. Those are certainly two contributing factors. The positive news is that undergraduate credit hour generation appears to have leveled out after a period of turbulence. Megan, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, let me just say that at UMM, academic credit hours are up this year, with 23% up this spring over springtime last year. And we can attribute a lot of that to UMaine students taking online courses through UMM. Thank you. Gabe?
Thank you. The only thing else I would add is that while it's true that undergraduate credit hours dropped in 22-23, with most of the drop from out-of-state students, we increased a bit over this last year, about 1%, with that increase coming from in-state students. And we're very obviously pleased that in 24-25, we were up about 5% in in-state credit hours relative to the previous year. And this is due to both increased retention for in-state students and a larger in-state first-year class. Thank you.
Okay, so this slide shows the graduate credit hours over the past 10-year period of time. And as you can see, there has been sort of the trend has been growth taking place. And in recent years, things kind of leveling off or becoming steady. But overall, there has been of the order of 50% growth there. And especially also, we can see that with respect to in-state versus out-of-state growth, the out-of-state growth over the last 10 years have almost doubled, in terms of graduate credit hours. And also, everybody's doing the best to, keep the numbers up with respect to the in-state numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody. On this slide, I'd just like to highlight that we did see a drop in total credit hours in fiscal year 23 and also fiscal year 24. And then we saw a bump in fiscal year 25 due to increased retention and also a larger incoming class. We expect in fiscal year 26 for credit hours to be about flat. This slide and the subsequent slide just demonstrate that our projections at UMaine and UMaine Machias are very close to University of Maine system projections. And we, of course, work very closely with the system office, use a similar methodology, but there are enough differences in the methods that it's valuable to have both calculations just to cross-check. And so overall here, we see that the differences between the two calculations is only 0.2%. And so we feel very good about this. And similarly here, we see that we're projecting that we'll be pretty flat this year. And again, the difference in the projection is only 0.2%. Thank you.
And now we'll turn to a very brief update on our marketing efforts with Michelle Rogers.
Thank you, President Farini-Mundy. So I'll keep this quick so we can save some time. In November of 2023, marketing and communications in collaboration with faculty, staff, and students across both campuses began developing a new brand platform for UMaine and UMaine at Machias. And in the fall of 2024, we launched Blue Horizons, which I'm sure many of you have already seen, with the corresponding recruitment campaign called Discover Your Tomorrow. The thing that was really special about these campaigns is they weren't about inventing a new narrative. Rather, they focused on amplifying the enduring truths that have always defined the UMaine brand, and then brought these fundamentals in sharper focus. And also, we were able to do most of the work internally, so we saved cost on external vendors and agencies, which was a huge benefit to the university. On the next slide, Kelly, if you can advance. This just goes into more detail about the 3 different components of our brand and marketing outreach campaign. We have the Discover Your Tomorrow Yield Push, which is just a single component in a much larger enrollment enrollment activity led by Kevin Coughlin and his team. But this was a targeted push for undergraduate student recruitment efforts that we began in 2024 and roll out again this year. Specifically to try and get students to commit to UMaine. And while we don't have actual correlated data, after pushing this out before the May 1 deposit deadline, we did see an increase in yield. And so we will be moving forward with that again. And then we also have the Life in the Pines video series that goes along with that. That is the student perspective, to use our own student stories to help with enrollment and admissions to UMaine and UMaine Machias. And then the last part is the Blue Horizons brand campaign, which you can see here the details. And we have the QR codes on all 3 slides. So if you haven't had a chance to look at them, I highly recommend taking a look at the great materials that these teams who internally collaborated saved money in a way to help get our brand out there and increase enrollment across our schools. Thank you.
Okay, and now a bit of an update on our residence halls and dining occupancy numbers, and we'll turn to Kelly for this.
Great, thank you. Just as an overlay for our housing program, we have spent the last year taking a step back to study our overall housing portfolio to understand in better context our deferred maintenance and student needs. We conducted over 35 focus groups as well as a survey with over 1,000 responses. And we also had Gordian in to do a physical space needs assessment of the built environment. We identified a series of goals that were driven by student and our student life teams talking about how we want to present our facilities for our students in the future, and then have some ideas on how we can start to potentially turn around some of the longer term deferred maintenance issues that we will bring back to the Finance Facilities Technology Committee and the Board of Trustees at a later point in time, but really talks about a renewal program, of which what we'll talk about today is that 4.25% increase that you see in the center of the right side of the slide. We're going to start to set ourselves up to build a reserve fund that we can then put back into our physical facilities. We are very pleased with our housing occupancy. You'll note that on the FY26, the dark blue bar to the far right, we are increasing our occupancy, our capacity on campus. And that's really about taking down the number of singles that we're able to allocate and really bringing those back to doubles. It doesn't have to do with any sort of building opening or closure. All of our buildings are fully operational, and we are now having to create occupancy. That number also does not include the lease that we brought before FFT at the last meeting. We have an additional 40 beds offsite that we're leasing in order to support overall capacity needs for the campus. We house about 30% of our overall student population. If you take out who are our distant students, our total head count is about 8,539 or 8,540 students. So we're housing about 40% or just under 40% of our overall student population on campus. Megan, would you like to speak to Machias?
Sure, we are making improvements to Dorwood Hall. As you can see, that sign is still green, but we will make sure to have it blue in the next few months here. And we are seeing numbers going in the right direction, but we'd like to have more students staying with us on campus. Right now, we have a large number of students taking classes with us online. So that 125 represents a pretty large portion of the students who are taking classes with us in person at any given time. We're at, I think, 169 students this semester taking a class in person with us. Thank you.
As I mentioned before, we're looking to increase our rates in Orono at approximately 4.25%. That allows us to start building those reserves for physical improvements. We are also looking at a weighted average increase of about 5.5% for our overall board rates or Sodexo meal plan rates. I am going to call out the block plan. It is not an increase in the same plan of 116%. We really restructured what that block plan looks like for students based on their needs. So it's really a different plan, all you using the same line item associated with that. Likewise, we are increasing the base rate at about 5% in Machias. We've been running at about $125,000 a year annual deficit in Machias. So this restructuring of the room rates will now enable us to break even in Machias and to maintain those facilities effectively. We're taking a slightly lower rate in Machias. It's in order to maintain prices as low as possible, but still looking to increase 4.3% in our board rates for Machias.
I'll kick off this capital planning section by reminding all of us that we are working very hard to use our strategic vision of the university as the driver for our budget decisions, and that applies within the capital area as well. So you see a few of the commitments and principles that are guiding even this piece of the work. Again, a research environment and a learning environment that's aligned with our one activity becomes very important as we consider our capital changes. In implementing space efficiency goals, we have a President's Space Committee that Kelly leads, and that is a very, very important, helpful group of stakeholders. Technology-supported learning environments for students for both today and tomorrow, and then spaces that are welcoming and respectful. So we can hit some of the highlights of this, but we are working to be guided by these ideas.
So I just want to call out on this slide that our net asset value does look like it's taken a kind of a dive here between FY23 and FY24, and that is actually not because of a material change on campus. It's that we brought Gordy in and we had them do a physical space assessment of all of our housing building. And so they calculate what that net asset value is once they actually looked at the mechanical systems, looked at the building envelope, et cetera. They recalculate, they recast that number, and that brought that number down to 42%. Again, we are now in that transitional gut renovation demo stage, kind of at large for the University of Maine. So likewise, we have been very focused on how we can allocate the most funds possible to maintain, to stay kind of between our dotted line blue line and our dotted line purple line. Really with, and we'll talk a little bit more about this, but with external funds, we've been able to get that within the range. We anticipate staying in that range or exceeding that next year, but really due to external funds. So I'm going to jump to the next slide and talk a little bit about that. The funding that we is really balanced at the high level between three major sources. Our federal funds, those are a number of those are earmarks, congressionally directed spending, and or grant funding. We have a significant amount of philanthropy that is coming in, and that is in large part you'll see for athletics due to the Harold Alfond grant, as well as matching funds from New Balance and from the Morse gift for the basketball arena that will start to come into the forefront next year. as well as the potential for borrowing or third-party partnerships. And that is largely driven by the energy infrastructure renewal project that is currently underway, and the potential to begin UMEC over the next year, or the energy plant replacement. That is also, we also are contributing and increasing the amount that we're able to for our internal education and general funds or auxiliary related funded depreciation funding, as well as the state appropriation from FY23. And we're allocating and start to get into the use of those funds in a greater way this coming year. So a fairly large portfolio of cash out the door for capital improvements, 185.5 million, a lot to manage, and very grateful to our partnership with Gretchen and the capital construction team to help us see those projects through to completion this next year. So just to call out, I'm not going to go through each of these projects. We have over 120 active projects happening on campus right now, but I'm going to call out a couple of things on each of these slides. One, why did I highlight some of them in red? All of the projects in red are earmarks or congressionally directed spending projects, federal allocations of funding. Due in large part to that funding, we're able to improve as well as add to our research enterprise to support really the amazing research efforts that Cody and the deans are leading across campus today. The first column is the project budget, and then the FY26 is what the cash flow we anticipate spending in this fiscal year. So there's quite a bit being spent, but almost all of these projects go over multiple fiscal years. Similar story for athletics. There is one little congressionally directed spending here, and I didn't highlight that one. That is going into the Sean Walsh Arena. There's some ADA improvements that are being able to added to that, that with some CDS funding. But again, very grateful for all of the work from CPPM to help us lead through what is a tremendous amount of work on the athletic side due to the Alphon grant and master plan that's been designed. Similarly, athletics or auxiliaries, we are working with Sodexo. Those are not our funds, just to call out, those are funds that they are putting in their budget. Those show back up in our E&G budget as we pay those back over time. But we will make improvements this coming year to Wells. The exterior will finally get finalized, as well as Hilltop. We'll be making some minor modifications as we do most summers for our residence halls, really more paint and polish, some improvements projects to the experience as you come into those buildings. And we'll be moving forth with the Black Bear Academy, which is the expansion of our childcare services here on campus due to a CDS project. And then the energy utilities and IT, a big part of what we're doing. The electrical infrastructure upgrades are well underway right now. We're about halfway complete with that project. And we're still looking at UMEC and the best mechanism for financing that going forward. We'll be coming back to talk more about that in the coming months. So as all of our colleagues across the system, we're looking every day to see how we can be more efficient with our space. We have over the last year removed about 112,000 square feet of space. That's 13 small and medium-sized buildings. We have another 50 to 60,000 that we would like to remove over the course of this year. And that's another 5 buildings on that list. And we have our space committee now actively involved in helping us review concepts for the future. One of the big things that we'll take on this year is taking a look at our long-range development plan or our master plan for the campus, really to help us come up with that next big idea for the campus, or a big idea for space utilization, space reduction, to help us improve both our physical footprint, reduce our deferred maintenance, and help us maximize our energy costs. Likewise, in Machias, we struggle to find all of the funds necessary to stay within our dotted blue and our dotted purple line for recommended spending. We are now almost complete working our way through a stormwater retention permit on campus, and we'll use our bond funding to continue to make improvements in projects from everything from Powers Hall to Dorwood Hall, as Megan mentioned. Megan, would you like to add any context for Machias?
Just to say, if you move to the next slide, I think we can go ahead and so that some of the projects that we have happening right now, including envelope repair for Powers Hall, which is the top image, and then other repairs happening on Science Building in the middle image, and then the bottom there is our basketball gym floor, which is a complete overhaul of that space, and it's heavily used by the community. We're very excited about that. Thank you.
So we wanted to take a few minutes before we conclude with a bit more about financial aid, but a few minutes to connect and situate all of this in the University of Maine System strategic plan, where we feel that we are very aligned in terms of this budget, not only with the developing vision of the University of Maine, but with the commitments of the UMaine System strategic plan. I'll highlight a few things. First of all, relative to the enrollment goals and retention goals of the strategic plan, we have set and are achieving our enrollment goals with record retention that you have heard about. The Finish Strong program, you heard about this from President Hedin much earlier today, is our partnership with UMaine Fort Kent to try to help people who have some university experience actually complete their degrees thanks to some system funding. And we are very pleased to be able to have that. We're growing UMaine Online and growing our badges and credentials, and can go into more detail as needed on those. Similarly, you've heard a bit about recruitment and our good work in terms of bringing in numbers of applications and so forth. Our early college numbers are strong and are up. The Black Bear Advantage program, which is our partnership with the community colleges, going well. And early college, as I mentioned, going well. So we are offering a number of summer programs that are meant to be a part of bringing people into a recruitment pool, including 4-H, but athletics camps, summer youth music, consider engineering, and more. Next slide is Jake.
Yep, thank you. Again, we've seen some of these bullets throughout the presentation, but to aggregate them to show you where they're aligning with the strategic plan. Operational efficiencies have really been a focus of many of our actions this year. Everything from the strategic hiring pause that we implemented in late December, as well as looking at reductions within all the cabinet positions to really create efficiencies and seek additional ways to save money while generating more revenue. The focus of our next phase of our strategic re-envision strategies are the 4 implementation groups. They all have a goal of operational efficiencies, saving money, and generating new revenue, while maximizing and expanding the delivery of services to our constituents, primarily students, as well as our stakeholders throughout the state.
And as we look to optimize resources and seek efficiencies, we know that that also takes analysis and data, programmatic evaluations, and we continue to do our ongoing work, but also with particular attention to it as we make these changes. We routinely evaluate our academic programs as part of the system's AAPR process, but we would also like to mention that we've had an extraordinary realignment and review and revision of our general education curriculum, thanks to the University of Maine Senate and faculty members led by the Provost's office. We continue to add new programs to look for what is relevant in our curricula. We've had accreditations this year, accreditation visits in engineering and computing, as well as in the business school, and always looking for ways to realign, to find energy and space efficiencies. And you've heard a bit about this as well. We have not only a space committee that is looking at these kinds of matters, but the budget committee is helping on all of this as well. Kelly's up next.
Yeah, I'll just jump right through this. I think it brings it all together into all of it for me, rolls into a spreadsheet. I live in spreadsheet world, and we want to align all of the good work that's happening across the strategic planning efforts into the strategic allocation of resources, and have really worked hard as a team to build it in.
We'll say a bit about financial aid now, beginning with Gabe.
Yes, thank you, President Freni-Mundy. Just one comment on each of the next 3 slides. The thing to note here is that the discount rate has remained steady. We do discount more than 2 of our New England land-grant peers. We're in the same ballpark as 3 others. Next slide, please. This slide shows that our in-state tuition remains significantly, that is approximately $4,000 lower than other New England land grants. We are also the lowest for out-of-state tuition, though we're practically tied with University of Rhode Island there. Next slide, please. And finally, this shows that when we adjust for median household income, our in-state tuition is the lowest among the New England land grants, except for Massachusetts. And of course, their median income is considerably higher than Maine's, as you can see in the slide. Thank you.
So we know this has been a lot of information. We are trying to come in under an hour to allow some time for questions or going back as needed, but I do wish to make the point and hope that it's been apparent that this work is indeed grounded in our identity and our continued re-envisioning of UMaine as the R1D1 flagship land, sea, and space grant university. I want to say here how very grateful I am to many people, certainly our faculty, staff, and students who've been a part of this work, the team here on this call, as well as other members of the cabinet who are engaged in this deeply, all of the SRE teams that have been involved, the Board of Trustees who has heard pieces of this in different places all along with great questions and great constructive comments, our colleagues at the University of Maine system with the Chancellor's great leadership, and then outside stakeholders, in particular, the congressional delegation for the state of Maine with extraordinary leadership by Senator Collins and all of the members in helping us to move through these times. So thanks to everybody, and I believe we have a few minutes for questions. Chair, if you would like to.
Thank you, President Farini Money, and thanks to the whole team for a very succinct and effective presentation. Appreciate it. Questions from the trustees? Looking for hands. Kelly, let me ask you, in terms of housing, student housing, I know we're at 96% occupancy at this point. What's maybe you alluded to this, but just anecdotally, what's the quality of the housing stock? What major capital expenses are we facing in those buildings, and what's the overall capital plan for our dorms?
Yeah, so I might respond to it in the way that we brought in a third-party firm, Scion, as well as Hanbury Architects to help us take an assessment. And I was really pleased with what they said. Given the age of our facilities, average age over 64 years old, no major gut renovations in that time frame. They were pleasantly surprised at the state of the current facilities and how they're maintained, the cleanliness, the paint and repair. Given, with that said, many of our buildings, their HVAC systems, their core systems, the envelope, the windows are really past kind of useful life. So we're looking at many of our buildings needing full gut renovations and or improvements. The other side of the equation is student demand or student interest. And what students expressed to us as their kind of desired outcome was, yes, affordability is very important. So they're not looking for, new residential facilities with rooftop pools. They're really looking at high quality, safe, comfortable facilities. But they would like bathroom privacy. They would like kitchens or places for them, especially graduate students or returning upperclassmen to campus, to be able to cook on campus, to convene on campus. And they'd like more open, light, accessible engagement spaces within the residence facilities to convene and to study and to engage with each other in a different way. So the plan that we would like to bring forth is a combination of making some minor improvements to our buildings, making sure that we fix the HVAC systems, the pipes. We do have one building, for example, right now that has one bathroom wing on the end of it that we're not able to fix until we're able to get into the ground after it unfreezes. So there's definitely plumbing improvements are a part of it as well. So it includes some year-by-year gut renovations. We also will likely recommend actually tearing some of the buildings down. The cost of renovation is greater than the improvement we would get in those buildings, and then presenting an opportunity for a potential P3 or third-party partnership for somewhere between 600 and 900 beds for rejuvenation with a net increase in 300 beds. We believe we have demand for a greater number of returning students, but we're not providing to them a housing environment that would be conducive for a 23-year-old versus an incoming first-year freshman. So the plan would lay that out over, and it's not an overnight fix. It's really over the next 15 years and would be a sequential set of events that we would need to say at each kind of threshold, did it meet the demand? Did it meet our needs? Did it meet our financial risk thresholds? Would we be comfortable taking the next step with that? So it lays, if you will, a pathway towards improvement that could be iterated on over time based on meeting specific milestones or achievements.
Thanks for that. How much of that is in the current 5-year capital plan, and how much is going to have to be adjusted to do what you're talking about?
Yeah, we've maintained a placeholder in the 5-year capital plan for $100 million. So the plan never exceeds the potential for that. And what that would be, what we've done is we've laid that out actually over a 10-year time frame, and we would build reserves, and then we would use a larger bucket of reserves to make a major capital improvement. We did not put in a P3 dollar amount, so external capital that come to the table. We understand where we're at with institutional debt capacity limits, and so would look to bring in a third-party partner for any additional capital beyond that as a potential solution.
Thank you very much. Other questions? And let me ask one more then, and that has to do with the university's current relationship or planned relationship with the Your Pace program. Are we doing Your Pace courses at University of Maine yet, or what is the plan there?
I'll begin and turn to Gabe and Megan to see if they have more to add. We're certainly exploring what that might look like and considering some possibilities at this point, but it's early stage. Gabe or Megan, any further comment?
Yeah, so we have spoken, of course, with President Rice and his provost, Alana Margison, to explore some possibilities here at UMM. We're still a little bit, we still need to think through some plans, especially since some of the programs we want to put online are very hands-on. So how to think through that is our next step. We also understand that Your Pace is a whole program rather than a piece of a program, so we can't use it we couldn't do it for a partial program, which may be helpful to some students. So we're thinking through the logistics of how it would work, but we are having those conversations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, David McMahon.
Gabe, you talked about credit hours being roughly flat. Is there a change in the makeup of those credit hours in the bigger percentage online year on year, or is that relatively flat as well? And then I guess, how does that play into an extra 300 beds? It's a follow-up question.
Well, perhaps I could just take the first question, and I'll have to, write again with more details, especially looking at things over years. But at the current time, we have our graduate enrollment is 49% distance, and our undergraduate enrollment is 13% distance. And that's obviously been increasing, but I can't tell you offhand by exactly how much year over year.
And I can chime in on the housing discussion, which is to say that we're very excited to have this study and to have discussed these ideas, but that's at a very early stage as well. And we'll be needing to factor a lot of things in as we look at what actual implementation would be like over time. We wanted to get started and have some sort of baseline ideas to work from, but that's not a full-blown proposal for the board at this time.
Thanks. Other questions?
Roger, it's Emily. Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. A great presentation, very comprehensive. My question is sort of thinking back to less than 2 weeks ago when we were all together for the board meeting in public session. You were talking about the sort of the roller coaster you've been on with the federal funding and those types of elements that does not feature prominently in this presentation, of course, but can you just sort of give us a little bit of update or put in context how you're thinking and feeling about the budget ahead, and what you've kind of learned in the last 10 days or so that gives you more or less faith in the numbers you're putting ahead of us?
So we've developed, thanks for the question, Trustee Kane. And as everyone knows, this is a very dynamic situation, changing actually by the minute, even during the course of this meeting. So we are doing our best here at the University of Maine to put in place all kinds of systems that allow us to just keep track of everything, and then at the same time to try to assess risk, to watch what happens when one thing starts and then maybe it goes another way and so forth. So we have put a lot of energy into just making sure we're on top of the information. And this budget was developed under a different set of conditions with different assumptions, but it is still our base budget. And so I think we can certainly watch what's happening. And I predict that will change pretty dramatically regularly over the next several months. And so we just continue to try to look at what we have in front of us, and eventually, as we get very clear about numbers, we can come back with other proposals as needed. But right now, we're confident in this budget as it stands without factoring in a lot of that other information at this point.
It's really helpful, and I appreciate that. And that's exactly what I expected you to say, and actually very helpful to kind of just put into context the sort of dynamic nature of the situation, which is hard to reflect in preset PowerPoint slides. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the ongoing communication, because I think one of the biggest challenges that we all have is managing what's real and what's not in this environment. And so I really appreciate your commitment to keeping that communication going and keeping us and everybody else in the loop. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee. And I would just add that we have incredible partners at the system. Sam Warren is on top of this more than anyone. I believe this chancellor has pulled groups together that are meeting regularly. Our general counsel team is phenomenal. And so that's all ongoing. And then here at the University of Maine, we have three or four different teams that are doing different pieces, including one that meets daily. So we are certainly attending to it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Other questions? I'm not seeing any. So thank you very much to the whole team for their presentation. That does conclude the campus presentations. We do have an executive session set aside here at the end. And unless there's anything else to come before this group before we do that, I'm going to read a proposed motion to go into executive session. Anyone has to add further in this setting?
Mr. Chair, can I just take 1 minute to thank all the presidents? I spend 2-3 weeks reminding people they've only got a certain amount of time and they can't go long. So I don't get excited often, but when we finish within 4 minutes of our time, I get excited about that. And I also want to thank Angela Mishard in my office, who really runs the show. And again, she's the reason why we're all on schedule. So thank you for letting me put those two in.
You bet. And thank you. I think I speak for everybody who's on the board in saying a real thank you to each of the presidents and to their full teams for the hours and hours of work that went into these presentations. It's been a long day, but we've gone through a lot of materials, and that's because it was so well and so thoughtfully presented. So thank you for all that hard work. Seeing nothing further, then I'll ask if there is a motion. Could I have a motion for the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee of the Board of Trustees to go into executive session under the provisions of 1 MRSA Section 405(6)A to discuss the evaluation of personnel and the consideration and discussion of appointments, evaluations, employment, and duties? Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Kane and seconded by Chair Riley. Beth, could you please call the roll?
Trustee Cates?
Yes.
Trustee McMahon? Trustee Riley?
Yes.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Trustee McCarthy?
Yes.
The motion carries. I'll move you into executive session.
Thank you. And for those others who are not participating in the executive session, we will be ending the meeting at that point. There'll be nothing further happening in public today. Thanks.
What's going on, Joe?
I didn't know if they wanted us in executive session or not.
You what?
Did they want us in executive session?
Well, I felt like those others were going into it. Because we had Ray, that whole group was there, Ray and Jackie.
In executive
Maybe.
session.
You what?
Did they want us in executive session?
Well, I felt like those others were going into it. Because we had Ray, that whole group was
Well, you're on mute there.
I think, oh, there, oh.
I was in, but then not in.
I think, oh, there, oh.
I was in, but then not in.
Okay, we're back out of executive session and I will adjourn the meeting. Thanks to everybody. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.